Muted myself. Totally forgot I was muted. I don't
What are you
want
gonna
that.
play first, babe?
Probably Dead by Daylight because Saz wanted to play and she's ahead of us a little bit. So.
All right. Well, thank you for feeding the dog.
I will feed him in a second.
Okay.
Never said no to not feeding him, and I did acknowledge that he needs to be fed. So, in what sense did I not?
I started your stream before feeding him. Because now you have to leave on stream to go feed him.
It's fine. And like I said, I just wanted to get started. So at least his notification was going out that I was live.
All the bickering at the beginning of the stream.
Yes,
what do you want, Bobby? There's only so much you can drool onto my arm.
April, you want dinner? You want dinner? Oh my goodness.
You gave him whiplash.
Jeez.
Give me 2 seconds, Lyric. There, look, I'm up in the little tiny corner. Are you happy now? I swear to fucking God, I'm about to murder this damn dog. You hear me? You're about to die.
Wait. I eat.
There we go. That's a little better. Why? Why do you have to follow me in here too? This damn dog. Following me around everywhere. I don't like him. He's constantly pushing me and I'm about to light him on fire. The girl's just about done with this dog. About to do Flame Atronach versus Flame Atronach. It's gonna be great. Just because I don't really feel like doing anything in this area, I'm just gonna, like, you know, avoid it.
My girlfriend's horrendous, that's all I hear.
That's what you do, right? Ugh. Well, that didn't work as well as I was hoping. Give me 2 seconds.
Oh my goodness, I'm bleeding again.
All of my notifications are taken up because you're trying to do shit. That's great. Yeah, because you're going live and everything, so my phone's blowing up for you.
Oh. Thanks, babe. That's support.
I don't love you. I don't. Chihuahua. I was gonna pop something else up and I forgot. I hate mobile dashboard. I hate it with a passion. I mean, I guess that works. I guess I could have it set like that. I was gonna pop in. Babe, I was gonna pop into your general chat. Is that fine? If you want to sit in gaming chat, I was gonna pop in general chat.
I made 2 chats.
Yes, yes, you did.
One's gaming and one's
General, like I just said.
Okay. Make a second chat, man. Gaming 2 or something.
I was gonna just pop into general.
Okay.
It's literally only you, me, and Lyric who ever use these things.
You know, what if I want to use both of them? It's fine then.
Damn you. Lyric, you can jump into Ty's general chat if you want.
Oh, I see.
So
Like, it's gonna be over you
just
watching. You
message
want to see
me.
how it is. Hi guys, thanks for waiting and been running around and doing everything.
Oh yes, you did so much.
I did. I
You
chopped
did
a
too
tree
much.
down today,
Too much.
or part of a tree. Fed the dog. It's good times. Let's see, I'm gonna put you up on my computer
This
bed
bad boy. That's.
if you want to do the same.
Okay.
So I'm gonna put you up on my computer
Okay.
so you have another viewer.
Oh my god. I really don't care, Lyric. Like, it's gonna be any different than any other night. Someone's just a little embarrassed to be on stream. That's all it is. This is not a real fan. I guess he really doesn't actually want to, just support my stream and be there for me. It's fine.
Why do you have your on your 720? It's fine.
There we go. I don't like that you don't have this matchup evenly.
What do you mean?
This whole extra black space right here drives me nuts.
I don't know why I have extra black space there, to be
I
honest.
have no idea, but it drives me
It
bananas.
must have something must have been changed.
Oh, you're live, so you probably can't change the size of it.
I can.
It drives me bananas.
Same. A lot of things drives you bananas.
You put a U question mark, and I've said a lot of things since that
Thank
question
you,
mark
Freddie.
appeared, so
How are you doing?
I don't know what you were trying to say there.
Sorry, just trying to set things up. You gotta.
It's gonna be really confusing being that now
Hop
we have
on
two
the
streams
DVD.
going at once.
And I got hit Sazona. Sazona wants to play DVD. My life is going to a handbasket. Okay.
Yeah, we can drop that. I guess I can use
Thank
this
you for
until
showing
it's
up, by the way. How's your day been?
gone.
Yep, DVD. Just saw your message. I like to sleep
Wait, what do I have on my-
sometimes when my girlfriend isn't attacking me.
Who's
Sorry.
attacking you?
Actually, I have DVD set up. That's
Me.
nice.
Oops, wrong buttons.
Sam's over here just yelling at me. Somebody save me.
This is terrible. I hate this controller. If anyone could just give me a new one, great.
Sorry if it drives you guys nuts. Sam's streaming too.
Apologize. Not really.
Of course you're not. Of course you would not apologize. You're rude.
If I were smart, I'd come at this the right way. But I didn't.
You didn't.
Oh,
What is
I
that
did
cute
not.
thing you just used, Fergie?
I don't even know what I
Hi,
have on.
doggo. Nobody wants a Rainbow Six Siege gift chest. I'm sorry. It looks
No one
amazing,
does.
but it doesn't. Hi, doggo. Can I help you? I don't have mods besides Sam. Oh,
I'm a
got his
mod.
nose. I got his nose.
We'll do magic
I
regen.
got a
That'd
nose.
be nice.
I got a
I'm
nose.
gonna die though, but
Nose gonna die. Nose gonna die.
who's gonna die?
Oh, Maples.
Maple's
Maple's
definitely
nose is
gonna
gonna
die.
die.
Ooh, I should
Maple's
scoop
nose
the
gonna
shit
die.
out of this. and then just
Oh,
throw
look,
it
guys,
away.
it's a cute maple. It's a cute maple. He just says hi. Hello, friends.
I keep forgetting
My
where
name
I'm
is Maple.
trying to look.
You're talking to me, babe.
No.
Okay.
I'm talking to myself to just remember what I'm trying to actually do, which would be great.
Oh,
But,
I'm getting all this love right now. Oh, that's because Ty doesn't what? I cut it. I cut it. I
That was
cut
pretty
it.
funny to just watch.
Oof, oof.
Hi, Lydia.
I hate when you're saying Lydia because it always sounds like you're actually talking to someone. Like,
Nope, but I
outside
fucking
the
can't
game?
see shit.
oh yeah, I definitely don't like Lyric.
Wait, did he not join you or did he join you?
No, he joined, but
Oh, he's watching you? Oh, Maple, don't
There
look
we
so
go.
cute.
I know he's so cute. It's all the cuteness. All the cuteness. None of the love. Let's see.
I forgot what I was doing.
Says jump in the Discord chat.
Oh. Maybe that's actually gonna help.
Now he's comfortable. I've been sitting here fighting him this
just
whole entire
lighten up a
time,
little.
and
Somebody please kill this dog. Not my dog. This dog. Lydia, I need you to do something.
why am I dying, guys? Gaming chat.
Good job, Lydia. Nope. My nose itches. You ever just like an itch on the edge of your nose? You ever have that, babe? This would be a great.
Because you don't have me by your side. Thank you, Olsen. I know. So lonely. Does Doggo need to go doors?
I don't know. We just had him outdoors. I thought.
But he just ate, so you know.
But
There's
pancakes.
issues.
You make the decision.
No, it's not about pancakes, Sass. You're wrong.
Oh wait, it's always
Mm,
about
that's
the
it.
pancakes.
So,
They itch like crazy.
I would like to agree with you, but I don't have any fat stacks right now.
Oh no.
You don't have fat stacks? What do you mean you
So-
don't have any fat stacks, babe?
I don't have any fat stacks
You
of.
don't have any fat stacks.
My brain is on
How
a
dare you
tizzy.
not have any fat stacks, babe?
Let's see.
How
Hi, Maple.
absolutely dare you, Ty?
You want to come up
Oh, how I dare
on
what?
stream? Is that what you want
No
now?
fat
I'm
stacks.
confused.
How dare you not have any fat
Oh,
stacks?
yeah. Definitely don't have any fat stacks. I'm confused. I thought I had
Oh
King
my god,
Fergie.
stop
on.
moving when I'm trying to pick
King
you up.
Fergie wants to play too.
Okay.
But
You can stay there.
Who
let's
does?
see. King
You stay,
Fergie.
right?
Flashlight.
Here, this is now becoming your stream. You've
I
taken
think
over.
Oh,
that
he's
Oh,
he's one of my
Jesus.
viewers. It's fine. He follows me too.
And
This is
then
Also,
Maple's
I
stream,
took the
babe.
right
join us too tonight.
Oh, Spike wants to join? Yeah, I saw that he's online right now too. Uncommon Cadet Morale perk. Unlocks potential once
Babe.
aura. Yeah, I see the dog. He's
Literally my whole
Hold on.
stream.
I gotta show this. Everyone's gotta
Pull up.
see the doggo and his
Shenanigans?
that's
buddy.
one way to put it. Shenanigans.
Is
Look
this
at this,
not what
says.
everybody comes to this stream for now? I'm just.
What am I
I
looking
missed a book.
Look at the stream and my dog who decided to
Thank you.
hop in front of Sam. Yeah, the dog.
Just trying to play some Skyrim.
Oh,
Dead by Daylight Olsen.
Thanks for the kiss. Full content.
Nah, my
Wholesome
doggo. It's not
content
your
right here.
doggo. You wish it was your doggo.
Seriously wholesome content. No one can say bad
my
things.
doggo is just hanging around my feet right now. Hey, dog.
Oh, is he?
This my stream
It's
is just
better
a bunch
than
of
my
Maple's
doggo.
face going in and out of cam.
Alright, let me put this down and let's
This is
let's get
terrible.
started.
Have you ever tried to play like this, babe?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah?
Yeah, it's called Whenever I Do Anything and he wants attention.
No, that's what my cat does.
I've never had him
No.
so intent on staying here before. I have no idea what I'm picking up at this point.
I left the camera on.
Oh! Oh!
Should I unlock
Oh, that's
empathy
me.
for it's an uncommon Claudette morale perk? Morale.
Thank you.
Empathy
This-
is really good.
Oh,
I like
I need
it.
to switch it then.
Oh, there we go.
It lets you know. Basically, it tells you. It lets you see a person when they're hurt.
Lyric just has a bunch of like half sentences.
So
He's like,
basically
you
you
question
always-
mark with this is
You
like,
can always see a hurt
come
person
on, Lyric,
and
you
know.
gotta give me more than this to work off.
Sorry, what was that last part you said?
Said Lyric has to give me more to work off.
No, I was talking to
I was like,
Says.
I don't know which person you're trying to communicate with here, babe.
I'd be like, Sazona, what was the
Yes.
last part you said?
You
So
gotta
everyone's
be more
clear.
dramatic, man. Like, come on.
Oh no, please don't go in
But
front
All of a
of
sudden,
me.
I disabled the rank, bro.
Oh, I just picked a basket for no reason. Oh,
But Says, you were saying that it's
I'm sorry.
a.
Did you need something
can
again,
see
sir?
people.
The
right?
perk.
Thank you.
Sorry.
The perk. The perk allows
You're sorry?
you to.
I'm about to be sorry for having this dog in my life. I forgot to drop off any of my house materials. Ooh, that's
Causing Says to like You go uncontrollably at the moment. She's now coughing. In death.
Who's giggling uncontrollably?
Sazona.
Listen, Sazona, we need to have a talk. Alright? I appreciate your concern, but you need to get it under control. Hello. My stream is no longer about me. I wish I'd known this is what my stream was gonna look like.
Okay, so these cannot poses are hold wires in
good?
place, prevent damage
You
or
good?
injury.
I said, Lyric, you need to put full sentences. If not, jump in the fucking chat. So I don't have to sit here and guess what you're trying to say.
Oh my.
Alright, mother licker?
Any help?
You need help? I
Yeah.
need help, bitch! You know what? Yeah, take that shit. I don't want that.
Oh, I do have empathy on this character.
Ew.
You need to take a book. I don't like you, Lydia.
Okay, so I'm doing everything wrong right now. I wonder where King Fergie's
Hello?
at.
Again.
What is what at?
King Fergie, he's
Alright.
one I saw.
I feel like I just need to stop this because
Yeah, I guess he also streams too, so but he was helping me out
Yeah.
Initially. What?
I give up.
Yeah, I
I'm
know.
not streaming today, but I am eating a block of cheese.
Ooh, what type of cheese?
Just
Don't look at me like that. What do you want, dog? Sorry, I hope you're watching my stream as we're sitting here because you're missing this hilarious cat act for my dog.
This is ridiculous. I just don't understand this right now.
You see it.
I can't even see my computer at all.
Hi, Maple.
my cat when she's like, "Give me attention." Excuse you. I'm more important than the computer.
Right.
Like, I was chill with it when he was only half covering the screen.
Come here. Come here. Come here. Come here. Come here. Come on. Back it up. Oh my gosh.
Oh, thank you. I can see things now. I appreciate
Do
that.
you need to go to ours? You need loves?
I can
know
show
what he
you the
needs.
world.
Just take him. No! Remember button, Sam?
Food's there.
Did he finish it? Oh, I hit the wrong buttons. No! No! Swear to God. Swear to motherfucking God, this dog. Why?
Yeah? Are you excited? Are you
Yeah.
excited? Get up here. Get up here. Come on. Come on. Come on. Come on.
Oh my God. Yes, you can see my leg. It's a leg. Thank you.
Hey.
He's watching the both of our streams, and you just have that on, so my leg is just sitting in the stream.
Yeah, I'm happy.
Glad I
you're
actually
dressed.
have, this
Yeah.
armrest in the way. Got stuff there.
I don't know what you're talking about. I can't see anything.
I don't like Lydia.
Alright.
I still.
We can get this
take
party
any
going
space.
until King steps
You
in.
need to get it
Don't give me
going.
that
Are you
sass.
kidding me? It's not been going. What else is in there? Okay. I wanna. Whoop. Let's just knock that potato out of the bowl. Oh, my bad.
I mean,
Snake.
the doggo party have been going the
Yeah.
whole time.
Lydia,
It's, just life.
listen. All right.
Alright, you want to start a match? Am I in a... Yeah,
Ooh,
you're the
we're
party
gonna
leader,
drop
right?
you.
Yes, I am. But everyone has to ready up.
Oh, I can't ready up. That's impossible for me.
Oh.
Is it worth getting?
Thanks, Lydia.
Easy on the Lydia stuff there. You sound like you're like calling someone and my ear just keeps perking up. So I just feel
Well,
sorry for whoever's in the
I
chat
don't
with
give a
us.
fuck. You're not the one sitting here dealing with this bullshit, so I don't give a fuck.
I'm just sitting here eating cheese.
Oh yeah, what cheese by the way? I asked and I forgot.
I said that. It's
Wait,
better.
cheese for what?
Cheddar. Oh, oof. Terrible choice.
I want cheese. Just kidding, I'm
That's
so
all I
fucking
have,
full right now. I don't
okay?
want shit. Alright. Before we do anything else,
Oh man.
I don't remember where anything is. I'd be
So what is
appreciative.
Sam doing right now? Just
Yeah.
She's streaming
yeah.
too right now. She's
streaming
This-
what?
Skyrim.
Just-
Skyrim.
Just
Ah.
casually streaming the bullshit that is trying to play Skyrim on the PC.
Oh, I thought I read
Just
it up.
casually
Did
streaming.
I not ready myself?
No,
in?
you had not readied up.
Fucking dog.
I hit ready and then I started clicking on other things. So you're not allowed to click on other things. I heard that said.
Did you click the Rift stuff, the archive stuff?
I went to like Survivors, Loadout, Bloodweb, yeah, and then I went to
No,
storage
that
just now.
stuff's fine. You can go through your blood web loadout stuff. It's the archive stuff on the right side of the screen.
Oh, I may have accidentally clicked it, maybe.
Yeah, we'll drop
All
it
right,
off here.
well, I'm ready.
I've got my purple sweater. I'm good to go.
Yeah, I see that level up.
No, Lydia. You're not allowed to.
Oh, you can spin yourself. You spin me right round, baby, right round like a record, baby, like
Unfortunately,
a
no one can see that
record.
but you and your viewers.
Dance. Oh, what's up, Resilient? What's going on, man? How you doing, man? I'm doing fine. I appreciate it. Yeah, man. I was watching stream earlier. It's
You know,
it's
Lydia,
pretty
you're
interesting
still
setup you
not
got
in the
there
chat,
with
so,
the
like,
light going on in the
I'm in this
background.
voice chat. I'm
Disco
gonna have
ball.
to stab you in the toes.
Is that Corgi says?
Strictly. In the
So
toes.
I got Mixer and
It's a
that's a gremlin. Oh, okay. I can't see it very well. My screen is like
You
yay
realize you still have
big.
the cam on me, right, babe?
Huh? It's off.
Okay.
It just has the light
I
on.
was like, okay.
So I'm like, I'll turn her
Shut my
way
fucking
just for
leg,
you.
just chilling and stream. I was like, yep.
That's another gremlin.
This is
Where do
like-
you get all these gremlins from?
from a streamer I watched called Grem.
Ah, okay. Is he worth watching?
She and
Couple of these
she's
books?
I enjoyed
Oh.
Dead by Daylight streamer.
Oh, okay. Gotcha. I know that. Thanks,
That
man.
was
I appreciate
fun.
it. And yes, this is weird light for real. Resilient. Yeah.
She's not
Oh, yeah.
streaming right now, but she is playing.
What's the
Dead by
picture in the
Daylight.
background about? Oh, she is. That's fun.
Yeah, she's playing, but she's not streaming.
Why are you not? Well,
How did he meet Gigi?
But you're not speaking.
Assuming
Lydia.
streaming.
You're not. It's not fair.
Sazona.
I'm gonna fucking stab you now. I'm gonna stab
How
you
did he
in the
meet Gigi?
toesies. You did it.
Giddy,
You did it.
Giddy.
Proud?
Sorry.
I met Giddy before she'd ever started streaming. We met on Overwatch.
Nope, nope, nope.
Oh.
You gotta join.
We just
And you
met
gotta
randomly
talk.
in a match.
That's how this goes.
Uh,
I already have.
She
both
was
of you.
Mercy and I was Anna, and I became her healing grandma, and that is the story of how me and
I
Giddy.
think I have that one.
Was this when you were platinum?
Yeah, we were. I think so. Yeah. Yeah, we were just playing, and we ended up like teaming up because we liked the team. We played
Very
it
good.
for a while, you know, and then she left me to go play Dead by Daylight because at the time I didn't
Oh.
own the game.
Gotcha.
So Giddy's the reason I eventually got Dead by Daylight. I think I got it that Christmas when
Put something in here.
I got monies for Christmas.
Gotcha.
so
All
I
of
can
this
get it.
bullshit.
So Resilient Man, yeah, I was asking you about your picture in the back. Like, sorry, that was pretty dope.
Yay! That should have cleared
Yeah, I'm
you out
making a little bit of a
right?
change
Decent
today.
amounts of weight. Yeah. Yeah, I should probably clear you out too, Lydia.
It's funny. I now I can say I know two
Yeah.
level. What's that?
That Jeff is terrifying.
I mean, just a little bit.
Yeah.
I can't tell what he's supposed to be. Is he supposed to be like a punk rocker or some dead
He's
forefather? He's just Jeff.
He's Jeff.
Yeah, really like that.
Hello, I'm Jeff.
That.
The dog's. Don't give me that look. I just look at the dog chewing his bone. He stops and stares at me.
That sounds about right for him.
Like I did something. Have fun, don't die. I will try not
Give her
to.
some arrows. Which one do I want to give her? Struggle listening.
Ooh. Woo woo. Woo woo. Who we? How did you tell what
Who's gonna die?
Ooh,
Who's
no one else.
wooing?
Ooh.
Well,
I can't speak. Ooh. Waha.
No, I don't need to get to 300.
that's a lot of pedals.
I have a lot of fucking arrows on me though.
Pedals. Pedals.
This is gonna take
Oh,
3
this is
hours.
gonna be nuts.
See, that's a
Who we going against? Who's the killer? Who's the killer?
Voice
No idea.
chat, but just gonna have to ban
You
later.
don't find
'cause,
that out until they're
just block 'em.
you're in the game.
He's not voice chatting with me anymore, babe.
They're beating the crap out of you.
He's not voice chatting with you.
Nope.
Oh,
nope,
actually,
he's being rude.
to your stream, we are facing the
I have to
hill.
ban him for it. What can I say?
Oh,
Because you're brand new to the game,
yeah.
so the little tip it'll give
This
you
is
at the
taking
beginning,
forever.
it said you
Well,
were
I
facing
just
the
need to
hill
give her
villain.
one.
Oh, okay.
So
Nice.
he uses the chainsaw, which can one hit you down. But he can only,
Ah.
unless he has like special add-ons, he can only go like straight with it. Like he can only go forwards. So if you can dodge, you can dodge.
Nice.
Gotta be fast.
Freaking gotta be dead. I already know it.
What? I can just
but
take
he
all
moves
the arrows.
very
Like,
fast
I don't
when
even
you
care
drop
anymore. I don't use them for anything.
Oh, he found me. Oh, crap. Of course, I'm the first one he goes for.
I'm gonna give you a different
Yeah,
one.
he's carrying me.
That'll be nice.
Oh, come on. Wiggle faster, Ty.
Yo, all that fucking
Oh, I
This looks
know.
like that one game that you used to play off this.
Yeah, last year.
Yeah.
Don't do that! Don't do that! Ty!
What? Don't do what? Don't do what?
You shouldn't
Try
have
to
done
escape?
that. Yeah, no, that's very bad.
He's okay.
Now stand still.
I'm standing still. This is
Now
fine.
you're gonna die next time you're hooked.
Oh. So I have no clue what that does. I was just trying to escape.
There's only a 4% chance of escape, but it like jumps you forward on the amount of time that it takes to like, you know, die.
Yeah.
So you just basically like halved your life.
Ooh. He's coming. Yep, he's behind us.
For me, don't be a tunneler.
I'm just trying to run.
Just get out of here, Ty.
I'm getting out. He's probably just gonna get me anyways.
Oh. The wrong button? I'll go back for those. Dang it!
How do they know I'm where I'm at? Jeez. I gotta switch stuff.
Okay, so there's 3 stages to the hook. There's first stage, which gives you the option to try to escape. Do not do that unless there's no other hope.
Oh, I never read that.
Okay.
There's the Jeff, why? There's the second stage where you do want to struggle like it tells you to, because otherwise you will die. And then there's third stage, where you just die. You struggling like that put you automatically onto stage 2. So when you go on the hook next, you will be on stage 3, which means you will just die.
Oh. Okay. I just saw you. I'm on the other side of the wall.
Spirit Fury.
And now my weight is practically gone. I think my manager Snapchat me.
Can he hear you walking around? Oh, see him.
I mean they can, but it's not that loud. If you're hurt, it's loud though.
Okay. No. So far, I'm just
taking
running around.
shots.
I'm like, should I try to do a generator?
Rude person.
Oh, fuck, he sees me.
Wants to generate.
Oh.
It's very important.
Oh, it got me.
Alright, Lyric. Better fucking start voice chatting here. I'm not just gonna sit here and talk to myself.
Scissors. I don't want to go to work in the morning. I'm sorry, man. Alright, I'm on the hook again. And I'm dead.
Get off my stream if you don't join. And you like that. You like them apples.
Third
Did I
stage.
take her bow away?
What do you mean with scissors resilient?
Pretty sure I took her bow away.
Did the dog just fart?
Probably.
Or is that his bone?
I don't know.
My dog is
Genuinely don't know
Gassish.
anymore.
in so many different ways. Can't even. Are you guys gonna survive?
Wow, rude Lyric. Why don't you wanna jump in
Says-
chat?
Left still and
You're
one
totally
person
fine with
dead.
talking to me 99% of the time, except
Gotcha.
when I start streaming, and then you're like, nope, can't do this anymore.
Yeah, spectate. Well, he's carrying one guy right now.
I I think the killer has barbecue and chili, which is how he found me so easily before.
Okay.
Which means, when he hooks someone, he sees outlines
Do
of
I not
people.
have any other bows? Oh.
However, hiding in a
Mm.
locker protects you from being seen when barbecue and chili is active.
Gotcha.
However, someone was an idiot and just it's down already.
There are enemies nearby.
I'm assuming no one's done anything to the generators right now.
Why are you back here, you idiot?
Well,
Resilient.
I didn't do shit.
Dude. What do you mean by scissors?
Back.
Oof.
Oh no.
Being rude to me
How do you
tonight.
see the
Now we're,
specs?
now we're screwed
There
because that
you
guy
are.
didn't leave.
I don't like talking to myself.
Yep. He's tired.
That
Run
don't
for
like
it.
talking to myself.
He's coming after you, the right side of the car.
See the smile? It's there now. Aren't you happy?
Just, yeah. This guy's almost up.
Well, why?
Nice. Fast
No,
little mid kick.
you're just mad
So
that it
safe.
makes me happy that you can
Resilient,
get
how's it going, man? How's your night been?
Don't lie to me.
King Furry, if you're still in, dude, like, let me know.
Huh? That's exactly what happened.
So King Furry is the same level as you
Why
are.
didn't you want to sit in voice chat with me?
Survival. He's level 8.
Well, rank 8, but yeah.
Yeah, rank 8.
Being rude to me then.
So it was funny when I was playing with him.
Forget it.
Anything I should know about?
You were already rude because
Um.
you just didn't get in voice chat with me when I asked you to.
And it says you can do this. Oof.
Apparently.
Sorry, I distracted you.
Told you, I'll just do woo voice if you start crying. But it'll keep you from crying.
You have such a
Am I
good sixth
wrong?
sense.
That's what I thought.
Yeah, he got you. You're doing so good.
Division?
I was too loud because I'm injured and I didn't get any help with
Is that
healing.
a yes or a no? Because I kind of just sounded like a yeah.
Mm.
I'm going on the third hook.
It's like very, very hard to tell what the answer to that specifically was.
And of course, there's still 5 generators
This is
left.
very not helpful there. How's the stream sound? Because I don't trust Tyrell's answer.
He's gonna hook you and he's gonna get this other guy because this other guy wasn't smart enough to run away.
No, that's fine. It's just supposed to be there when there's like lulls or like if I tab out.
Yeah, I had no clue though that if you struggled when he first throw you on, that would rush you to the third stage
Well, that's good
of being
because the
hooked.
song just ended, so.
Like, is it possible to have like more than a
Let's try and
50%
do this without vibration. Oh my god, this
win-to-loss
controller
ratio
vibrates.
in this game?
That's so weird though.
Be very
This
good.
isn't like a subtle vibration, this is like angry vibration.
'Cause I can see you're really good at the game, but you're about to lose because all your other teammates are.
Just
What?
really does depend on
cat?
allies. Also the killer, if they're a jerk or
Is
not.
that your cat?
Yeah. What's that noise in the game?
You literally were just like, oh yeah, oh yeah, oh yeah, hi.
Sound like a helicopter.
Okay. This, I can't believe. Okay. So I put in my new controller, which is
Oh
not
wait,
really
you
new.
died,
It's one of
right?
my-
Sus? Yeah.
Probably one of the oldest controllers that we had, which is
That's just spectating the
View
last
4,
one.
But I actually have an Xbox controller
Okay.
now, so I'm super pleased about that.
Yeah.
But the vibration on this
I
thing
Oh.
is
don't know
like
why she was doing that.
the most
That wasn't
intense
smart.
thing I've ever had out of a
What was she
controller
doing? I
before.
missed it.
There
She's
we
like
go.
running.
Trying to use a flashlight on him. That's not how flashlights work.
No,
How do flashlights work?
no, you don't.
Oh, they're blind to kill them.
Because I'm so
They don't
used to
stop
like if
them
I go
from moving.
really
They're
slow, then I
they're
can feel
shining
it.
light in his face. Doesn't stop him from running at you anyway.
Gotcha.
um,
It's like
I'm used
toying
to
with
like
her
the
right now.
soft vibration that it's got. Oh, damn it.
Yeah, now he's gonna hook her.
Ooh. No, I'm so used to
GG.
like my controllers. They're like the most quietest, like softest, like you can barely even tell it's vibrating, and I'm used to that. And this one's like, here, let me literally just cause an avalanche because
Oof.
I'm just not going to stop.
so
Normally,
bloody.
if I find like sweet spot, it's like,
could be
oh
worse.
yeah, it's not gonna vibrate. But this one's like,
So
no,
what is
it's
that
not gonna
supposed to
vibrate
be
even if it's
exactly?
found a sweet spot.
It's the entity.
The entity.
Damn, motherfucker!
Purgatory. It
Oof.
feeds off of our hope.
What hope?
Go do it. Go ruin their days.
It's been crushed.
I'm not the nicest person in the world.
You do anything good this weekend?
Why? I don't. I mean,
Sazona.
then clearly they weren't good enough.
You do anything good this weekend?
If you quit a game because you got killed, then I mean we have problems, and I never would
Ooh,
have
a
played
puppy.
World of Warcraft because fucking horrible, horrible people in that game.
What puppy?
Can
Says.
you kill him in a party? You like betray him?
Well, my dog. She's not actually a puppy, but
Oh.
Wait until he's just about to die, quit the party, and kill him yourself. Dang it!
Oh, okay.
Don't double fist it with that.
So-
Me, I want to be there. I mean, I guess.
Yeah, this is the stream.
I'm
Hello,
terrible at actually paying
welcome.
attention if I'm in people's lives here.
Shirt. Oh, I can change the shirt.
She's still alive.
It's got
Speaking of,
old
I
school
killed Lydia
windbreaker.
99% of the time. Well, there's the dog.
Iris
Wait a
shirt.
second. Speaking of, where is Lydia? God damn it, she's my pack mule. I can't. Okay, she's still alive. 99% of the time, I
Well,
will
let's see,
actually
what do
kill
I wanna
Lydia.
do? Keep it
So you're not
True
wrong.
Irish shirt. I feel like you stick out like a sore thumb the brighter your shirt is.
Hello, I'm here.
yes, you do.
Take this dog away. I
Whoa
fucking hate it.
there. You be changing.
I'm trying to like
Don't
sit
go a
comfortably at this
changing.
desk, but it's not very comfy.
Alright, let's go. I love how that like part of the game is
Yeah, I actually when I was originally
You know,
looking at streaming, I was
changing
like,
your
ah,
character's
bra and shorts
clothes.
sounds good. And then I was trying to get comfy and was like, not good.
You can
with
be
Steve
whoever
Harrington.
you wanna be.
But no, I just
Whoa.
it's glass, and so when I put my legs up against it, it's not comfy.
I want to be Steve
just, like, digs
Harrington.
into my
That's what I
skin.
want to be.
Yeah.
You
that's
gotta buy Steve.
I know. My bad. I'm ready up.
Yeah, I don't really care about the dog either way. So
You
Oh,
must
man.
buy it to Steve.
By the Steve, the
nor
play
do
the
I care about the
Steve.
act.
Nancy Wheeler.
Top
What
is
is it?
level 2 Claudette.
Shh, don't judge me. I'll get there eventually.
It's
Somewhere.
okay, I'm here for
Wings.
level 23 Adam.
Bye.
Are you gonna play
Bye,
Adam?
dog.
Yeah, I'm playing Adam.
Eat him.
Adam.
Yeah, I don't
Do.
want this dog.
I think eventually I want to play
So
killer.
wrongly
I feel like I do a little bit better with killers, but
It's
you
supposed
know,
to go outside.
there's always a
Lydia?
downside to that.
You gotta check your minute.
I play. Have you seen the game Last Year by any chance?
What game?
Last Year.
No.
It's where a killer chases high school kids around school grounds, and you have to like escape. So it's like Dead by Daylight, but it's made by totally different people. It was a Kickstart that people funded and helped out, and
So like
they made it into
Dead by
actual
Daylight
game.
Be here.
on the kindergarten map.
Yeah, you know, little.
School
Oh,
grounds.
Amazon like updated
skull
their
ground.
app and stuff?
Yeah. Except that you can like kind of defend yourself a little bit better. I don't know. Instead of using a flashlight to blind people
Sorry,
and Dead by
checking out my
Deadlight,
package.
and Last Year you can actually use like a flamethrower to light the killer on fire and stuff. Like you can zap them. You can put
Tuesday.
down little machine guns and stuff. Like it's kind of cool.
Sweet shit.
Point of Dead by Daylight is you
Babe, my glasses are gonna be here on Tuesday.
humanity doesn't
Yeah.
allow it. The killers get all the cool stuff, and the
I'm
survivors
excited.
just
I wear glasses.
try to live.
Gotta live on wits alone and some skills. Some
No,
tools.
these are they have like the blue light blocking film on them, so that when I'm sitting at my desk, it doesn't
possibly
irritate my
Sharp
eyes
Rock.
too bad. Oh, what the fuck do you want?
But yeah, you know, so Last Year gives you a little bit more of a as a survivor,
That's
as a
what
way
you
to
run
fight
into
back.
game.
But the killers have more of an advantage because you have ambush spots you can hide in and stuff. Like you can lay traps down. You can appear and disappear off the map as long as you're not in sight. So if you appear and you
Why'd
walk
you make
inside
it
of a
open?
survivor, well, you can't disappear again until you get out of sight.
Why?
And then you can disappear and can go wherever. And at that point, you have like, not infinite speed, but you have faster speed if you're not visible. You know, it's
Speed.
yeah, you're like a phantom.
Is
So
it good or
that's
bad?
really cool.
Is it bad?
It just ran it through a lot of glitches and stuff, and then
Oh, okay.
it just kind of fell off because
Do you
some
go
of
to-
the
I hate it.
glitches kind
Do you
of
have to,
affect the
go to
gameplay a lot
Windhelm to get
and
to
made people
Solstheim?
kind of bitter towards the game. So
can't
they were
remember
like
which
trying
one
to
of
fix
these ones
things
it
and get
is.
things going. Because I mean, it's a Kickstarter
Is it Dawnstar,
game, you know. They
Windhelm?
released it on Steam
one of the ones over
to
here.
have people play and stuff like that, and get people's feedback so they can build it into an actual solid gameplay.
Like a
And
boat in
that was great
Solitude?
and
I thought it was in Windhelm.
everything, but they haven't made a real update to the game for I want to say almost a year
This
now.
fucking controller. How many times can I say that
So-
tonight?
That's why it just kind of makes it hard to go back and play. Because you're like, well, no one's really playing. It makes it a little hard for you to play if no one's really playing. And,
Oh my god. Is he
and last
that
time I checked, they
loud?
didn't do like bots for the survivors. So if you're playing killer,
I
you have to.
apologize.
Does Sam have Dead by Daylight?
Oh, God
No,
damn it.
no. She's not a big hoarder person in general.
Sam Dead by Daylight. So
She's I'm a vampire. I need to get rid of this.
You can't even get her into FPS games.
Me?
Yeah, you.
I'll play Overwatch, and that's about as close as
Oh,
FPS
sorry,
you'll
that's
get.
right. Overwatch.
honestly, that's like that was for the longest time. That was the
I mean, I did play TFT for a while, but or TF2. There we go. Words. I was thinking League.
and
Obvi.
then I got dragged into Rainbow Six Siege.
No. Team
Rainbow
Fortress
Six
2.
Siege. I don't know. Anybody here a fan of Rainbow Six Siege?
Oh my god.
Because I've never played it, so.
I don't
Is it
know.
one of these boats?
Still prefer Overwatch.
Better
though.
be one of these boats.
And it's such long lobbies to get into these games.
Yeah.
Forgot if you lie to me.
I don't know.
wasn't
I
one
will
of
have to give Rainbow Six Siege a try
I'm
one day.
almost positive it's in Windhelm.
I kind of like it
the
a
one
bit
that's
for
on the other
streaming
side.
because it gives you some time to just sit and chat with your stream.
Alright, I'll follow you.
Chat time. That's a bad idea. Why would you ever do that?
I'm a terrible person. I don't want to
Back
chat with
pee, and I'm
us.
avoiding standing up.
I don't know where you went. Where did you went?
I want to.
Yeah, I mean, you're the one that said you were gonna follow me, so I just ran off.
Oh, okay.
Spirit.
It's good that one of us believes. It's a pretty boat.
Oh, nice.
We're against
Spirit.
Spirit.
I mean, that's probably a good thing. I was gonna do it when I went pee, but good job. Me and my
Oh,
backup
just
on
saw
two
her.
different fronts.
She's right by you. That was you by the barn, right? Okay.
You guys are rude. These two are rude.
I'm just working on a gen in the barn.
I need
Yeah,
to
I
sit
see
up.
that.
I'm losing feeling in my booty.
Well, she chases Wubs Dubs.
Alright.
What does it say?
Hello.
Yeah, hi. You didn't realize it was next to you. This freaking game is crazy. There's a lot of suspense. Oh, frick, you messed up. My bad.
Yeah, there's more really in terms of horror. There's more
Do I
suspense.
have to access the docks from inside of Windhelm, or can I be outside of
Yeah.
Windhelm to access them?
I like waiting and listening for the sound. Oh.
I wouldn't follow me if I
I
were
feel
you.
like they have like a door on the inside, but I always
Okay,
get
well.
lost. And I think I always
Either way,
just
I'm gonna be
swim
dead,
from the
so.
outside.
I wouldn't run that direction. You're going even closer to the
I
kill.
probably should be asking you questions.
Trying to find another generator. There it is.
I'm on a generator.
I mean,
Okay,
am I wrong?
that's fine.
Alright, I'm not gonna be able to get up here.
Oh,
I always remember how to
fuck.
get it. I just very vividly remember swimming across all the way to the end of this because that's where it was easier to get.
Ow.
Because I don't think
Oh, okay.
I lied!
I better run. Oh, she's coming after you.
Yes, yes, she is.
Oh crap! Don't come this way. Don't come this way. Jeez.
Yeah, sure.
I'm like, run. I got
I
bold.
don't want it. Oh my god. Can you see that on my screen?
Oh my
Please tell me you
gosh,
can't.
guys.
Lydia's hand keeps
I'm
coming through the boat.
Full of
It looks
suspense right
creepy as
now.
fuck.
Now, if I could just make these damn skill checks. You okay?
Dang it, it's not sure. Oh, there it is. It's
Check
back
it by
again.
360. I'll try to get the skills check. It's not happening very well.
Freedom!
Nice. You escaped by wiggling? Is that what happened?
Okay, I never ever get
I
these.
escaped because someone slammed a pallet on the
Oh,
see if they work.
crap.
Ah,
Oh.
never work.
Spirits got me. Alright, she left me.
No, she still wants.
I left you?
Oh,
Yes, many of times.
she wants you really good.
Oh,
I'm not talking to you, Sam. You can't be trying to make conversation while I'm in
I
the
can
middle of
make
the game.
conversation with you during your stream if I want to.
No,
I
no, you
sit
can't.
next to you for a reason.
I'm about to
Am I
move.
like I just have to sit next to you, but like
I'm gonna move my stuff. I'm
don't have to
gonna
go
leave.
yet.
I'm
Hold on
leaving.
yet.
I'm leaving. We're doing it right now. I'm
No.
packing my stuff up. Guys, we're gonna go. We can't do this.
motherfucker.
Nice. One generator up.
that's 2 gens done now.
Yes. Yep.
I don't want to search for information on
Come
this
on,
dude.
come on. Ty, you're not smart. Why are you still here? You're gonna die.
Yes.
Oh.
I don't want to be a vampire anymore.
Oh, jeez Louise, Ty.
Hey, thanks for the follow, Sammy.
You see where
What's my
she's
name?
at?
Why do you have my name?
So back into another
Oh, yeah,
generator right now.
she's at a hill by the center building.
No, yeah,
Okay.
well, it's Samantha, but like everybody calls it Sammy. So it's exciting. There's another Sammy, and they're following me.
Oh man, come on.
Yeah, she's
Just need
following me. Okay.
What does tunneling mean?
It means she hooked me, but she's going after me right away again, not going for
I
anyone
just
else.
have to.
Oh.
Yeah, Sammy hype, right?
Move.
I just gotta
It is.
go through the main quest line here, and I'll be able to not be a
Why
vampire
though?
anymore, right?
That's my question. Oh, got you again.
Yeah. I really don't like being a vampire in this game.
It took me forever to repair these because I suck at my skill checks. Oh crap, she got me.
Anglers likes cheese. What type of cheese do you like?
Come on, wiggle, 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 wiggle.
Okay, I'm gonna look this up because I don't. And then I'm gonna go pee.
Hooked. Life on Hook. It's amazing. Just gotta stay alive.
Oh, you know what'd be good if I actually turned my computer fan on?
I am one with the rock.
One. So how do you escape by yourself?
You
You don't? Oh man. This is like, oh, attempt escape. So what's the point?
have to have a special perk for that. Stop moving! Stop! You,
Oh,
stop
yeah.
moving,
So much.
sir.
Okay,
So I think I'm not a vampire,
I'll stop moving.
but I got this.
You're like, let me heal you. Come here and get my love.
There you go.
Thank you. Alright.
Listen, mother trucker. I'm not sure yet. I think I did.
I don't know if she's gonna camp this one. You think she's gonna camp this generator?
You can pray at a shrine or get
Ah,
Hero's
she's here.
Potion.
Oh,
But
fuck. I
don't
just moved in.
know
Yeah.
if it's
Oh, no.
a full vampire.
Yeah, I made a huge mistake.
Dang.
Oh,
That's
probably
fine.
has because I'm really
Just
bad
take
at
care of the
remembering.
generator. You can just leave me for now. She's going far. She's going this hook. Okay.
I- I said it probably did turn into vampirism because I.
Okay, she just went off. She's going towards the other survivors. Come on, come on.
Yeah, I think I'm a vampire.
Hi. My name's
Yeah,
Ty. What's
definitely
yours?
feel like it is.
Wait,
Oh, yeah.
stop
So-
it!
Go ahead.
No,
Go ahead.
stop it.
Supposed to.
Stop
I
it.
Okay,
go.
fine, fine. Stop. Why can't I heal myself?
Because I have quests
Never
for
actually
you.
looked at their
Let me
map.
do
Oh.
it.
Then freaking let me know these things.
No, because I heal you faster than you heal yourself, man.
That is very true. I said let me know that you're doing these quests.
Fuck this guy.
Alright,
Fuck
she's
this
all the way
guy
across the
and
map.
Him
Sweet.
making me goddamn have to pay to go home.
Heal now. Farewell.
Okay. You're like Superman.
Okay.
Oh crap.
Remember what
I'm
buttons
gonna
to
leave
press?
this generator.
Great.
It's bad juju.
Basement.
Oh,
Okay.
that sucks.
Okay, now where am I going again?
In the basement. There's a secret place. Alright, come on, let's repair this. By the way, what those skull things are? I forgot what they are.
Oh, those are hex totems. So some killers will have will have perks that have something to do with those.
Yeah.
The spirit often does. So if you ever see a glowing totem against the spirit, do not touch it.
Okay.
Stay
Gotcha.
away from it, unless told otherwise.
Unless told otherwise. What's the otherwise part? Oh crap! She is.
If she has a perk called ruin, then you
Oh.
who's knowing you.
Yeah, I know, right? Ta-da! Goodbye, guys. Say la vie.
So long,
At least there's only 2 generators left, and the ones I was working on were semi-repaired, like almost halfway, if not more. So
Ooh, I'm not in game. That would fucking help if I was trying to
that was
press
the
these buttons.
sacrifice you guys needed to continue this game. She's like right next to that area, I believe.
What?
No, okay, that was the one I was trying to repair.
That place is easier to do things.
Oh, hi,
I only
Maples.
ever memorized Whiterun, but I like literally any other town
going on?
there.
Let's see. Oh, one of the survivors running by you. So, how's your guys' night?
Which means she's looking
See, I'm
for
not
something.
forcing you to talk too much. Isn't
Oh.
that nice? Isn't that nice of me?
Like what? What should she be looking for?
The hatch.
Oh, gotcha.
Alright.
Oh, sometimes totems, but I'm guessing
how
the
it's gonna go?
hatch.
Following her. She's not doing a good job.
Who's not doing a good job?
The survivor. And the other
Are you
guy's
trying
just
to
running around in
murder her,
circles.
or no?
He ain't doing nothing. Oh, he's being chased.
already
Okay.
dead.
Yeah, he is.
Oh, nice. He dodged that. Oh, he did not dodge that one. Did you get like a samurai sword? That's pretty dope. Just got a samurai
Yeah,
unit.
but where's the
Ah,
bar here? I never
Gotcha.
put the bar.
must be the lady of the river.
Nope, she's a girl who got cut up by her own father.
No, how dare they cut her up? Come here. Oh, guys. And then throw her in the river. That's why her hair floats like that. So that's what it reminds me. Like, she's like underwater, you know? Oh, yes, guys. This is a doggo stream you guys deserved. And they're now getting. Oh. Iweb Dubs is.
Nope. I don't
On
want
the
to talk
hook.
to that bitch. You don't look good.
And the killer's going after the other survivor. The one that had the
It's a
map.
very nice and graceful hi there.
She stopped for a second? Why she stopped? Oh,
She's after
How
us.
so?
oh. Yeah, she's going for you guys.
She teleported.
Yep, she did. I just watched her. Oh, guys,
I gotta
got
wait
him. I got him so good. He's such a cute
Go
doggo.
away, Nugget.
You playing with a puppo. Oh my god, his tongue's hanging out sideways and it's the cutest thing ever right now.
Oh, he's just all the
Hey,
cuteness. He's just all the cuteness.
Nugget, go away.
Here, I'm helping you stretch. See, you wanted to stretch.
Go, I keep going to the wrong source.
Stretch. My dog stretches on command.
I'll actually
I don't know if
remember.
your dog can do that, but you know, my dog can. Now, people gotta let me know if the sound's too loud. I forgot to check.
If you love the dog that much, go take her on a walk.
I tend to
Take my dog on a walk?
taste
or the
all of
dog?
my ingredients prior
was
to
it?
actually.
Oh crap, he's gonna be dead too.
Finished
Oh,
my challenge though, so that's good.
nice,
I
good job.
died because Nugget walked into the room and was knocking on the door.
Yeah, hi Doug, how you doing?
What was going on or what the killer was doing?
It's a freaking Doug.
But it's stuck in your head. Oh, the Zelda and Chill.
Die 100 times.
So fucking good, isn't it?
Oh yeah, I forgot the other survivors
It's
still
like the
alive.
most
She's
relaxing
about to
thing
get
ever. That's why I
caught.
play it. I always try to put it on Ty stream. Hi, Bubby. But I don't think he likes listening to it as much
Oh,
as I do. He
you
likes a
almost
lot of
made it.
upbeat shit, and I don't. You wanna come over here?
On second stage.
You look so fucking cute. It's not
Yep.
even fair. This dog is so attention loving.
Oh man, I can hear the keyboard clicking away.
Come here, baby.
I like how he has a cigarette in his mouth. Oh crap, she almost got
Baby's
him.
trying to come over here.
Oh, he's trying to come over.
Hi, Bubby.
Bubby.
Coming back to the dog
Everybody
street.
get some
that's the
love. Oh,
Okay, so he had the
Here,
key
I'm
and
gonna
she
put
had
this
the
out
map. That's what they were doing.
As I literally
Gotcha.
make
She was
everything
searching
else
with the
fall.
map and then he opened it when she found it.
Here you go.
nice. So that's good.
Oh, okay.
That he's
Yep.
that she saved him
Stream is
because
changing again.
they weren't getting anywhere then.
Well, she had to save him.
Dog ass.
When they opened the hatch.
No big deal.
Yeah, right. So if you would have died, you'd have been game over. Well,
She
yeah,
was,
pretty much.
She was the tracker and
Yep.
then he was the.
Nope.
Hey, my first game. Yay, that we
Find the
won.
bar here.
And I guess they got
Not that
lucky
I
with
survived.
too, 'cause if you look, they didn't bring those items in.
I don't know where any of these things are in this
So
place.
they,
Wow.
they found those items in chests.
I really like
That's
the house
nice.
here.
What luck.
You know what? What's that other town?
Well, also,
Yeah, absolutely.
iWebs has the Plunderer's Instinct, which perk considerably better chance at fighting items of higher rarity, so like keys and maps.
All right.
And just got lucky in finding them a key and a map. Both.
This is why I'm probably terrible right now because you guys got all these perks and I'm
It's
just
a
like
small town. I should be able to find
self care.
God damn it.
I
I
have-
hate it when the dragons spawn here. It almost always kills the people.
Sam in Skyrim.
Have you ever just gone to Mortal
Sam
and
Rim.
then the
No,
dragon
there's a
just
Sam
shows up and just literally murders everybody? Because that's like 90% of the time here for me.
Yeah. Yeah. It's my everyday life. I walk out the door not knowing if the dragon's
you
gonna
gotta be
slaughter
shitting
everybody.
me. There's 2 dragons.
I love Skyrim. Can never play it all the way through though. I always got distracted. Sam turned into a vampire.
Shut up. Don't talk about it. I'm trying to get rid of it. I don't want to be a vampire.
I decided to become a werepire.
You can't be a werewolf and a vampire at the same time.
I thought you could.
Nope. The lycanthropy is actually makes you immune to it.
What if you become a vampire first and then become a werewolf?
Nope, it gets rid of it.
Damn it. Good
Yeah.
job. Sweet. Yeah, I completed one of mine, and that was really easy. But just literally just play a game, pretty much.
This dog is driving me nuts. Oh, I can
Select a
freeze it.
challenge.
Oh,
What challenge can I select, guys?
Mwah. Just ran into the fucking tree.
Bring the
down.
light.
Those challenges, that's what I just finished. I finished all my
That's
challenges.
The Yarlis.
Nice.
I can figure this out. I know exactly what I'm doing.
Oh, that's Killer's
Don't
challenge. Okay.
Judge me.
I'll have to do it another time, I guess. Unhook 2 survivors. Must unhook them safely. Complete this challenge in a single. Alright, guys. You guys get caught. I'm just gonna run around
not
and
it.
try to unhook you. Let's do,
Don't tell me
yeah,
that's
let's
the
do one
bar.
more game, I guess.
All the way over here. I don't know. All the way-
Does this still say Call of Duty, or is it? Did it change?
I don't know. I didn't check your stream to be honest.
I'd have to.
I was too busy
I
taking care
changed
of my
it.
own stream.
I know you are. Hey, who's Range? Range came in. Sammy said, Sammy Height.
What, babe?
People came in your chat.
Yeah, I know. They just didn't answer back. I asked him what type of cheese he likes. But it's okay.
Like all the cheese. That's the answer. And I forgot to.
All cheese is good. There's also someone named Sammy.
Oh,
who joined in,
scissors.
which is
That's
nice.
what scissors was. Oh, okay.
2.5
All the
seconds.
bits.
Which one of these places is the mother fucking bar? Also, why is there just a dead guy over here that's been stripped? That's a cultist. Never mind. Leave him be.
So, says, when's your birthday?
Alright. I'm just
Yes.
gonna go in over here and just create a
Yes.
Oh, there's also
Yes,
a house
it's
over
good.
here.
Yes, it's all good. I forgot your birthday. When your birthday is. That's what I'm asking.
It is a day.
It said I'm supposed to ask any bar person about rumors.
That's 50
There we go.
blood points and objective category person. I don't know. So do I just unlock these all on the blood web? It doesn't matter which ones I picked. I just need to unlock them so I can get to the next
Until you
level of the
reach
character.
level 10 on a character, it doesn't matter what you pick in the blood web.
Okay. Okay. That's helpful.
Once you get to level 10 though, you gotta be careful because stuff will start to disappear on you.
I think that's the person I'm supposed to.
Ooh.
You will start to devour
Yeah.
stuff.
Yeah.
What do you mean devour stuff?
There we
Like it'll start to devour
No idea what I'm
perks
listening
and
to.
items before you can
This
get
is the backup
blood.
playlist that they have automatically set. Hi, Bubby.
Oh.
Are you so cute?
So you just gotta be careful
Maybe you have to
with
go
stuff
pee. This is
you
probably-
you choose to grab first.
That makes sense. So if it gets devoured, you can't use it. Or you can't.
You can't grab it. Yeah.
Okay. So, like, is the blood web like your
Oh,
character's
thank you for being in
abilities you
front of me.
can
Oh, this guy's
unlock?
asleep.
Abilities, items, all that sort of stuff, and add-ons for your items.
Alright, I can do this.
And offerings,
Once this is done, I'm gonna
which
pause it
can
and
be
go
bonus blood points or to a certain map or whatever
because I have to pee.
for a single match.
I'm gonna go.
Gotcha.
Ah, damn it! I hit the wrong button again.
It's all gonna be okay, Sam.
And I'll be right back there.
Alright, let's do this. Are you ready for another round? Will you survive, says? Will you not
honestly,
die? What's up?
You can ready up and still keep going into your blood web. So you can do all that stuff while we're waiting for a match.
Gotcha. I just need 4,000 to get the unusual stamp.
Oh, I got a Snapchat.
Snap? Snapchat? Oh no!
Oh, my
How dare you get a Snapchat?
cousin's sending me weird cousin stuff. Okay.
Yeah. Disco Inferno, burn, baby, burn. Don't forget to sneeze.
Burn, baby, burn. Burn, baby, burn.
It's funny. I stream at 720p, but I got a high 4K camera right now. I got a Blue Yeti, which, by the way, you can't go any higher in quality with your microphone. It's really sad. Because OBS only puts you, I think, at like 340 bits per second. Which, I mean, it's still plenty enough to get good audio quality, but you can always go higher with it. I guess I'm just, I'm guessing Twitch for like package size and bandwidth and everything keeps it so small, so you're not like flooding the site with everything.
Right.
My best guess. What's up? Actually, that sounds good. Yeah. I was gonna ask you if you have ever had alcoholic cider, but I remember that your
Nope.
birthday is not up yet.
And why would that matter?
Oh, how? Well, here you have to be 21. Is it 21 in Canada too?
Here the legal drinking age is 18.
Oh, well, have you ever had a recorded leg?
Oh, mother liquor.
It's delicious.
So good.
I am old enough to drink, but I don't.
You just choose not to.
I'm back clear.
Yeah.
Sorry about that.
I mean, I drink Pepsi. a lot of it.
I'm also trying to like
we know that.
I don't need alcohol. I have Pepsi.
and not feel like I'm suffocating.
I mean, everyone picks their own poison, right?
Yeah.
Did I actually switch screens?
My grandpa's poison was or still is, smoking. Cigars. He used to smoke cigarettes a lot, and then he quit. He did good. I think he did over a year.
My grandpa's poison is sugar.
Sugar? Oh no.
Diabetic. 'Cause he's
Oops. Oh my gosh, you're laughing at your own joke right now.
I am because no one else will if I don't. So
I was gonna laugh, but you beat me to the punch. Shame on you. Is that loud, dude?
No. Stranger name.
That sounds comfy.
oh my goodness, it's a
Jealous.
soupy pancake.
Fast enough.
Yeah. Some yogurt. Yeah. And a place to go.
I mean, you can get like a solid A, so it's not like an A
Sorry.
minus, but it's also not an A.
I'm sitting here
plus.
burping. Got all this gas. Yo, why you only level 24 and Jeff here, but you
yeah, I
know,
guess I can do
like these
that.
guys are level 47
So
and
you,
41.
you average out about a 97, which is
Gotta up your
1
game.
point below an A
says.
plus.
Because my Jeff just doesn't.
Yep.
I haven't leveled up my
Yep.
Jeff that much. Okay, I'm working on it.
No,
Spoopy Pancake says I love you. I love you too. You're a beautiful
you
human
get
being.
half a point for being the Bean Boy. Why is it
Thank
going
you, you
all
too.
the way over here? This guy's like all the way out. Not sure yet.
Me and
Figure it out.
Pancake are just bonding. Okay.
Yeah, of course you and
I have to
Pancakes
turn
would
my
bond.
volume
Come on.
down and then turn you up because
Spoopy
So what does this?
Pancakes, I love you.
fucking loud as shit.
Yeah.
How loud is the music for you? Because
So what does the plates
so
mean
goddamn loud for me.
in the beginning? Like I know if you hover them, they'll tell you what they are, but
Oh,
why
okay,
do
so it's
why do
not
they
that
show
terrible
up?
for you.
So many
What do the
questions.
what's mean?
The plates, the hexagonal plates that show up.
Hopefully that's
Oh, that's
better,
the offerings
'cause
people have brought
The
in.
fucking stream
Okay.
music just takes over.
Kinda thought so,
everything for
wasn't
me,
sure,
which
but-
sucks.
Oh, we are facing the Legion this round.
Oh yeah.
So basically, how the Legion works is they look a lot more like a survivor. They're just a bit bigger, and they can go into a frenzy, which allows them
What?
to jump over top of pallets,
Who's
like
Caroline?
much faster than other killers.
Why?
And they kind of run real fast and stab you. But
No.
the stab doesn't down you;
No.
it gives you a timer.
I'm not Caroline.
So you
Okay.
need to get away and mend yourself before that timer runs out.
Gotcha. Or you're downed. So they pretty much just run around the map, smack you, run off,
Yeah,
and
it
get
is
someone
weird
else.
because that's not my
So
name.
about right.
Yeah, and when they run up and stab you with frenzy, they get a little
Yeah.
they could get a little marker on their
If you're
screen
gonna call me,
and
if you're gonna
they-
call me
that
anything,
tracking.
you gotta call me
another-
Jessica.
where another
That's what my mom
survivor
was gonna
is,
name
and they'll
me.
run off. So it's basically
Ah.
like a slow
That's-
down
that's
tactic.
what
So
you
they'll run
wanted.
around and stab
And my dad was
each
like, nope,
survivor,
I want a Samantha.
right?
So I got named
Yeah.
as
So the
Samantha.
unlucky survivor is the last survivor to get stabbed because well, there's no one else for them to run after, so they're the ones that just ends up getting chased
Why?
after the frenzy's
I
over.
want to know this reasoning.
And
All right.
you can break them
What
out of
was
the
that?
frenzy though by
That's
avoiding
not fair. I
them
don't
long enough.
remember.
Okay.
Yeah.
Or because there's a timer on their frenzy which gets renewed each time they tag a new survivor.
Why?
So you can either
No, I won't say it was done this time.
to
I'll be
break them out of
nice.
it. Oh well, never mind. We're not facing the Legion. They're gone.
Dude.
Player disconnected while the match
bitch.
is still loading.
Yeah.
It's not how this
Great.
works.
Basically, to take a
I have
Legion out of
to-
frenzy, you can either avoid them long enough for them to their frenzy
That's
timer to run out,
something.
Yeah.
Someone.
or what you can do is like pallet slam, like physically like whack them over the head of a pallet will also break them out of it.
I
Get them
have
into a
Okay.
tree or something that'll
That might actually work.
knock them out of it,
Do I
or
have a
let
black
them hit you
soul
twice.
soulstone?
Oh.
If they've already stabbed you once with a frenzy, but then you body block for someone else,
Yeah.
I don't
it
have a
won't
black
down you
soulstone.
and it'll
I don't
knock
think
them
I have
out of the
black
frenzy.
soulstone.
They will go after you to try to kill.
It's the downside. It's like son of a gun. You're getting
So
this
you can
business.
go all heroic.
My game's still loading, but
Oh, the guy will actually sell you one.
still say the screen. I'm so sad.
Oh, I think you're the reason it
Yeah.
disconnected. I think
He does.
Right.
Oh, great. I don't know why it would have died, but
I don't know. We're about to find out. Why am I yelling?
I died.
I don't
Yeah.
get tired.
You're not
I
supposed
died
to die,
inside.
okay? I told you no.
You died inside? I died inside.
it's still loading. It's so weird.
We all
but
died
that probably
inside.
means that was me then.
You're frozen. You're frozen. Guy.
Oh my gosh.
I see
Stop being
I see it
cheesy.
moving though.
It's lying to you.
It's lying to me. Damn it.
You can't be that
All the
cheesy with
lies.
me.
Should I just leave? I should have just waited out. That's the question.
You should just leave. Everyone else is already gone.
Yes.
Game disconnected. We all left.
uh,
Where this motherfucker go? You're a fast walker.
it's not even showing up.
Good thing I didn't bring in any of my good offerings.
Unless that was me that ran fast.
Mm. Yeah, it's a good thing. I'm sad. Sad that happened.
I was just right here. Gosh, this guy disappears fast.
Research values. I don't care about those. I'm trying to. It actually won't even let me close out Dead by Daylight. It's not even showing up in my.
I guess I'll go back to
Your
town.
Dead by Daylight is dead.
Yeah, it pretty much died.
I have to fill a black soul.
So you gotta get
and then
COD. It says
Trying to get back to him.
Nope.
no. You sure you don't want to?
Yep. Quite sure.
There he is.
Hmm.
He was leading me right to him, and I just didn't know.
All right, let me just try to close this window from here. This is not showing up in my. Oh, excuse me. Jeez. I can also just try to close this out real quick. Let's see. Steam. I blame Steam. It's all Steam's fault.
Blame Stem.
It's them.
It was Stem. Stem did it.
Stem did it all. Yeah, it still doesn't want to let me go. It's like, you must stay. You must be here for the rest of your life.
Quit the game.
Look, it's not showing up on my OBS, but
I mean,
it's still
I think
like a
we should just keep
window
killing
on
them
my
until they
computer.
decide to just give up.
What am I
That sounds-
hearing?
So that's a little clip from Cartoon Hangover, and the character is called Catbug.
Did I just
freaking
miss a
love
cat
it.
bug?
You missed a Catbug. Because
I missed a
whenever
Catbug.
go in from like zooming up, zooming up on my face, when I zoom back out, it's the same button as Catbug. So I have
You're
like
so
different sound
mean.
effects.
How did
Good,
you get a
no,
cat bug?
Ain't nobody got time for that.
You're my friends now. We're having some tacos for dinner.
Sam's favorite. It's Catbug. I came across Catbug. They do Rebecca, Love
Rebecca,
Me. I have to show you the video.
love you.
So it says,
Marry me,
hop
Rebecca."
on my stream real quick, and I will show you what I'm talking about, so you can fall in love with this
You're not
adorable
following
character.
along, and you're making me sad. You didn't.
No,
you didn't
I'm not
finish the
following
rest
along.
of that.
I did not quite hear what you said because I was in the middle of talking.
I said, "Marry me, Rebecca." I'm a mercenary.
No, I'm in love with another.
Why? Who is this man?
It's you. Oopsie.
Yeah, I could kill the mercenary, or I could just keep walking.
All right, there's got this going on here. You gotta
Oh
watch
yes.
this.
Are you
gotta
gonna
love it.
listen to
gotta love it.
Catbug, or
We're
should
watching
I need
it.
to
We're
turn your
watching
stream
it.
up for 2.5 seconds
Please go and book.
so I can hear this shit?
Thank you, Sir Jeffers. Will you accompany me to the mysterious wedding today?
Love Catbug.
But
We're
Rebecca,
all about to listen to
I
Catbug
love
for 2 seconds and hear me just
I
constantly.
love you too. I love you. Marry me, Rebecca. No. Why? I don't love you. Whoopsies.
Orgasms. All of them.
I am in
I love fucking Catbug.
Who
Anyways,
is this man?
going back to Skyrim.
Is
Like a butterfly.
I love you.
You wanna know the first thing I did when I opened up Skyrim, and I'm very proud of it? I burned a bunny rabbit alive.
I'm in love with your brother. Chad? I'll kill him when I find him. Or he will find
Lyric.
you. Chad, the mysterious wedding has been our wedding all along. Rebecca and
Lyric.
I are getting wed at the wedding today. You
I just
are
wanna
not
make sure you're
invited.
here.
Will you be my best man? Of course, brother. I hate you so much. Goodbye, brother. I'll see you at the bachelor party. Goodbye, Sue Jefford. I will always love you. Rebecca.
That sounds about right.
So there you go. That's where I got it from.
Oh, I can't kill you guys. You guys are strong folks.
It's
now.
a bunch of different. It's called the Bravest Warriors. It's-
It's one of the
Don't cats always want to murder people?
I know, but I really fell in love with the whole cartoon series. It's pretty amazing.
I only fell in love with Catbug.
It's and yeah, of course you only
Catbug
fell in
is bae.
Catbug. There's an episode in Bravest Warriors where they're gonna save this planet, and everyone's like suffering from what was it? It was like
Yes.
sleep. It was like they were so overjoyed they couldn't do anything. Like their whole body
That's
shut
Amanda.
down. They couldn't do anything for
Clear
themselves
that.
because there was a Wankershim who was affecting them all. That's what it's
I
called.
just need to kill a
And
human.
so they send Catbug to go save everybody, and he's like, "We can do this. Like, are you sure we can do it?" He's like, "Yes, we can. We just need to believe."
Ty, are you back on Dead by Daylight yet?
No,
Fix?
no,
Still
it's not been fixed. It's still very broken, very broken.
What does he need, babe? What does he need?
Just needs to believe.
No, no.
I don't know. What are you talking about?
Oh my
Then?
god, you're terrible.
Yeah, I am terrible because I'm trying to do
You need a
things, and you're
place
trying
to
to sit here and
go.
carry on the
Judy!
conversation. Oh, not the way you start that. And
I
hi,
can't
Olsen.
remember the
Thank you
beginning
for
of
coming
it. I
back.
can never remember the first line.
You can never remember the first
This is
one.
the only one I can't
Sorry,
remember.
guys. It's Dead by Deadlight. Just talking.
Fuckers.
Look, it shows up.
Wrong button.
Oh, now what?
Oh yeah,
What
beat
in
the
the-
shit out of that wolf.
Okay, so I don't know. I give up on. Hey, we got a host.
Ooh, it's
Thank you,
Eddie.
Olsen.
Hey, Olsen. So that's a giant. Turn around. Turn around.
Now
Come on,
my
guys.
question is, why did my alerts not
I'm not
work?
doing this.
Or did it work? Do you hear my
My
alert go
alerts
off?
worked. I had a corgi pop up and
Well,
everything.
hearing, I don't have your sound on your stream,
It
but
was
I did.
exciting.
Oh, that's fine.
It showed up on your screen.
Yeah, I saw that.
It was like the most exciting thing for me was that my corgi thing worked. I was like, oh fuck yeah, I'm lit. This is
Thanks,
great.
Olsen, for the host, dude. Olsen lives in Norway. See, look, if I go,
Good job remembering.
okay, it's
I
not
thought you were
there.
really gonna stumble there.
Anyway, Nor.
Norway. Norway.
Okay, 99%
No
of
wife,
the
no
time I
wife.
can just walk around like this, and I'll just have some
See, I
random
can't
person
get
try
to
and kill
my
me, but
desktop screen
it's not
because
happening.
Dead by Daylight's like, hey, I'm just gonna freeze to your computer. It's great. Here, let's do this one more
Try
time.
restarting your
There's
computer.
cave. There's probably humans
Which,
here.
I know, no. In lyrics words, he'd be like, unplug and replug it in.
Have you tried turning it off and on again? You
Definitely.
did hear your name. Why is it when Ty talks about you, you answer almost immediately, but I ask your name and you're like, I can wait like 30 seconds. a minute. Like I don't actually need to talk to Sam.
No, definitely don't need to.
I don't think so.
Only a
Uh-huh.
necessity.
I don't think so.
Error occurred. Oh, apparently something was updating? Yeah, they're trying to
I don't
update
think
Dead by
you- I
Deadlight,
just
apparently.
don't think you like
Just
me.
in mid game, they're like, oh,
Yeah, see,
Ty,
I don't
you
think
need
you
a
like me.
you need
You
an
don't
update.
even like me enough to remember my name.
I just noticed my Dead by Daylight was acting up, so I'm exiting out. So an update.
Okay.
Oh,
So,
why is it
sounds
that
good.
the fucking first place I
I
find
might
is
just
a
play some
goddamn
COD
band?
instead.
Get over here, bitch. Stop moving. I don't even have
This
Lydia here. I
invisible,
only need one of
invisible
you guys.
window is still here.
Thank you.
I doubt I'm gonna run into issues just trying to do it. Who am I talking with? Also, if you can hear, it's Sazona. Sazona
absolutely
lives in
hate this
Canada.
place.
I exist. Hello.
I
I
actually
No,
do
it-
have Lydia with me.
I like pancakes.
You don't. Oh, you like that about Catbug. Catbug likes pancakes too.
Mm,
And
do you
yogurt.
love me?
That is.
Do you really love me?
And he's, I mean,
Yeah,
he's
then I forgive you.
blue. He's not quite purple,
53%.
but I mean, it's close enough, right? That's all that matters. Just trying to sell
I mean,
you this
it does like
cartoon
bump
so
it up to
hard.
62.
It's free too. Like you watch most of them on
Still pretty
YouTube,
far
and
up
then
there.
you have to get VRV. Hello, like your voice. Hope Ty is nice to you.
Oh yeah, it was.
What? I'm just
Definitely
mean to
was.
everybody
Nah,
else,
we're
and
good.
like that's what you make it sound like.
This fucking music is so loud and crazy. How loud is
And I guess I'm
Okay,
cool
how
because
fucking
you know
loud
at least
music has to
Sazona
be,
run around and say
games
don't
have to
die,
be.
you know, because she doesn't want you to die.
No dying. It's bad.
No dying.
It's bad for your health.
Oh, I guess so.
Yeah,
I
so
won't die
I don't
then.
really care for the music in game as much, but I care for like hearing parts of the game.
I was
and
in Call
able
of
to have
Deadlight
parts of the
just
game.
now. Sorry.
I can get
I
rid of
said
the
in the
music.
game and I put
I didn't
Call of
think-
Deadlight.
Ty said you could barely even hear the game music
Oh,
anyway,
it's
so I
dead.
didn't really care to change it.
What are you talking about?
There we go. No more game music. Are you
You're the
happy?
worst. JK, Ty is the nicest guy I know.
Then shut the fuck
I'm
up.
definitely not the nicest guy. I wish I was the nicest guy, but
Then why are you? What?
I'm only
Why are you
just a guy that
complaining then?
happens to be nice from time to time. But thank you
Only
also,
sometimes.
Pigeon. Only sometimes. I can't be nice all the time. So if I was nice all the time, then I wouldn't exist. Because being nice all the time just doesn't happen, you know?
I do enjoy it. My only problem right now is that. Oh, great. You're a master vampire, and I'm just gonna sit here and burn you while Lydia's
Just
stabbing.
listen to Sam talk. That's all you need to do. You don't need to listen to me talking.
That was.
For someone who is so afraid
Oh,
to
thanks.
stream, she's doing rather well.
I'm doing pretty well because I have Lyric on the other end. When Lyric wasn't talking to me, I was
Sam
just
is
silent
doing
and staring at
fantastic.
things endlessly in a sad face. But now that I have
I'm
someone who actually
confused.
likes me, who's actually talking to me, like it actually makes me feel good. See, and now he's happy.
Yeah.
No, you're my bean boy, and don't you fucking change that to a goddamn buttercup because those things are nasty.
Oof. What, buttercups?
I will not take that back. Oh my god.
There's so much going
That's
on
it.
right now.
Get off my stream. I don't love you anymore. That's a lie. I still love you. Please stay on my stream.
Oh, jeez, Louise. Sorry, you still want to be friends with me, Zazana? I mean,
You
there's a
love
lot.
buttercups?
There's a lot of craziness going on over here right now.
Oh. Oh, disgusting. Buttercups are
So what do
so
you want to
gross.
play? What do you
I
want
can
to
eat
play?
Snickers,
I'm not being friends
though.
with you, but I'll be friends with Sam instead.
Oh, jeez. Turned down. That's okay. Sam tries to give me away as a
Snickers
boyfriend
is
all
the
the time, and
damn
people won't
shit.
take me. Now I don't know what to say. Be nice or
What are you talking
Awesome.
shit about me for, babe?
I just said you try to give me away, and
Well, yeah. 'cause you
unfortunately,
tried
no one wants to
divorce every
take
other
me.
day.
I didn't try to force it. I divorce you every day. What's their point?
Yeah, no, we get married.
Yesterday
and
wasn't
divorced
any different than
about
today.
3 or 4 times a day, so you're not missing much.
So says Zona, I was like, I'm sad that I didn't get much of Mad Spike's stream tonight. I was hoping he'd be on longer, but let's go to stream anyways.
No, I'm not the biggest fan of peanut butter, to be honest.
But I was out cutting a tree because we have a tree in front of a
Exactly
yard,
why I like
and it actually has like it's green. Just imagine it doesn't have bark per se. It's like the outer skin is just green,
Cherries are
and
good, only
it is
somewhat a little.
what's the word? Anyways, I had to cut it down. I had to cut some of it up and everything because all the branches were branching out into walkways and stuff, and it was just
Well, thanks for the
horrendous.
follow, Susanna. I don't have my sound on,
What?
so I actually didn't hear.
Streamlabs.
Susanna
just,
followed me. Look at this. She put a fat stack in my
and
chat.
then her
Those
Streamlabs
fat stacks.
timed me out because I said
But I have
don't
to-
die and it timed me out.
Timed her out for 1 second for caps. I'm so fucking dead. Yeah, I haven't done any of the
understand.
changing
I'm
for
not
any of my
It's
bots or anything.
Yeah, I know. That's what happens when you hop in a
My,
stream.
my ways are not welcome in her stream. It's fine.
No, so my Streamlabs bot, I haven't gone in and like
Thanks for
done any of
following
like
her, by
the
the way.
finagling. Like I've done Ty's
Appreciate
stream,
it.
like I've fixed Ty's stream to a fucking T. But my stream, I like logged on today and was like, oh, I don't have anything set up or ready for anything. So it's like, I should probably get some of these commands going. I should probably get some of this stuff done. So I haven't gone into like most of the stuff. So literally, Kai's great, 100%. You can use commands. Mine doesn't have anything special
Well,
at all.
I set
It's
some of
literally
my
the
commands
normal
up, but
stuff.
you set like the socials and stuff, and
I set the socials and that's it. I don't
A
even
few
have my
things,
socials
that's
linked on mine yet.
Well, I mean, if you were to go to
I'm s-
Nugget stream,
Oh my god, I told you I didn't have anything set up.
because Nugget didn't
Yeah.
do that crap.
You are
He's doing-
terrible.
Sam just doesn't know how to do it yet. And she didn't have time because she wanted to stream
It's not
tonight.
that I
You
don't know
know.
how to do it. It's just I've done a lot of it for you, but I haven't actually like taken the time to like sit down and do it on my own stream because I don't stream that often. So I don't see the point in like fixing all these small things up. But then like also is said reason why I don't stream because I don't have all these things set up. So I'm like, well, guess I can't stream. Oh no! Oh
Sam's
darn!
just making excuses. That's all I
Oh
hear.
yeah, I give excuses 900% of the time
Oh,
because I don't like doing
what
shit.
does that says?
Laziest human known to man. Right?
Pancakes.
That's all that matters. Okay.
Where was I? I hate this one. I don't know.
Yeah, but I'm gonna
I've
be
been
doing
pretty fucking. I woke up at 3
Okay,
o'clock
I'll
today.
see you, Says. Thank you
And
for
then-
helping me out.
And then I,
duty.
yeah, I was gonna say, and then I
Yeah.
ate some toast,
Oh, I'm definitely dying
and then I
already.
sat inside the computer
slow.
room, and then I took a shower, and then I went and got Taco Bell.
Oh, as I get knocked. Alright, also see ya. I know it's 6:30 a.m. I really need to sleep now. Take care. Cute cuddle doggo for you. I will. Definitely, Olsen. Thank you for hopping in.
Bye,
I appreciate
Olsen.
it.
Thanks for
Leave
jumping
a lurk
in.
or something,
because
man.
I'm a good person, so I'll
Well,
say
they
bye
just
to
killed
you.
all of them. All of them just got killed. The whole team. Oh!
So,
what the actual hell
it's
just
just a
happened?
dead elk here.
Oh.
So fun fact is my controller is actually partially broken. I only had
Partially
very
broken.
few of them that were okay to actually use. So I have like 3 controllers in total that I can use, and there's a button broken on each and every single one of them. Oh, I can't get up over here. I was really hoping to say. It isn't that like what everyone enjoys? Breathing really heavily?
Where the hell are they?
My nose itches like crazy. Go talk to him. Oh shit, it's daylight. Is he in here? Please tell me he's in here.
Oh, crap. You
There
freaking
it
kidding
is.
me? I should have switched my game. No, let's try to switch.
suck.
Guys, help me out. You saw that, right? With some bull crap.
Are you playing Call of Duty now, babe?
Yeah, I'm playing Call of Duty now. I'll
Oh nice.
switch.
Why didn't you invite Lyric?
Why did I invite him? Because he's sitting there talking to you right now. And I'm stuck in a
Why
tree
doesn't
somehow.
that
What the actual heck happened? Oh, okay. I'm stuck in a freaking vehicle.
You made him
That's
sad now, Ty.
I made him sad. Is he
Yeah.
gonna hop on? Then I won't be so sad making, you know? Okay, so I'm just gonna exit this because this makes no sense.
I need to meet him.
Oh, come on, seriously?
Look, my arm is
Gonna
numb.
rage.
Oh,
Rage quit.
your blood boils in the sunlight.
He's gonna die.
Right,
He's
you're
gonna
trying to
die.
get rid
Oh
of the
no,
bullshit, right?
still alive.
Don't come at me.
Oh crap.
Don't come at me. This chick just bent down and checked out this elk. This
I'm
dead
gonna
elk
die.
that just came out of nowhere.
Gonna die. Gonna die. Sazona.
I literally, like,
Hey, what's up,
transported
Fox?
it
How
to
you
the game
doing?
and
Yo,
it was
mate,
just
don't forget
dead.
to set your game category to Modern Warfare. I thought I did.
What are you talking about, babe?
I thought I set my category to Modern Warfare.
Did you do Modern Warfare or did you do Call of Duty Modern Warfare?
And the Call of Duty Modern Warfare.
Oh.
Difference. I don't know, it's not showing up for me at
Do I
all.
need to get in and mod for you?
I don't know, you might have to, because...
Alright.
Twitch is
Give
being
me-
a pain.
Give me 2 seconds. I'm just trying to.
But, Fox, how you doing, man? Still blank currently?
Hi,
I don't,
Fox.
why is it blank? It shouldn't even be
Just
blank.
over
That's
here.
like impossible.
I don't actually know where I'm supposed to meet this guy.
You're like, it usually just puts it just chatting if you can't figure out what you're trying to do. Because I did a set game, or game set. What? Yeah, it's called exclamation mark set game, and then you put in the
Yeah,
what game you want.
I'll do it.
Okay, well, we are just going to run around here and get distracted and maybe die a little. Oh,
Yeah, hopefully that might take a second to do that.
Ah, freak. Oh, he hit me. He hit me good. Alright, thank you, babe. Let's see if that fixed it. Let me know, Fox. I appreciate you stopping in. How's your day been?
You
How
give me
did your
phone, I
stream
can
go?
manually change
Do you
it
have a
if it
stream?
doesn't.
Yeah. It should change. It's just not showing up on those.
You
Am I?
bitch.
Whoa. What did I just hear?
Hello.
Oh, okay. I forgot I had party chat on. I don't know what's going on. What do you want, man?
Hello. No, it's got your thing on there, babe.
Yeah, it does? Okay,
Yeah.
thanks. I don't think they can even hear me. Oh, let me mute my party chat. I'm spending more time dying because I'm trying to do 100 things at once.
Are you guys in
My
the game
head.
together now, or is he still in his other game?
He's in whatever game he is.
Okay.
There you go. We can get everyone except for friends. I want to hear some guy come in and tell me I'm a bitch. Or are you telling someone else a bitch? That's literally how it went. Thanks.
No,
Fox.
babe, it was Lyric.
Oh, really? Oh,
He jumped in
jeez.
your chat, was like,
I'm gonna
bitch,
freaking
then
kill you, bro.
jumped out.
Die. Come freaking fight me, bro.
He said
Fight
he
me.
could
Bring the fist. Bring
Fight
the
him.
fist, bro.
I'll fight him,
Bring
that's
the
what you
fish.
gotta do now.
Not over. Get out the... We're on Delta. Stand by.
Yeah, it's funny as hell because I can't even do this. Fox, how's your day been, man? Yo, there's so many people in this building.
A manager
Oh,
sent me a Snapchat of a bottle of Raid, and he says, this is my poison for ants.
Hey, Fox, you ever had Recorderlic?
I mean, solid.
It's adult cider. Let's see.
No, that's dogs.
Oh, there you go.
And it's actually the caffeine and chocolate that kills them.
Oh, all right. I have no clue what's going on. I've never played Ground Roller.
What's going on in my playground? My
Every
playground
playground.
is literally me just trying to not be a vampire.
I forgot I was even in Discord right now. Am I in
Their
Discord?
dog is holding up the wall again, but with
I
his
am in
back.
Discord.
So cute.
Is he? Is
Yeah. Dog is
Just-
cute. You didn't know that. Our dog is
watch.
cute.
I literally have one kill the whole time. Died like
Wait,
10
if you
times.
guys play
Freaking
together, that means
worm.
that I have to switch over to your guys' chat.
Why?
I don't wanna
So
be
you want to hear
alone.
lyric? Oh, poor Sam. How's Dungeons and Dragons going for you, Sam? Our second game is gonna be Thursday, so it looks like every Thursday is gonna be. So I need to actually thank you for reminding me. But I was asking Fox, how's your day been? How you doing, dude? You're doing decent. Okay, I missed that. My bad.
Decent. A whole decent.
Full as heck. Why are you full as heck? You been eating? I didn't get to see that picture.
This
You haven't
guy's
portrayed her
saying-
yet? No, I haven't
Just
portrayed her
gonna-
yet.
Oh, I have to wait at dawn. That's
Not
why.
yet.
You
Not
gotta
that
be
far in the
fucking kidding me.
D&D. Ooh, let's hold on. I don't want to do ground war.
Fuck this bullshit.
Lyric, you gonna hop in?
No. I don't know. Lyric, are you gonna hop in this game or no?
It's up to them. But, nah, we haven't got that far in D&D to do anything. We literally went to our first dungeon, which was us running around just pretty much collecting items. And one guy getting trapped. It was freaking hilarious. His name was Carl. Carl is a... What is Carl? He's...
Carl's like a half rabbit, half elf thing.
Yeah, he's like a... I don't know.
He's super cute though and tiny, just like me. I think he said his character was 4'10" or something like that.
Was it 4'10"? I thought it was like 4
It was
foot.
like 4.5 or 4'10"
Carl
or something like
Fox. Pog. Yeah, Carl.
that. He was something like that, 4.5.
4.5. Okay. Yeah. Well,
Uh,
anyways,
I was
Carl
2.5.
decided that he kind of knew what he was doing with the game, so he was gonna go run off by himself. But the DMD's, the game master's like, do you really want to go start that? Like, I want to I want to recommend our new members going to was the mines or something by themselves because you're not ready for it, right? So he's like, okay, fine, we'll go to the dungeon.
Yay, am
So
I
we
going
went to the
on the
dungeon
vampire?
all together because there's me, Sam, Carl, Rio, and
Yay!
Czar. So we got Fixel.
longer.
Fixel's a snake,
I
a
freaking
snake
love
creature.
Pixel. So,
And
I don't know
then
if you've heard, but
we
Ty's
have
describing our D&D.
me, who is a dragonborn rogue.
And it's the greatest thing ever.
Sam is a druid.
Ty's
Her name
discussing
is
our, my name?
Lilith.
Yeah,
Lilith?
Lilith.
Or- yeah,
Lilith
Lilith. Or
Littlefoot.
Lily. Lilith Littlefoot.
Yeah, and,
And
everyone
then
calls me
Rio
Lily.
is
But he's describing our D&D campaign.
Afi,
Fixel's like the giant snake guy, and the first thing he decided to do when he
and
got hit
then
is to eat
Carl
a giant
is.
fucking beard. But if you know anything
Carl's
about how
what?
long it takes
Yeah, Sam's a druid.
snake to
She loved being a druid.
process
So we got
food,
druid, a
takes
bard, a
forever.
rogue,
She's just the
a
fattest ass snake just sitting there.
barbarian, and a mage.
It was great.
That's what we got.
So,
Ooh, let's do
like, couldn't pick
speedball.
anything in
Give me
here.
a second, cause
It was
get
just
really
stuck
into these
for, like, a whole
games.
week in game.
Well, I'll talk as much as I can, but it was pretty funny. Carl got stuck in a
He moved, like,
box.
2 feet an hour.
What happened was the box opened up and swallowed him, pretty much into this
Oh,
pressure
you
plated
guys should be
room.
following me.
When he happened not to land on a
Burn
pressure
this
plate
sucker. Oh, you're rude. You just
by
back
luck,
up.
and
That was weird.
he had to climb out.
My hand out? Like
Sam had to help him.
I was the only one who helped him. Are you kidding me? I didn't have to. I was just the only one that actually helped him.
Oh yeah, that's the only one that could help him. Yeah, but
I mean, technically, I was the only one. But, like, y'all could have fucking tried to help.
no.
Here. Turn everything down here.
Oh, I thought I had him.
I'm actually really fucking enjoying this music playlist. So that's kind of nice.
Oh crap! You gotta be kidding me. Oh
Get that round. On to the next.
no, not November. Is this guy's gamer tag? I'm freaking dead right now. I can't believe I died. Well, I could because I'm freaking distracted because Sam's over here yelling at me.
I'm not yelling at anyone.
Yeah, you're saying like, oh, I didn't have to save him. You guys could have saved him. It's like, how? I handed him a rope.
Yes, but you guys could have looked for the button that opened up that room instead of me.
I mean, yes and
Like,
no.
you guys were all like, nah, let's just continue on.
I didn't really think I could find it. To be honest, my perception of my investigation is zero, literally zero. I have no way I would have seen him.
Yo, my
Seen it.
perception and shit is at like 12.
Yeah, so that's so much higher than me.
Hunt as a
You can't have a perception of 0.
Yeah, you can.
No. Did you literally put no points into your because you had to do rolls. So it's whatever your certain rolls are. So I think
I will show you. Perception is not one of your stats. It's one of your
perception's based off of one of your stats.
Yes, but my perception was not filled out by one of those stats.
I swear you're fucking wrong. Okay? So your perception's your charisma.
You're the last one.
So whatever your charisma is. Oh, that's performance. Just say wisdom. It's your wisdom. So you can't
Oh,
legitimately have
Got
0.
myself on fire. Great.
I think you're just not understanding what you should be rolling.
What I should be rolling.
Yeah, because
What are you talking about?
so your perception, babe, is based off your wisdom. You don't have a 0 for wisdom.
I don't have 0 for wisdom, but
So if it's just
when
a
I
plus
show
0,
you
that's just your
beyond, it gives me
extra.
0 for it.
Yeah, that's just your extra
my
stat.
bonus?
So I only have bonuses because that's my
Excuse me,
class.
sorry.
My class and my my race.
Ah, I died.
I'm fucking boss of shit.
Great. Can we play this game
2.5
without Sam
tall little motherfucker.
killing me?
I'll murder people.
Oh.
Murder poor people with my little tiny pebbles. Oh, I tried to tell Tyler
Suckers.
at work about that. It's
I
super
don't know,
funny.
Sam.
I was like, hey, so I'm a druid. He was like, cool, what do you do? And I was like, I create a fart cloud and I throw pebbles at people. And he was like, I'm done. Goodbye. Don't ever talk to me about your...
Maple's passed out in the hall right
I
now.
already told you that, dude.
Wake them.
Yeah, but someone just asked me. Fox did. Just
Oh.
asked me where he was, Sam.
Her dog is dead.
Please stop
I'm
questioning
sorry you missed it.
what I'm doing, as
not
I'm
gonna stop
dying.
questioning. It's hot in here.
I'm okay at the moment.
Really? Well, I am wearing a sweater, so let's not talk about it.
Took that round. We will take another.
I look cutest in a sweater, so that's why I scream in sweaters.
It's all the cuteness. This is all you asked.
Wait, why did I just
Oh yeah, he got to hang out with his
discover it?
girlfriend
Did I
last night.
just discover it? Anyways? So, like, do I really have to be here?
Just dropped
What's
him.
my class?
I just laid him down. AFK for a second. Oh, this guy won the game for us. I guess I should just let him take it. Boom! It's like, baby. That's fine. I don't like the machine guns. Yeah, he got to hang out with his girlfriend last night. They came over. Cake. Cake is her name.
Oh, I miss Kate.
was
Don't
cute.
talk about Kate. I'm fucking gonna steal that dog. Hey, Lyric. No, I just wanted to
Nice.
say hello. Make sure you're doing okay.
You're the last one. Watch your ass.
Clearly you're not. I said I was just checking on you, making sure you're doing alright. Clearly you don't care. Again.
10 seconds.
Oh,
Mark, control it.
nice. Got the kill. Sweet. Yeah, so they hung out. They had a good time and everything. They were actually pretty chill usually. Usually Cake and him go at it, and they just be growing at each other. It was freaking cute, adorable. I wish I got actually more video now that I think about it.
I think I got a small video.
Yeah, you did. Of them on our lap.
Yeah, on my lap. It was super cute.
Oh, nice. I got a sip for that. Cool.
We'll do this. We'll do this.
Boom, watch that kill on him, right?
This.
Like, yo.
Shackles.
Ah, not this.
And then I'll do
Frick.
this. And then I'll do this. This is really like
Oh, what the heck? You guys see that? He was pointing in the sky. He was glitching out.
Babe,
Frick.
he wasn't glitching. He was just praying to God.
He's praying to God. Please don't kill me.
How dare you judge him for praying to God?
I wish I could see that. I wish I had killed them as the last kill. Sock eyes. But yo, it was a good night. They came over. We played some Jackbox Party 6.
Back.
Dogs played with each other because you know they deserve all the loves. Oh, you freaking kidding me?
I need to buy all this guy's food.
Oh, you freaking kidding me? I had his name. I watched how it died. It sucked. He was even stunned. He still killed me? That's messed up, man. That's messed up. We lost that one.
From the loss.
GG. GG.
Ooh, this guy got
GG.
straw. On all the straw, thank you. Do anything for my shop and you'll regret it.
He pre-fired. He's at 260p. He's like lag.
I think the last time we played this game, I was straight up just farming
much is
things
mine?
and selling them for cash.
My ping's
so
at
I could
like
get
less than
myself a
42 right
house.
now. It's not bad. Ooh, what ammunition did I get? I unlocked this one. Damage and range. Ooh. That's
I
dirty.
swear to fucking Jesus Christ, if you kill my horse, I've already had to restart my game before
will you
because of this
relax?
shit. Not about this life. Why does my horse do this though? My horse always runs straight up to the person. I'm like, listen.
I didn't know Dak
fucking
wore
die.
glasses and played Warfare. Hey. Yeah, I was talking to Sam and she kind of pointed out how I'm pretty similar to him. And it was like, looking, I was like shaved a little bit and everything. I looked at myself in the mirror. I'm like,
Similar to
damn
me.
it, Fox, why do you have to do this to me? I wish there was a quarterback. At least a quarterback for a better team.
Just because you guys have the same facial structure doesn't mean shit.
Fox is over here laughing. What are you doing, Fox?
Fuck is this like?
You watching some Netflix or something? I gotta catch up on a Netflix show. Like, I gotta watch The End of the Fucking World. BoJack Horseman came out. There's another one too. No, Sam, that's not the song that gets played during that movie. I mean that show. Do you watch The End of the Fucking World with me, Sam?
I did not. I think I was around during the time you watched it.
Yeah.
Do I remember it? No. Are there reasonings for it? Yes.
No, there's no reasoning for it.
Chill.
Just Sam being Sam.
Don't sell me shit.
You're all we've got.
I don't even know if I have any gold.
He already died. Jeez.
What do you got going on in the background?
Oh, wait, what the heck just happened?
You got a shot.
Clearly. I can hear that.
Oh, okay, so he shot me. I thought someone tackled me for a second. I was like, this would come 6'3" and 240 pounds? Hell yeah. I'll take that. I'll be 6'3" and 240 pounds. Who wouldn't want to weigh more, you know? Be muscular.
Complete the mission.
I don't want to weigh more.
I didn't mean you.
You just said who would want to weigh more? Me.
You guys see the Semtex I just put them? I said who wouldn't want to weigh more? Because
Me.
why not? Is stick saved? They saved that stick save.
Okay.
Oh yeah, we can
I
need my
sticked him.
robes doing
Sticked him
housework.
right where it counts.
Need nails.
In a place
Fuck.
where he doesn't belong.
This is just
Okay, I don't know where he's
beginning
at.
of me building my house. It turned into Minecraft all over again.
I don't know why he's crouching. I would never crouch to the middle of that map. That's a bad area to be. Because then this is what happens. You get shot in the knee. Be like, Blue 32, Blue 32, hut, hut, hut.
Babe, he's actually gonna play with you.
Oh my gosh, he's gonna play with me. I can't
Yeah,
believe
I
it.
thought you didn't like him, so I didn't think he was gonna play with you.
Yeah. I don't think he's gonna play with me either.
No, I thought Ty didn't like you.
Oh. No! Well, how did I get stunned then?
Play.
Get ready for the
That was weird. I thought he was there.
Wanna play?
Yep. This is why you don't crouch.
Where's the stone?
You get shot in the butt.
Get in there.
You're supposed to be able to harvest
That-
shit in the area.
The comedy in my stream is very limited, alright? It's nothing but
Where
seriousness.
does one get play in this area?
First blood. Oh, I got a couple hits on him.
Draw.
Oh, a draw? How did it end up in a draw? How do you draw?
I'm not entirely sure why I have so many.
I think he killed himself. He's probably pissed, man. Straight pissed. I would be too.
Oh, that's why I can't put
Oh.
him move anywhere. Thanks.
Oh,
Right.
oh, just gonna keep running in circles. So why not?
So you get quarried stone from here. You can always like harvest like clay and quarried stone on your own property, can't you?
10 seconds.
Isn't that how this game works?
Oh crap! He saw me. Oh,
But we are
oh, I saw.
I thought you could get some on your
That slow motion made it look like I was a kite flying in the wind.
struggling. I don't know. Idiots. Well, that's not good.
Oh, that was
That's
so close. You
Really not the right thing.
see me shaking?
Sort of not
Hold
like
on.
it. I think it's up here maybe?
I am shaking.
Nope, that's iron ore.
Sorry,
but
trying to hold this
yeah, I'll
still.
harvest that too. This bitcheroni over here.
What bitcheroni?
This bitcheroni. Also, you don't have me on for your stream. It doesn't show you as a
I do
person.
have you on. What are you talking about?
This- Oh, there we go. Now it shows you in there. I checked earlier and it didn't show you in.
It must have
weren't
just
in
because
there.
I don't know.
Keep trying to play with my mouse.
Sam's yelling at me because I'm not in a stream, guys.
Yeah.
Should I still love her?
No, you should not.
Oh, he died.
But we discussed this already.
one left.
That you and I were getting a divorce, and I was gonna be married to Lyric for the next 22 minutes.
Yeah.
Yep. There you go. See, even he appreciates.
Oh,
We are not out. Stand by for deployment.
this guy's killing me. The guy I'm playing with is killing me. But oh well, I've been there. I know how it feels. I know how it feels when you're like trying to be the best.
We can't take another loss.
And I definitely know how to try hard. Definitely not try hard. Oh, that's alright. I'll let him take the win. That was my fault. I just need to carry the game more. Yeah, Fox, tell me what you've been watching, dude. You've been watching Netflix. I know you've been watching the Fire Force. Freaking OP. OP as hell. I'm looking for
because I went back into Skyrim, so
some better stuff, though. Better? No, I'm not looking for better stuff. I
All I
enjoy
heard was
Fire
definitely been a
Force.
dirty boy, and I was like,
See, Sam's so loud. I have to speak over Sam.
Yep, I'm that loud.
Yeah, Sam's gonna stare at him. It's fine. You can stare at me all you want. You can just get my good side, right?
Okay.
Will you? Will you?
Join you.
No, I'm sending him an invite right now, Lyric.
Yeah, he joined your gaming chat, but I don't think I can because I have to leave my mic on. No, I don't because it already picks it up anyways. So I'll be there. In
No,
like 2
you
seconds.
have to leave your mic on unless you're
Not
streaming
if I'm
still.
in Discord.
You still
I
streaming?
can mute it in my Discord.
Oh, okay.
'Cause-
She better join
That's true. That's true. I forgot.
Jesus Christ.
Wow.
Because you
Easy
should
there,
still be able
Lyric.
to hear me inside my thing because it's not like I'm muting it in my OBS. I'm just
Lyric's
muting
my
it in Discord.
wingman in crime. His clan name is Girl.
Little tiger.
Only a little bit.
A little
But
aggressive
you're
little
my
tiger.
aggressive tiger right now for the next 20 minutes.
Well, hold on. What? What did I miss?
I'm married to you for the
Oh,
next
you guys
20
take this
minutes
to the
because
hotel room.
I divorced Terrell, remember?
Oh, what am I supposed to do in 20 minutes? I can't do anything.
Well,
This is the worst.
that's
the
your fault,
point.
not mine.
You put my dashboard up still. It's like, why is my screen blinking right now? My phone. Oh, Fox, what headphones do you wear, dude? Someone tell me. Lyric, what headphones do you wear? 'Cause
Stealth Turtle Beach 6000.
No, Turtle Beach is I feel like they're pretty good, but I guess they still Arctics, and as much as I like them, like if I sweat, like it just collects all my sweat, and then like
Yeah, I
the
guess
oil and
we're
everything off my face, and then I'll put it down on a piece of paper, and they'll just leave marks
It's
like
so nasty.
I don't.
like that. They'll just
I don't-
freaking leave sweat mark on my paper.
Well, I use Turtle Beach as wrong because I don't use them for actual gaming. I just
No, I get that. It
because
has good sound.
well, they don't have they can't connect to the Xbox One. They can only connect to the PS4 and the PC, which I don't have any games for that are really Turtle Beach worthy.
I mean, you have this game.
This is for Xbox One for me.
Oh, that's right. I forgot.
Yeah. Are you looking for a game?
Yeah, I'm in the game.
Jeez.
We're supposed to do gunfight. Docs. It's just looking for 2 more players. I don't have school tomorrow. It's a party. Gonna stream tomorrow. Work on math homework, cause you know why not knock a day out of math homework out. Oh, now I'm warm.
Try.
Yeah, I think so. I think you joining messed it up.
Wow, and blame me now. I see how it is.
No, I'm blaming COD for getting messed up because he joined.
No, I definitely blame COD.
Oh jeez, guys, COD. I wish I could say, come in and people watch me like watch this pro, but I'm just high. I can't ask for any more, right?
I'll let you realize it.
What? Oh, you're not in. Why did it kick you? There you go. I invited you game. Now it should be fine because there's already 2 other people in. We just needed 1 more player. So I accept the invite, dude. There you go. Sweet. Except they're gonna be mad because it's 2 PC gamers. Boom. Oh, that's you. I was looking at the other team and I thought it was you, but it's not. It is you. You're 116. The other guys are 21 and 15.
He only plays a little bit.
So
Yeah, no, I know.
I don't have very much time on this game. Let me check.
No, not at
Yeah,
all.
you do. There's no way you get 116. 24 hours is enough. No, there's no way you had 24. No, there's no way you got 24 hours because I got like over 15 hours
I'd have
in this game.
Enemies or
I'd have to
captive
check.
UAV
You,
Remind me after
you check. You check. I will be super hyper aggressive and say, you better check.
Okay, you do that.
You wanna rush him? You wanna rush him? See you.
Well, 1 second.
You probably went right side. How much you wanna bet? Oh, he's up at spawn. Oh, that's you. You're against me. What?
Fight for the win.
Oh, I hate you. I love talking to you in this game since you're against me. Okay, that's cruel, bro. Bro,
Well, it's not my fault. You didn't invite me.
I did invite you. I sent you invite to the game.
Yeah, you
I
said
just didn't invite you to the.
already in progress game.
Uh,
Hey, Ty, you wanna
go
do
die.
that?
No. I'd rather kill you. Oh, I killed you. Come on. I shot you straight in the face.
Let's get back out there.
My teammates are not very good.
No, they're not. But you're gonna have to deal with it.
Hey, you might want to tell Sam she got moved to AFK. Oh, well,
Yeah.
she did that. She might have done it.
She probably did. Oh, I was messing around. I should have messed around. Your teammate's actually pretty decent because they actually just like sniped the hell out of me
A tough break, this one.
before I had a real chance to.
Back out.
Yeah, see? You're all complaining about your teammate and stuff. Just accept the inevitability. Ah, look at you, Snow.
Maybe next time.
Definitely get you next time. For hella sure.
You almost got me.
Jackals, prove your worth.
You were green to get some.
Oh, crap.
Last one. Watch your ass.
Hi.
Oh no, I was telling with your teammate, okay? Because my teammate decided to die on the first go, right? She killed him, didn't she? That was all you, wasn't it?
Yeah, I kind of murdered him.
Just kind of murdered him.
Kind of.
Ass cheeks.
Oh,
Oh.
a little bit.
Oh, fuck.
Oh, you
Where are you pointing at?
man.
Did he die just now? My teammate? No. He's still alive.
No.
Where's the other guy? Where's your teammate at? Can you tell me where your teammate's at?
Yeah. Actually,
Oh,
in front of you.
I didn't actually expect you to tell me where your teammate was. And then my teammate was dumb and just looking backwards. That's,
I don't know. It's me.
They're on match point. Even
Oh,
it's you.
name.
What are you? GG? MG is right. Oh, crap. Where am I getting shot at? Alright, I see how you could just come and kill me, huh? Oh, Edgar got me, okay. I thought it was you.
I shot you.
I don't know when you shot me. I didn't see you on the final cam.
right at the end. That last bullet.
I can't be in voice chat with you and play against you. It just doesn't work. What we do is laugh at each other.
That's the best part.
Right? Oh, no, hold on. No, it won't let me add you as a party. Here. Yeah, it already says you're in the party with me. Now you are?
Not sure. No.
Yeah, there you
I
are.
mean, it could,
Wait, hold on.
I'm not.
Nope.
I'm not in a party.
I'm backing out. Alright. I said you...
Okay.
Okay, it says you're in the party.
I have 1 day, 16 hours, and 32 minutes.
How much?
One
One day?
16 hours. 1 day, 16 hours, and 32 minutes.
I forgot how you check that.
It's
the barracks?
Go to the barracks at the barracks at the top, and then records.
Records? Okay. Oh. So my record... Yeah, I have 23 hours and 49 minutes. I have 232 games. I've lost 141. But I've won 75. So I have a 53% win-loss ratio. Well, my kill death is 66. It's not
I
bad.
have 1.08 win loss
1.08. Ooh, man.
and a 1.03 KD. Oh,
Just killing it, dude. Stop killing it, man.
just dying. Oh,
Stop killing me. I just unlocked all my handguns now.
nice. Oh, you unlocked the Deagle, didn't you?
The 50?
Yeah.
I want to call it 50 cal, yeah, but yeah. Let's see, gunfight, let's go. I know. This game frustrates me in so many different ways, but at the same time, I'm so addicted. It's pro, here I come, right, guys? Give me some party in the chat.
Where did Sam go? Sam left. Never came back.
I don't know. I don't know what she's doing. I think she said she was going to the bathroom. Yeah, there she's taking care of the dog.
Okay.
One or two. Oh yeah, so I was cutting a tree down today, right? And it was a mess.
In
A
Minecraft?
messy mess. No, in real life. This is a chainsaw. I was like, just
Yeah.
going right through it.
Fun.
Oh, it was hella fun. It was hella fucking dirty too. All the branches and everything. I cut so much down, I wasn't expecting it. Like the tree was like it's a big tree, but it was looking like a bush. That's how bad it was. Hey, I see you.
Huh? Hi.
Let's get this done.
It's gonna be one to the right of us in a second. Oh, he's back at the container. I hate when I know where people are going and then I decide to just keep running. GG.
Got work to do.
Alright, Sam's back, but she's not on. Ooh, fresh air felt good.
It wasn't fresh air.
Oh, it was warm. You turned the AC on just
Turn
now?
the fucking AC on.
Okay.
It's so still out.
Ah,
We're losing ground. Let's take it back.
let me close my eyes for a second. Ooh, pop my neck. Yeah, I'm getting warm, so thank you, babe.
Well, I turned it on, and like I heard it start, but then I heard it turn back off. Like I don't hear it right now.
Oh, I saw a guy behind me. Oh, there we go. Alright, he's... Oh, you dead? I didn't know you died.
I died as you died.
Oof, bro.
It wasn't turning on when I put it on auto, so I had to put it on manually.
Then, what the heck? I swear I saw like... Okay, I don't know. That was weird. Stop crouching!
They're making us fight for it. Keep at them.
I didn't hear you, babe. What was that?
I had to turn it on manually because auto wasn't going on its own.
Give them a proper
Oh.
welcome.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't know. It was being weird. Now I'm back inside the game chat.
It's all up to you now. The squad's counting on you.
Oh, crap. Shot me with a shotgun.
Focus on the next round.
Yeah, we'll focus on the next round. No, I won't, because I'm apparently really rusty right now. I was doing fine earlier. Hopefully once it cools off, I won't be so hot under the collar, you know? These guys come and talk to me. Cheer me up. Give me some love.
It's like, peace and love, motherfuckers!
Oh, to the right of me. Up top. Nope. Dude, we're getting our butts kicked.
Gonna take it lying down.
Why do you keep dying, man? Okay. I blame it Sam.
Whoa.
Are you still on Discord with me, Lurk?
I like popped back in, but I don't hear anyone talking. Lyric, are you there?
Okay, there he is.
There you
Okay.
go.
Oof.
Okay.
We're like panicking.
I was like, God damn it, Discord, not again.
I know, right? It's freaking out. Flippers, snappers. Guys, listen to me. I have some important information for you guys to know.
What's up?
That's it. That's all. That's some important information you had to know.
That's some important stuff. I don't know what I'm gonna do with it.
I don't know if you can handle the truth.
Maybe sell it to somebody. I don't know.
Man. I only need to unlock one more gun right now. 2 more guns, my bad. The AK-47 and the SMG MP7. So what else do I need then? Maybe, hold on.
I'm over here like, no, I don't like doing the Daedra quests. And then all of a sudden I look and it's like, yep, I've done the Daedra quest because I have a couple of their weapons. So there goes that idea.
Just a little bit.
Just slightly. All the books. Oh, there's so many.
Don't you wish you could take another look at this love?
Forgot about things.
Why is it broke?
What's broke?
I'm searching for a game. It's so broken.
It's loading level right now.
What?
Oh, you're not here. You're not with me
my
right
God.
now.
Oh.
Again.
I have to give up in about 5 seconds here. I swear to God.
Gulag showers. I don't know. You do what you want to do, man. I like playing with you a lot. It's fucking amazing. But,
Gunfight.
you know, you're your own person, man. I'll respect that. And hope you enjoy your evening.
Light 'em up.
As I'm trying to spam auto quit, it won't let me quit. I had to restart my game. Everything's being annoying apparently.
We won that round. Now stay the course.
You thought I was going low? I went high.
A wood cutter's axe? I thought for
See,
sure
I can't
had
see
a
you,
wood
but I can
cutter's
shoot you.
axe.
That's for sure.
What the shizzle dick?
Nice. Just barely saw him. It looked like he was freaking out. That dead accuracy, bro.
Flip the switch. Get in there.
What? Oh. Someone said someone left the party. Oh, crap. I almost got myself dead. Oh. Oh, I got myself dead. Oh, why would you jump on that? You jumped on the flames. Oh, no, what? That's where he died? Okay.
Pay attention.
I did not see him do that. That was weird. Alright, I'll take that. Oh,
I expect better next round.
that would hurt. That was spicy meatballs. Some of my sea meatballs.
Flip the switch. Get in there.
Alright, well,
I don't like you
I'll get in there.
for shit.
I'll get right in there. Nice, I could assist for that.
Team pressure.
He must have been spawned. Yeah, he was sitting in spawn. I stunned him. I need a damage though. Guys, I'm sad.
How do I not have a woodcutter's axe?
Oh, I got first blood, but it got me
Bullshit.
at the same time. Watch this. Boom. Oh, I didn't kill him. I killed his partner. Should have shot the other guy, right? Oh, dude, he's in the left and spawn, bro. Oh, no, behind you, man. It's gonna be behind you. Watch this. He's gonna get killed from behind. No, dude, you're gonna get killed from behind. Dude, he's camping spawn.
I like this guy.
Dude, he's behind you. He's behind you. Jeez, behind you. Oh, never mind. I was wrong, guys.
This fight yet.
Must have saw him.
Out there.
You know what's wrong
I swear
with
he's
everyone
behind him
these
for a
days?
second. Oh, we will never know the answer.
Everything.
What is the truth? Who knows?
Everything. Hilda says everything.
Alright, took down that guy. Sweet. This guy's probably
There's
gonna come here. Unless he's
nobody
gonna
have a
sit.
woodcutter's
Okay.
axe.
So he's not sitting.
I need a woodcutter's axe. Nobody goddamn has one.
Nice. I got him with a grenade. Woohoo!
Why is this so hard to get? Why? Why does nobody have this?
He thought he was safe, but he wasn't. Grenade.
Babe,
What's up, babe?
love you.
I love you too.
Lyric?
Sometimes. Oh, I thought I had his
fine, Lyric.
number.
Don't answer me.
That's maybe moving too much. Maybe we should have sat in spot. Okay. You got him with. Why are you kneeling in the middle of the floor, bud? I know he's trying to get himself some better.
Kill.
Oh, frick. Oh, well, I don't mind the PP.
Lyric, why are you muted?
You're the last man.
What? Hi.
I said, why
Oh,
are
crap.
you muted?
Why are you muted?
I'm muted because I don't want to hear the
Oh,
delay
so
of two
close.
of our screens screaming.
It's a good thing I set up right there on that spot.
That's rude. I was trying to say I love you, but you didn't answer me a couple times.
And then I'm guessing that guy must have hit him.
I mean, I don't
Match
know
point.
anymore.
Much. Well, fine. Be that way.
I still have more lag than these guys do, and I'm still kicking butt.
I'm struggling. I'm in this game strictly to find a fucking axe.
Alright.
And all
Get
of
that ass,
Skyrim,
babe.
I just need an axe. All I want.
Oh. Fuck. Just grenaded myself.
Anyone out here I can steal? Popping people's fences. No big deal. Except this one.
Oh, didn't expect him to be around there. He must have ran back all the way. Good job.
Switching sides.
You know, I saw something near Shimmer's cave.
Tied up.
Oh,
Get ready.
not the shotgun. Not this shotgun.
It's the shotgun!
Oh, he still smacked me. That fucking sucks.
You know, I never actually explored these farms. Never.
Oh, crap.
No, it's out here.
Oh! We lost. That was so close! I didn't expect him to be there. He ran up on us.
It was a decent man.
Oh, you're watching the stream.
It's good. Good job, guys.
I was carrying that game too. What do you mean you can't do anything else?
Well, I guess I can watch Sam. Would you prefer that?
I know you can watch me or whatever. I just thought
Rude. I thought you were
I just
watching
asking
me,
because
but I
you're
guess
saying you
don't
can't
like
play the
me.
game or something, or
I quit. I quit now. I quit. Are you happy?
because I don't know if you're still in. That's what it is. Okay, you joined my
We're
party.
just putting all the pressure on Lyric right now. Just all the pressure.
All the pressure. It's too much
All the
pressure. I can't believe I'm sitting at like.
So,
Huh?
distribute this pressure.
Whoa, easy there. No distributing, no
crazy there.
pressure loads
Lyric.
anywhere, right?
Can't be doing that.
Oh, I need a back thing.
Why? Who the fuck? Who sells this shit?
Oh, Fox. Fox came in and then just like lurked himself away.
Is there a lurk command yet? Can I lurk? I want to lurk.
Yeah, you can lurk forever ago, dude.
Lurk.
It literally says something cool. Once again, the dragon guards your chest full of booty. I'm like, dude, I got stuff set up, man.
Oh, the chat's broken for me.
Gunfire.
Oh, is it? The chat's broke for you? It should show
I've
up.
been having a lot of issues with the chat lately, so like, just in general for Twitch.
Never mind. it's like, you can't do that. I'm like, okay.
What do you just try?
Well, I tried. You know what? Never mind. I don't even know.
Come on, Lyric, tell us. What did you try? What did you try? Here.
Some kinky foreplay.
Did it work?
No, not really.
You know what? This is what I forgot.
Oh, see you. Just freaking shot you, dude. Watch your back.
He's over there.
He's over where?
I think back right, but I could be wrong.
10
I
seconds.
got shot from somewhere. I'm just not sure where.
Here it goes, here it goes.
Alright. I was gonna say, you cover me.
We're getting crazy up in this stream.
I'll go for the objective. Did you shoot him? No, I got
Got
him.
him.
I got him.
Yeah.
I got the one kill. You shot him afterwards.
Yeah, because I thought it was you, so I didn't shoot
Oh.
anybody.
Your freaking latency is at 220 right now. I see him. Hey, freaking hit the grenade.
Hey, Boo! What's up, cutie pie?
Where is he at?
He's right below you.
Not you, Sam.
Take it back.
I love you. I'm talking to Lyric. Hey, yes, he's cute. He's adorable. Alright? I have to agree with that. Stop pointing out some cute, adorable things, okay, Sam?
No!
It didn't work.
What didn't work?
Oh my god, Lyric. It pulled up the different one though.
Oh, frick.
But you can vote on what I should play.
Oh, stupid. They're both down there. They're both down in the freaking canal area.
10 seconds.
Just throw a grenade. Never mind. Oh, he went left. Left.
Missiles on the field. Go get it. We've got enemy on the objective.
How much money do I have?
Oh, these guys are playing dirty as hell, dude. They both just hopped down there.
Like one more second.
See, this is what happened, and I couldn't find my crouch button. I keep pressing the wrong thing.
Meatball.
Ooh,
That part was my fault.
Bow? Nah, you're good, man. I'm really, really rusty. Like, really
Shut up,
bad.
dude. We just
Meatball,
played
do you
last
wanna have a
night.
stream
Back
again?
left.
Okay.
Yeah, but
Down to you.
I didn't play since last night, so.
Ah,
I
he
just
said
dropped
back left, but
everything.
he's up front already.
Stay put, dog.
Let's see.
Not with the alcohol.
I can't believe you can't see the chat.
I just dropped everything, so this is fine.
I voted. I don't know if that's how you do it, but
But what?
You know, genuinely curious because
He's
it's been a
over at the-
while. I did it a long time ago.
the
so I was
stairs?
surprised it's still going,
yeah.
but I think it has a weird.
All right, he just ran in the building.
So I don't really know. It's like an actual poll, like you can take one of my different things that I had up.
Yeah, I don't know where he went now.
He's under.
He went on.
Oh my god.
Good job.
Got him on the roof.
GG.
I'm done with this dog.
Is
He's
that
straight
how
up.
You do vote? confused.
Again, I don't remember where it actually is. Like, there's an actual like
They're doing everything but
thing
playing the
that you can
game.
press, and I did it a while ago.
I'm going 3 and 2.
I'm just kidding. You're good, dude.
I'm going 3 and 2. It's decent.
I'm winning by losing.
He must have got under a bridge again. Yep, I see him.
Where's my cord stone? There's the cord stone still on me.
He's underneath.
What side?
Uh,
Oh,
he was near. Yeah, he's gone. He was on their side.
yeah.
Seconds.
I saw him. Then he ran. Chicken.
I swear, man. You just thought
Got him.
seeing the hero?
If I hadn't got him there, he was just gonna run the bridge and there was no stopping him. Unless I shot him mid. Boom! Watch the headshot. Surprised I got it, honestly.
Oh boy.
You ready for this, Rick?
They both went under, I think.
Oh,
I don't see him.
why are they playing dirty like this?
I could be wrong. I'm not sure, but I didn't.
No, I see one of them. Where's the other guy at?
I'm not sure. I killed the one underneath.
Okay.
Sterling.
Well, he ran into the building in front of you. Right there, he's in that building. Oh.
He's downstairs.
Alright.
He's coming out. He's coming out.
Oh, I saw him, I shot him, but he moved still. It's my fault for not killing him sooner when I had a chance.
Hey, you want your mouse? Where's it at?
You messing with a cat? Hey, thanks for the follow, Sterlingrad. What's up, dude? How you doing, man? How's things been? I'm good, man. Just freaking grinding out COD as much as we can. Oh, crap. He's at the top of the building. I don't know where the other guy went to.
He's so weird. I'm scratching his muzzle and he's
You are?
licking me for it.
Just give me a second, Sterling. I get you, man. But yeah, my day's going pretty good. Just... Where is he? Outside. They're both outside. They're still both alive. We didn't even get them.
No.
Things have been alright,
The
dude?
other one was inside.
Okay.
The other one was inside.
Only okay, dude? I'm sorry, man. So don't worry about it. Oh. Alright. Just let me know if I can help you out, dude.
Ground. Push them back.
Yeah, I'm stoked. I don't go to school tomorrow, so... Why worry about life when you don't have to go to school, right? Where are they at? Oh, right here in front of me. Getting my butt kicked. Hi, Maple. Hey, here's my doggo.
Fall back.
Over the weekend, I went to AZ to visit my dog at my parents' house over the weekend. That was good. No scroll till Brooklyn. Are you sure it's not? Oh, AZ Sniper AZ. What? That's who he was? I thought it said something else when I was running around. Oh, I got a doggo.
He literally like begged to get on my lap, so I put him on my lap. He jumped onto my desk, walked over to the other part, walked
play
right
with
back
him.
down, and then came down here. I was like, I
My
fucking
dog
hate
needs
you.
attention. I'm sorry. He's such a cute doggo. But he wants all the attention.
He's so.
How's your dog
attention-seeking.
doing, Sterling? I thought you were Sterling. I thought you were in Arizona. He was great. That's good to know. What's your dog's name? What type of dog do you have? That's an even better question.
Oh.
Yes.
Gunfight. Eliminate all.
Moved to Las Vegas a few months ago. Oh, okay. I missed that. I missed the info. I'm sorry. It's like, consider you guys pretty good friends, you know? At least through chat. Hopefully it was hope we make it better. Oh. April, down for a second, doggo. Where are they at?
They're in spawn. Ow.
They're just sitting back there?
One left on treehouse.
Okay.
You're all we've got. Keep moving.
Ah. It's freak.
One round gone. Dead yet, are we, lads?
Eggsy, he's an American Bulldog Shih Tzu mix. I can't even think of what a Shih Tzu Bulldog would look like.
Sounds
3 pick some ads.
adorable,
Okay,
is what
I
it
will check it
sounds
out then
like.
in Discord. But how old is he? Eggsy, all things. Oh, guy get on the left side. Okay, he's dead. I hate this gun. That's official.
Lads, on to the next.
My accuracy is my accuracy is awful. Don't watch.
No, it's fine. You should have seen my kill on my guy. I was sitting there shooting him, and I was shooting him, and he wasn't dying. I was just like, what is going on? I'm gonna take the treehouse. You want to take the left treehouse?
Sure.
Oh, good job. You scared the crap out of me. Yes, he's to the left, back of the treehouse. He's jumping around like a rabbit. You can sneak up on him if you want to, because he's so focused on me right now. Good job. He has a brindle pattern.
Boy.
He's a small dog with the curly hair. If you want to see. Yeah, I would definitely check out Mad Spike's Discord and see what he looks like. That's cute. He's got a little bridle pattern. Like a saddle. are like, I don't even. Whoa, dude, you get freaking killed right on spot, man.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, he got me. I
Never-
wasn't ready.
This everyone's in treehouse, but I think you realized.
Gotta stretch his fingers.
Stay frosty.
No, not this gun. I'm just gonna run into the treehouse. I have no faith in this gun. My ability with this mute.
Listen,
See?
if you
Mute.
keep being this cute, I can't afford to.
Did you
love
kill that guy on the right hand side?
Think
It's about to fall a Molotov. Oh, he's right in front of me. Just stunned him. I have to reload? That's some bullcrap. What do we got for... Okay. Yeah, you gotta take him, because I gotta freaking reload. Oh, he just threw a Molotov at me.
Objective on the field. Go get it.
Why am I reloading still? Yo, this gun is broken, man. I just reloaded like 3 times. Ah, he took it, didn't he?
Hard. We're on.
No, he hadn't.
Right, it was like that black, orange, brown kind that's kind of stripy. Okay. It's like, looks like a horse's bridle, right? Or brindle. I say bridle and it's brindle. Oh, right. Right side? I see one of them.
Flash. Or stun, whatever that is.
Stun.
Oh, oh.
Nice job.
Whoops!
I don't know how that happened.
Second one.
This
Did not mean to do that.
kind of stripy. Nice. GG, dude. I'll let you get what kills right now, because I'm all distracted.
Get to work.
Yeah, and Brindle. Spindle, but
Guys,
Brindle.
that bookshelves? They're coming to life. Oh, shitty. Exciting.
I see one of them. They both back here?
It's down to you.
One's
Yeah, one's
gonna
behind me.
be
Oh, he killed me.
Behind you. We got work to do.
Sorry.
I say behind you, but he wasn't really behind you. He was to your left, so I was just like, eh.
I thought he got me, but I can't believe the other guy got me instead.
Maple.
I'm Maple.
Okay.
He's begging for a lot of attention right now that we can't give you. Where is he at?
One's in the left treehouse. I hit him once.
Alright, I hope I just stunned him. One's by the... Oh, crap. Alright, well, apparently I'm suffering some frame drop. Oh, he just went to the right of the container. Where the hell did he go? Oh, he went to the treehouse. Don't die.
Huh?
Thanks. Hey man, I was driving all day. I'm gonna hella tired. I'm gonna work tomorrow. You have a great man. Have a good stream. Thank you. I appreciate it, Sterling. Thank you for stopping in with the follow. Freaking awesome. I hope I can see you around again some other time. I know I'm not super talkative because I'm really into COD. I suffer so bad when I'm sitting there trying to talk to everybody and my mother.
This is true.
One in the middle. He's running like so hard.
One's right.
One's left. Are you kidding me? I walked right up into him and hit him. Point blank range. You can't kill anybody in point blank range half the time.
Oh my god, I ran out of ammo.
Ground. Let's take
Of course.
You're like trying to shoot, you can't shoot. It's okay, the other guy probably would've got you unless you killed him. You killed him. Nice. I don't know.
on match.
It's gotta. I don't know. I don't know why my frame rate's dropping so freaking low right now. Just saw him running left. What?
Complete the
What are
mission.
you laughing at?
Pressing the low.
Oh crap! You freaking kidding me? I should just hit him. I've gotta stop. I hate the pistol. I can't work with nothing. No worries. Worst case, I see you, Mad Spike Spring. Yeah, Mad Spike Spring. I'm just gonna live. I'm gonna live with myself. Never. Cat. Thank you for carrying these around. Ew. Sterling's a bad man on a mission. Can never find him. Ooh, I'm warm right now.
All of my books right in here.
Hey yo. If I actually remembered my keys, I could actually do things. No, that's not it. It was supposed to be shift. Oh, what is it? What's my commands? My secondary ones.
Good question.
Don't sass me, girl.
I'll sass you all I
You see
frickin'
this?
want.
Do you really want this, Lyric? Do you really want all this sass in your life?
I'm pretty sassy.
Let's see.
There's like, if I just don't answer, maybe
Computer's
they'll
taking a
shut
dump. This is why I'm dropping. I'm dropping frames right now. Because of this.
We have more than 19,000 customers. Oh boy.
What?
Oh, I got a spam message on PSN about
Oh.
games or something. I thought it was one of those. There's sexy girls looking at people by you. Would you like to join? I'm like, no.
Oh, yeah, left side. He's at the tires right now. No, he just ran towards you. Yeep.
Oh shit!
You getting teabagged. Oh, never mind.
The other guy
You-
would have came.
I told you he was coming. You didn't believe me?
But I didn't think he was gonna get there that quick.
That's weird.
That's what she said.
I mean, yeah, she would say that if you're freaking weird,
I've
wouldn't
said
she?
that quite a few times. Not in a good way either.
I killed him. The headshot. That was nice. He must have ran back to our spawn. Yeah, he's in the middle. Nice.
We have the advantage. Keep it up.
I find out I killed him. No. There's a shot from the back. Watch this. After you kill him, nope. Never. Yeah. Never mind. I didn't hit him at all. I thought I did.
It was a very delayed shot, but it didn't even hit. You're okay.
One guy just jumped down.
What?
Oh, crap. You died. All right.
I'm just gonna bite down a grain of salt and take that.
Take that death. Yeah, I would too.
I don't agree with that death, but I'll take it.
Oh crap. Oh crap. Oh, what? I didn't think it would sit behind there like that. Yeah, it doesn't even look like he sat behind. I don't know. Whatever.
Oh well.
My frame rates are probably just dropping left and right, and I'm missing parts of information. Dude, will you stop dying without me? We gotta die together, dude.
He's literally one shot though, so.
Oh, yeah, it doesn't matter. Because I got rushed by both of them. I should have just stayed up there, I guess. Next time I will just stay up there. I gotta change my operator, but I gotta unlock more. But some of them you have to do campaign mode. Is it really, like, worth it? Like, seriously.
I did campaign, but I do campaign on.
I don't know. He's, rushed left, right side. Yep, by the tires. There he is. Straight down. Oh, right there. Okay, he's running around in circles. Okay. That was delayed. That was delayed, dude. That was no way you should have shot him.
That was a quick stop, dude.
That was so quick that like it was. This should have been illegal, dude.
All that marble for 2 days paying off. Oh, I'm dead. Oh my god, he hit my through me. Thank the lords. I wanna thank my niece, my nephews.
Dude, he's by you.
My death is in vain. You got this, I believe.
Ah, barely.
Good job.
Jeez, man. You stop giving me a heart attack, dude. I was like, you're like, here, let me just sit here and have a conversation about my dead uncles and nephews and stuff. I'm just like, and then I just watched him kill you, and I was like, I couldn't save you, bro.
I'm just talking about how we want to join them.
Yeah,
It's like, yes, this is the right way to do it.
There.
Good job.
Are you happy?
No,
I
I'm
didn't
not
give you a heart
happy.
attack this time.
Give me a heart attack. It's my computer just shut its screen off.
It's alright. Mine just decided to close out all of my stuff all of a sudden. I was like, guys, what the fuck?
Oh, we didn't even notice. It's fine. That's how much we love you. Just kidding. I love you more than that.
Starting to doubt that now.
Oh, fuck. Come on. I didn't know our secondary non-lethal was a freaking... Where's he at? Oh, crap. He got me. Yep, he's back at spawn. Nice. Good
Oh my
job.
God, that
Why
was
did you like
bad.
shotgun him? That looked like you shotgunned him. No, oh. What was I watching? I don't know what I was watching. I'm confused. Oh, I was watching my death. That's what I was watching.
Oh yeah, that makes more sense.
But I swear I was up on the spawn, but it showed me running up the freaking ladder. I hate when I predict people's fucking movements so well. But I freaking don't follow my predicaments. Predicaments? My
Predictions?
predictions, thank you. Behind me? Oh, good job.
We did it. High five.
Hi. Hi.
God damn it.
Hi. Hi. Just clapping in the mic. Why can't we clap these cheeks instead of our hands, bro? Huh?
Well, you got a female character.
That's not what I meant. Oh, jeez Louise. Alright, let me check my... I'm gonna change. Let's see. Oh, my neck.
This is how your girl makes money. I just enchant a bunch of shit and then I sell it back to the enchanter dude.
Ooh, Sam's like, I'm gonna make those monies.
Damn, he ran out of gold that fast. This is why I hate him. Best place to do it is to go to what's it?
Is it?
Winterhold.
Do you know if your camouflage or yeah, your camouflage changes with your weapons during gunfight?
No, you get default camos in gunfight.
So I was just thinking like that should be kind of one of the things that like carries on still, you know?
Yeah.
But
Oh well.
I hope they fix this menu stuff. Because I'm so mad that it just shows you a square regardless.
Oh, that's probably because you have something new. Did you check all your secondaries and primaries?
Yeah, I tried.
Well, that's the try part. You're missing something here.
No, I go through them as much as I can. Try to figure out what it is. Sometimes, like, see, this is a freaking muzzle equipment. Like, I would have to literally click on every freaking weapon just to find it.
Yeah.
You know how hard that is?
I did it last night.
Oh, that's what you were doing when Sam was yelling at you?
Yeah.
Just makes it sound like it was easy. Yeah, I did it last night. It's chill. What about it?
Oh, no.
Oh yeah.
Aww.
Eliminate all enemies or capture the
Oh.
Yes, our favorite gun.
Oh, I might not have. Yeah, I didn't.
How dare you?
I'm sorry. I was trying to make
No,
some
you're
money.
good.
So, like,
I just thought I ignored you, and I was like, uh oh.
nah, I ignored you by accident. I apologize.
That's okay.
Nice
There's
kill.
like, you think you can kill people in my city? Yeah, clearly, because you didn't stop me.
I don't know where he went. You see
I
him?
think it was the wrong way. It was just whatever.
Nice. What happened? I gotta see this kill that you did. Oh, okay. Dude, there's a wall there. You freaking just stabbed him in the face.
I jumped up and punched him in the face. Poor guy.
Yeah, that's what I meant.
Goodbye, mother liquor. You have to go through here and then on the left. Nope.
This guy must go in the middle, or he's just spawned.
That was so close.
Did you just die? Or?
No. What the f- Where were you aiming with that throwing at,
Oh.
dude?
Mine?
My
Or me?
dude.
You? I don't know.
I do know
It's
that.
Wednesday,
that
my
guy.
dudes.
Oh. Dude, this guy to the left of you, you know, right? They're both alive. No, he ran up the stairs, I think.
10 seconds.
Listen.
Yeah, man, you gotta be kidding me. Okay, good job.
Down. Keep up the
If you're getting 2 rounds in and you got 4 kills and I'm at 1 death. Ooh.
Incantations for those skills.
I think I broke something in my brain. That's what happened.
That was scary. I had a slight stroke, I think.
Oof.
Did
that's
you?
not good.
A slight of, it wasn't a stroke of luck either.
Well, that's fucked.
Nice.
Watch this. Doof.
The amount of fart noises that just came out of your mouth, I have no questions.
Doof.
Oh, yeah, that was so much blood though that it showed.
Yeah. You're gonna get when you get a shotgun to the chest, you know. Nice. He threw a. Ah, I'm on fire. Where did he go? Where did he go? Where did he go, George? Where did he go? Is he upstairs?
He's under mid. He's mid under.
Oh. Okay.
It's Wednesday, my dudes.
That's when I don't panic and I can just click the button. It's just a click and point, boy. Just click and point. Ty, just remember that. Click and
I would
point.
love to, but you're not coming up to the counter, lady. Oh, rude as fuck.
Probably hates me now, but I'll take the death later on
This guy just keeps telling me I need
as
to
long as we
leave.
win. What's that?
This guy just keeps telling me you need to leave, and then when you talk to him, he
He's in the
goes,
stairs, dude.
oh, you should just
You got
look
him?
around the store.
Did you kill him? Yeah, sweet. Thank you for killing him.
You're welcome. We're dying.
Wait, I think.
Oh, whoa! We're actually going 5-0 right now. Wow, where was this last
Then
night?
we can get the ooh voice.
Oh god, I was hoping you weren't gonna say that because I was like, oh damn it, I did promise them that.
Yeah, you did. I'm getting that ooh voice. Right now. Give me
God.
Nice. Ooh, voice.
Damn it, I don't want to give it right now. Not yet. I wasn't prepared. This is cheating. You can't just ring it on me like that.
Well, I mean, Ligma.
Oh, that says Ligma. Oh, I think I've seen Magma before. Make America great. No, wait. Again. But that's this is Magma. So, what does it mean, Magma?
Boyfriend's already pondering life all of a sudden.
Gone past this life.
Wait, what? I didn't hear no ooh yet.
I said I wasn't ready.
Fine.
She's just stalling.
Yeah, I'm stalling.
She's
I don't want to do
Stalingrad.
ooh voice.
You promised.
Super embarrassing.
Excuse me.
Well, fine.
Hello, my name is Ty.
It's okay. You don't have to do it.
Yeah, you're literally just gonna pester me until I don't.
Do the Uber way.
No, babe. It's you gotta heighten the voice and then soften it.
I can't soften my voice. It's always gotta be sharp and pitched like this.
No.
This is soften it. Can you soften it like this?
Just grab your balls.
Just
Grab your balls. No, that's the.
give me a second. I'll grab him for him.
Oh. That's the noise.
Pistol in your-
That's the noise. There's a pistol in your butt.
God damn it! I
Don't
think I
forget the
remember
nut.
why I didn't like this save. Because when the Forsworn came out, they decided to fucking kill the blacksmith here. Ah, shitballs.
Good job
We
there.
go 6-0 again. We can get double ooed.
No.
I know, right? Oh, he's in the middle.
I like you guys. It's cheating.
I got him.
Oh,
You guys are just cheating now.
We're not cheating.
Yes, you
There's no
are.
cheating here.
Did you guys lose that round?
No, we just won.
Damn it! Stop it! I gotta be distracting now. You guys don't win.
I killed him. Sam.
Where is he?
No,
Here I come.
not 6-0. Stop it.
Here I come, my ooh.
Oh fuck! Oh no, dude, kill him! Kill him! Come on, kill him! Kill him!
Oh my goodness, no.
Did he still alive? Oh, dude, he's behind the car. All right, just flank right, dude. Flank right. He's going to the rock. No, no, you're too late. He's gonna take the flag. Oh no, good job, good job. I mean, I already hit him a couple times, so it should have been
I
pretty
hit him
good.
once. I hit him once while you were fighting him.
Yeah, I bet. I was all jumping over. If I hadn't run out of ammo, we'd been fine. And I kept, my game keeps trying to reload and reload, and then like reload after reload, even though I should have reloaded the first time. One guy's over here somewhere.
I got the guy left.
Okay, guy left. You mean guy right? There he is.
He was on here.
He's right over there. Got him.
He jumped.
Sam, we're 3-0.
No.
No, you're not. No, you're not. You guys are lying.
I was shooting at his name because I couldn't see his freaking head.
I have to fucking uwu for the rest of the night at this rate.
Yep.
I think Lyric would like that too much. I'm not allowed to do that anymore. I officially banned that from happening.
Come on.
Oh, to the right side? He's by the big rock. By the trench. Yeah, he went back a little bit towards the spawn.
You better take care of your cat.
Yeah, right there to the right of you.
Okay, hang on.
Okay. What are you doing?
Damn it.
I gotta let my cat out.
Oh, right to the right. Dude, oh, nice.
Damn it, you're supposed to lose that round.
Nah. The Lyric's like, no, that was coming in sharp. I'm not gonna lose this.
The promise of uwu was too high.
The,
I need to not promise this anymore.
yes, the oohs. We need all the oohs.
I fucking hate you guys because I hate the uwu voice. It's really annoying.
Oh, it's your
to
fault.
your left.
To
How
my
is
left.
it my fault?
Jump.
Dude, you killed the other guy already? Oh no, the other guy got out.
Where's the enchanted
Oh,
guy?
okay. I feel sorry for him. You had the upper hand too. Should've got you. Dude, your latency is 473, but you're playing like a fucking pro.
I'm just gonna have Ty shoot you this round.
I got I used to play Mario for 2 on dial-up, so not really that bad. Good job. That's another bag.
So I'm gonna go to the bathroom. I'll be back in 3 hours, guys.
Ooh, times 2.
It's 3 hours? 3 hours is too long.
I'm sorry. I have to pee. You know, like what am I supposed to?
We're pulling an all-nighter, so it'll be okay.
Yeah,
You guys are terrible.
we have all night.
I don't like this anymore.
All
I feel
night
like you guys
twist.
are ganging up on me.
Not getting it up on you. You
Yes.
promise something, you gotta live by your word, right?
I try to live by my word. Y'all ganged up on me like this. It's like the uwu gangbangers.
You want to take that back? Guys, this is a cute doggo I have to show you guys.
Well, show me
Just-
first.
No, I gotta
I'm
show
right
these
here.
guys.
So rude.
You're playing a game. You're supposed to be in your
So
game.
I'm playing my. Oh,
Yeah.
that's so cute.
And there's this one. And there's this one.
Why are you showing me cute doggos?
Because we're not getting cute doggos. That's why.
You should probably message Maddie to make sure she's okay. By the by.
Oh yeah, that's right. Yeah, they're dead.
I'd just like to make sure our friends are alive.
I'm dead.
Yeah, we already know that.
Make it home safe,
That's good at least.
guys.
Ooh, I just burped.
Listen carefully.
Ooh, that's disgusting.
Hey, I'm going your side because I don't give a fuck about mine.
Oh, that was
So watch this, okay?
Okay, I got this.
They must be. They really don't want to come over here,
No, you got snipers. They got snipers, so
so they're fucking
they're
happy.
gonna kind of camp.
Oh, they're in the back.
Oh my god, I picked up so much shit.
Got. Oh,
Probably
tap
happens.
one of them. Oh, the one on the right back.
Found my
He's in
fucking
the middle now.
woodcutter's axe.
I tapped him a bit. And he's in the left side, your side. He's running the middle. Oh,
Well,
I try to give you a heads up, bro. That broke our streak, man. You broke our streak, dude.
Yay!
I'm sorry.
That's fine. We still owe us 2 oohs, so.
Shut the fuck up!
And if we go 6-1, it still counts.
Oh, it doesn't! I said 6 and 0.
Oh, we both lost.
To promise, right?
What?
If we get like 3 wins in a row without losing, we get like a special ooh.
You get a special ooh?
No! I don't have special ooh-woos!
You have all the special
No.
oohs, babe.
I don't have the oh-woos.
Oh, I fucked up.
Oh,
I killed myself.
Someone was messaging me, but
I killed myself.
I was so sidetracked by your guys' ooh-woo fighting. I'm doing good, Pixelated. How are you?
We're freaking dying.
Jesus Christ.
I pixelated. What?
There's a pixelated person in here. But I was so distracted by your guys' stinking
Suckiness.
ooh-woo wars.
Yeah, that's not our fault.
Oh, this is 1,000 times
They
your
keep-
guys' fault.
My computer keeps deciding to shut off. It's like, hello.
Really? Oh, is that really what it's doing?
Yes.
I forgot I gave all this
Oh.
shit to Lydia.
Sam, stop giving shit to Lydia. I'm forgetting about it.
I can't. I forget about Lydia 900%. Oh, shit, I needed to be up there. Went to the wrong one. Oh,
Oh,
my bad. You're a pixelated snack.
good job, because I'm so
Can't call you
distracted.
pixelated. I
didn't
gotta call you
see that he
pixelated
was there.
snack.
Just kidding. You got him. GG, GG. My life is nothing but a pain
How are you
in the
doing,
butt.
pixelated snacks?
Pistol-
How many times have I completed Skyrim? I think I did it once fully when I first started playing the game when it
Dude, he's
first
still
came out,
alive
but I
on the left
haven't
side.
played it in many,
Sam
many
is
years.
distracted.
Many, like,
Oh, they're on the
probably
right side too.
since like
Well,
2012, 2013.
whoa.
So.
GG.
I pretty much remember absolutely nothing about this game.
Oh, God, man, my health. Someone help me out.
What do I have?
Can I get a
that's
new
so
girlfriend?
fucking heavy? Oh, Dragon Bone. Shit.
Look, you got him timed out. Look what you've done.
Who got timed
There's
out?
some bullshit.
The snake got timed out because they used caps. Poor thing.
Oh my gosh.
Should have warned him. Just untime him.
No, it's literally for like
What's
1 second. You've done it 23 times.
See if
That's a crazy amount of times to try and beat
did we
Skyrim.
win one once? Did we win twice in a row or just once?
We've won.
I always get sidetracked. I
He's
always
in the
like
middle.
start a game for the second time in a row
Oh.
and then never finish it because I do every other thing possible.
Dude,
Well, he's right there, right there. Here, behind me.
oh yep. Oh,
Hear that?
my mouse hit my keyboard and I was
Let's
screwed.
go sell shit. Sorry, pixelated snack. I have all cap stuff on like you get pretty much timed out for it. I just don't like seeing a bunch of all cap shit. I don't.
Well, there's people who bring bots in, they'll spam.
That
Bunch
too.
of
I
all
just
cap
don't
stuff.
personally like it. I don't think.
Oh,
it's a good way to try
they're
to
in the middle,
convince or
dude.
convey whatever
You
you're trying
freaking.
to say. So
I
just
thought I had it down on
appreciate
them,
it,
but
so.
why does my computer keep going to
How's your
sleep?
night going though? Is your
keeps
computer
making
almost
me-
dead? Is that why it keeps
No,
doing
it's
that?
plugged in.
Well, then I have no idea why.
Like inactivity, it's like
You
okay,
swear
good, I'm watching
in
this.
all
one.
caps just because you're Russian. Is that how it works?
I don't worry about it.
So all the bullshit. I don't really remember what else I grabbed though. Keep those, keep that. Keep
Guy on the left is injured, but
some
he's still
of
very
that,
much
some
alive.
of it. Lydia!
Got him.
Ah, he's the right
One guy.
I don't know what Cheeky
Oh.
Breeky is, so
Where
I
is he?
don't.
He's in spawn. He's in the corner in spawn. Right there.
Oh,
I didn't.
you said corner.
He was, yeah, he was in that corner right there, right behind him. He was just sitting there.
Oh, so right side mid.
I'm like,
I guess I don't know this one. That was game. Oh yeah, I did. You got so distracted. Didn't even realize it.
yeah, whatever.
Ugh.
Okay.
I'm just gonna go to the settings real quick and fix my display because it keeps going. I'm like can't see chat if it's gonna shut off on me like this.
I guess I could give this to Lydia. Because I don't plan on actually wearing. Oh, I was gonna sell that though.
Sleepy, somebody bring me back some.
looks funny on her. Ooh, those are
Okay,
nice
turn
robes.
battery power. Turn battery power. Turn off after 5 minutes. Plugged in. Turn off after
Oh, geez,
10?
this is
No, don't ever turn off when
What's all
freaking
that?
plugged in. Don't even sleep. What is going on? When did they set this?
Oh no! Make sure you
That's
don't read
cool.
that person's name.
It's
Oh,
literally
should I read it out
the
loud
point of Skyrim.
no,
right?
don't read
for
it.
everybody?
That's
Are you sure?
probably not a. Yeah, I'm sure that's probably not a good
I
idea.
mean,
Babe, I think you should read it out
yeah,
loud.
I should definitely just like kill this guy over and over because
Babe, read it out loud. I can't see it, so you have to read it out loud for me.
his name is Gur.
Grrr. Oh, tell me
That's
the
why he was
real
so
fucking
afraid
name.
of.
Tell me the real fucking name,
Plus,
or
I
else
can
won't
definitely read
Google
that name out loud. It's my right as an American, an African American. Okay, hope you know this.
it. Are you gonna deprive me of my woos?
Oh, I hit him twice with a shotgun. He didn't die.
Where is he?
Sad.
No. Okay.
No, links are disabled, unfortunately. What were you looking at posting?
Who did I kill? There's no clue who I killed.
Where was I gonna go?
Killed somebody.
That's all that matters. This guy rushed
Pretty much.
earlier.
I can't remember where I was gonna go.
They just, you know, yeah, they weren't paying attention. All right. Plus,
You didn't really post
I shot
anything there.
him, and then you shot him, and took my kill.
sure you did. Sure you shot him.
I did shoot him.
It's my turn to carry this match. All right.
I disagree. I'm going to carry myself to death.
You're gonna carry yourself to death? That just sounds rude. To death. Who does
He's
that?
really.
Oh, dude.
He was really low.
I didn't know where he was. Like I had no clue whatsoever. It's my fault. I put my head around though. Could have avoided that.
I didn't really know where it was either. So.
Oh crap! He's behind me.
Rob,
They're
I
both in the
guys
middle.
stream
They
for
both
so
went
many
mid.
hours. I feel like my eyeballs are dead already.
Yeah. I can't see where you're at. Nice, good job.
Oh, that is
I just want an eagle or a death score. That was all that was. That's why I died.
Yeah.
so pixelated.
Yeah.
Snake, what else do you play other than 23 times finishing this damn game? Too many times.
Ow. It's not very nice.
Me?
Yeah, not you.
I'm pretty nice.
You freaking. You got a pistol.
Ooh, that was 75? Damn!
Where's he at?
Left side.
Oh, I see him now. Oh, yeah, it's all you, dude. I just died. He happened to see me. And I was behind a barrel, but he was able to compensate for my mistake. He's still left side, dude.
Oh, I forgot I had the fucking books on me. That's why. I
Did
was
he
so
just
quick.
run? Oh, he's to the left of you, dude. You see him, right? Oh, what the? How do you get those shots off, dude? It's freaking crazy, man. I don't care. Next time, as soon as I see my gun go across someone, I'm just gonna shoot. I'm not even gonna hesitate anymore.
Alright.
I don't see him this side, so he must have gone right. Oh, yeah, he's still there. He probably, he thought we were gonna rush him. Good job.
Probably.
So he just throws out the stun. Good job.
Thanks, man.
Switching sides. Match point. Who will win? Who? You decide.
You streamed for so many hours. My brain is dead already.
It's called work. Lots and lots of work.
No.
That helps when you have people there.
Oh crap! Yeah, it does help.
Oh no.
He's my side. I let the fucking Gur get me. Damn it!
I have able.
To the
Hold on.
to your left, dude. No, just switch guns. He's gonna kill you.
Reloading. Reloading.
Dude, to the left, man. I just saw him in the cargo box. Just
wasn't
kidding.
here. He lied to
I'm
me.
just gonna say, take it, take it, take it.
No, he has his sights on it.
Yep, there he is.
I knew it.
You knew it, but you didn't do it.
Well,
You're
the
like-
thing is that. Well, see, okay, here's my thought process. He has his sights on it. Overtime's we're gonna lose either way because I had lower health. So
Yeah.
that was my thought. I run in and do my best.
Okay, I respect it. Oh, Gur freaking got me on the left side. I don't know how. I freaking shot first. I can't. Is my latency that bad? No, I had the lowest. Nope, I was low. American Poet's lower. He's somewhere over there. I don't know where he went to. Looks to the left of you. Yep, see him? Too late. See, he's good like you are. You can just find that one small spot you weren't paying attention and just takes you with a bunch of shots, dude. Once again, I swear. Alright, we got a shotgun. Sweet. An AK.
Oh no, I can't hear you.
You can't hear me? Nice. Hey, you can't hear me? Hey, why?
Hi.
Why can't you hear me?
Hello?
Yeah, yeah. Can you hear me?
My Discord. Yeah, I can hear you now. My Discord's just kind of all fucked up. I don't know what to do with it.
That's weird. Stop fucking your Discord, dude.
I know. Get bad Discord down.
So, I like to say like I have like tactical plans in my head that I'm doing, but sometimes it's just better to rush, just depending on if you know how the team sets. If you notice like first round you play with them, right? Okay, so Lyric, since you're on with me and I can actually feedback from you, so sometimes it's good to rush when they're sitting back, right? As long as you're ready for them, I guess, because I know that sometimes when I rush and I will get my butt handed to me because they were ready for me, but I don't know. I'm trying to think of tactical strategies we can run, because I know.
I'll be honest with you, man. I just kind of go with the
Maybe
flow.
I'm just gonna hop off stream.
I know. What's up?
So I think I'm just gonna hop off stream.
You gonna hop
My
off?
brain hurts, yeah.
Okay, babe. Love you.
You're gonna leave me?
I just figured I'd let it sit on the screen for a minute or two.
Happy Pixel stopped in to say hi. Did he leave already?
Give you 3 claps. Good job.
Yeah, I don't have anyone in my chat right now. I know.
You got me. Look, here I am.
Yeah, I see you. I see you right there. Can you look at me?
And I'm also in Sam's chat. See, look. I some heart to hurt. Bam, look at that. Double hearted.
Whoa, hearts everywhere. Where are they at? I
One,
don't see them. One left?
I'm not too. I'm gonna die. I got no health.
He's at the freaking. There he
He's
is.
by the.
Oh, you died. This is how I slump over when I die, guys.
Ridiculous.
That spot was completely useless.
Nope, my brain was just really hurting, just going back and forth between everything.
Okay, well, where is he now?
So,
Ah,
He can spawn.
oh, well, I'm gonna die because I don't know what I'm doing.
There's gonna be one behind you.
Okay,
Behind you.
there we go. Now I can
where?
hear you.
I don't know. He was gonna run up on behind you.
Oh, there he is. Oh,
He didn't run up on you like I thought. I saw him running towards you, but
I thought he was going to. Maybe he thought I was gonna run at him, so that's why you dacked up. Alright. I like to break it down some strategies, because usually I just go with the flow too, but I like to actually make this a pro thing, so let's actually do it.
a pro? I'm not pro though, and I don't plan to be.
I know you don't, but
Maybe a pro deather. I'm pretty good at dying.
someone told me in chat earlier that they were a doomer, not a boomer.
They told you were a doomer, not a boomer?
No, that they were.
Okay, boomer.
Oh. Yeah, okay.
That's what someone told them. They're like, okay, boomer. And then someone was like, yeah, you're a doomer.
I
A
don't
boomer?
see how
No.
that's such a
It's,
fucking insult.
everyone
Why
takes it as a
people
joke.
get-
No one says boomer is actually like a great insult. Like,
No, but fucking older people at work get offended by it.
yes, they do, because
I just don't
they
get why.
feel that they're getting insulted by it.
I mean,
That's how they feel.
you get assaulted to begin with at anything, but. Eh?
Because, no, it's because usually insults are saying you are inferior to someone, so people get mad about it.
But
That's what happens.
but you are inferior to me. It's a joke.
Yes,
It's a joke.
Whoa.
I know. I
I
am.
feel
This-
so insulted
kills.
now.
I gotta specify it's a joke because I don't know who takes me serious.
Oh, to the right? Far side right?
I don't think either
He's
of us
standing
do.
like on a rock. You're false. Well,
Is he
it
a-
doesn't matter now. I don't know.
Wow. Wow.
Yeah, he's up in the
Yeah.
corner.
Oh.
They had us pegged on both sides of the map. That's pretty sad.
I feel just sad.
Just sad that you died. I would feel sad too.
No, not that I died. He just happened to be camping there, like that. They're really good at camping.
Yeah, they are.
He's coming up on your left or behind you.
Yeah, it doesn't matter. I got one in front of me. I guess I could have just turned. That's fine. They're boofing. They're boof. Did we meet a boof before?
No, I don't think so.
Too clean and Mikey. Okay. Well,
Too clean.
yeah. They're tryhards like we met before. So
Yeah. I don't see the point. But I mean, I guess I don't know. I got a kill. Oh boy.
nice.
Show me.
Good job.
All right. Kill me.
Where's he at?
For my death now. I don't know.
Oh fuck, he's right there. In the trench? No.
Yeah, he's.
I don't know where he's at. Okay, he is near it, but I don't know where. He's to the left. He's at the tower now. Behind the tower. See him?
Yeah.
Well, he got your ass.
Got him, but he just had more health than I did.
Hold on. Let me see if I can find a team to get together. I gotta figure something out, because I do want to actually really go into this. So. And I love playing with Lyric, and that's why I play, because you're fucking amazing.
Ah, you know who's amazing? You and Sam. Oh.
Goodness gracious, you two need to go get a room together.
I would, but unfortunately, I have a no room policy. It has to be all laid out in public.
Oh my gosh.
Then no one can say
A
that.
train. I could take all you guys.
Oof.
He's bringing in that train status again.
Train status. Muzzle break. Lash guard. Dun, 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 dun. Got a laser. It's a laser. I don't know why you have to go through the paints. Like all the paints are the same, right? All the skins. They're nothing different, right? Tell me otherwise. You know? Tell me otherwise. Ooh. I can see my feet. To my desk.
You do have a glass desk. Yes, good job.
I hear a lot of sass coming from someone.
Only a little.
Hello. You gonna fist him too?
Discord.
Set up.
Fuck.
What's that?
Hello?
Wait. Hi.
You can't hear me?
About. No, I didn't hear anything you said for the past like.
I said you're gonna fist him too? He's to the left by the mountain side. Good job. The other guy is somewhere. GBs. Was he laying down? No, he's just better at you somehow.
It's because of the tree. Yeah,
The tree got in the way, yeah. Yeah, he probably took his headshots.
Fuck oxygen. Ow.
I mean, yeah, fuck oxygen. Oh, he's to the... Black Shadow. Forget you, dude. I got his name all over
Yes,
my
you
face
are.
right now.
What's time?
Nothing.
Oh, okay.
to the left of you, because they just killed me. They're in the trench area. Yeah, they're in the trench in front of you. Yeah, okay, I see. They're at the wall. You know what the walls are, right? The one in front of your rock? Yeah. Good job, dude.
I did it.
You're gonna carry me. I should be doing better than these guys, but...
I want a cookie.
That's a God and animate on my side. You guys can't do this to me.
Let the power of God and anime on your side.
Just a little bit.
Oh, fuck.
Don't drink alcohol.
They seriously
and try
killed
to
me
do
with a
an
Molotov
voice.
just now. What, babe?
I said, don't try to drink alcohol and then do an ooh voice. It just was like fucking with my
Why?
vocal cords so hard just now because it's carbonated.
No.
I was like, oh, that did not feel
Dude,
good.
why
It's
am
hard
I
to keep
black?
pitch.
Oh, alright, dude, just take a bullet to my brain right now. I'm freaking done right now.
Sounds good. I'm not gonna put a sweater on.
I'm not gonna push right now. I'm just tired of pushing.
Me. Oh. Mama's gonna run you
That was
down.
one guy's put a fucking dirty taste in my mouth. Makes me sick of this map. You see him anywhere?
No.
I killed the one guy on the right side, but I don't see the other guy.
Oh, he's by the
Oh.
tower. Camping it.
Oh, okay.
You have a shotgun secondary.
Oh, yeah, no.
I didn't know.
I don't know how he killed me if I got shots on him first. Headshots, all those headshots. Still, I thought he had less health still. Like, I was full bars, you know what I mean?
No.
You know what I mean? They're probably going on the right side, dude, to be honest.
What? Oh.
What happened? Why are you speechless?
Shot him.
Someone's-
I shot him in the upper body with a shotgun and almost point blank. It was point blank, and he didn't die.
Like that?
Yeah, no, my
Oh.
definitely in the near head area.
Gotcha. I have the lowest latency and I'm still fucking dying. Huh? Maybe that's why.
Did you see latency?
Yeah, you hit tab.
See,
That's on the right hand side.
oh,
Well, whatever your brings you up to score and stuff. And
yeah,
deaths.
it doesn't show latency for me.
How?
I guess. Oh,
Alright, dude.
Oh.
Just die off the back. I'll see how you want to be.
they were camping trenches.
Oh, okay. They both are?
They both. Yeah, I think the other one's near you.
I don't see him.
Right there.
Ah ha ha ha. He almost got me. There was life in this bones yet. I'm just gonna sit back. This so far has been the most productive thing so far I've done in my life. Just sit back. You know? I think they like the trench a lot.
They do. They like to camp it. Yep.
Where is he at?
He was near tower, but I don't know where the other one is.
Probably fucking pretty close. Oh, good job. I don't know where the hell you killed him, but okay. Oh. You're sitting back
Looks like
there.
they were. Yeah.
Yeah.
They were. They died. They didn't live.
We can play that game too, guys. Come on.
You now have a Yeti on your stream. How do you feel?
Yeah, the Yeti on my stream. How am I supposed to feel about that, Sam? I feel offended.
I don't know.
I feel like a boomer in my old age. Offended. Where are you at?
Camping in the corner.
Of where?
Gotta be kidding. Left side. He was just camping in the goddamn corner.
Okay.
They're gonna take it.
Yeah, this is the way I'm gonna do it. Oh, they were gonna kill me, apparently. Oh, they were both there?
In there.
I know, right? I wasn't expecting to be there because they shot me from behind for a second. At least it seemed like they did. Hey, Gigi. Oh, pop that shoulder. Oh, yeah. Just roll it.
Alright, babe, we're
Just
gonna work on
roll
this
it.
together, alright?
No, we're not
Okay.
working on
High
anything
pitched
together.
voice. Come on.
No, we're not
High-pitched
working on it.
voice.
I unlocked an AK-47.
Stop dancing like that. You look weird.
I know I look weird, but they can't really see. They just see my hands moving them down. So I'm gonna back us out. I'm gonna take us out gunfight for a little bit.
Ow.
Oof.
Fucking hitting these damn bones everywhere.
I want to kind of play some Monster Hunter, but like, don't got no one to play it with.
I wish
That's
I
fine.
could, but I can't. If you get it for PS4,
Oh my god.
I know, right? I wish it was just cross compatible. That'd be nice. And there wouldn't be issue.
yeah, it's actually a game that they should make cross-compatible because there's no PvP in it. So
Right? Oh, I'm freaking good. Thanks for asking. Don't know she messaged. Of all people. We're gonna play Domination. Nope, Team Deathmatch. My bad. It should be Domination.
God, I
Maybe
haven't played an actual game in forever.
that's a lie.
It's been so long.
mean,
How do I play?
I guess. I don't know. How do you play? Freaking lost,
Like
dude.
an actual game that isn't gunfight.
I don't know, man. You tell me, dude. I'm just here. Why does it say my primary weapon's at level 1? It isn't, though. It said my M4 was at level 1. Even though if you click on it and go in.
Yeah, it bugs out. They have a lot of bugs like that.
Okay.
I only feel slightly.
It's like freaking out right now. Dude,
Yeah.
don't play me like this, man. Hey, we haven't done this with actual people. We played with bots before.
Oh, I mean, I've played with that quite a lot. Well, not quite a lot, but
As team deathmatch and stuff? No.
yeah, well,
Not me, dude. I can't move in certain ways. What the hell?
yeah, it's because we're in spawn together.
Maybe I don't want to wait, dude.
I'm taking the ATV. Fuck all you guys. Yeah, you better
Seriously?
shoot me.
ATV. Freaking funny.
What are you guys doing?
Playing?
I'm stealing all the ATVs and then watching my teammates shoot me as they try to get on.
Well, I'm just camping this spot over here because, you know, why not? Who's gonna stop me, right? I'm gonna rule the world the way I see fit. Well, there's a bunch of guys dying to the left.
Where the hell is everybody at? Nobody went mid? What is this?
Nope, they all went to go camp up in the trees. Alright, I saw one guy, and then he just, like, disappeared. Alright, I'll take the headshot. Let's get the headshot going, guys. Come on.
We pull ahead.
Okay, apparently I can't use my mouse. I don't know why that guy was by himself. Alright, well, I'll take that. East and myself. Back to health. Oh crap, he's behind me. Okay, they've respawned on the other side of the map. We switched spawns and I hadn't realized it. Oh frick, I keep stemming myself on accident. You know how freaking amazing that fucking feels?
Oops, I just dropped my phone.
I'd say any needle to the dick feels really nice.
No, it's not a needle to the dick. It's cocaine to the blood. That's not working. I don't have any. I already have health.
It should make you hyperactive or give you more health.
And it just gives you more health if you're injured, but if you're not injured, then it doesn't do anything. it just wasted a stem.
It doesn't give more health.
Or it brings you back from. Yeah, that's what I mean. I mean, it gives you more health if you're low health. It means it brings health back to you if you're low in health. Yeah, some guys were up in the main house here. Why can't I sit around the corner? That was freaking amazing. Oh crap. I didn't know they were gonna bomb everywhere. Jeez. There's no nut November, guys. Alright, who shot him? What in that? Blue haze just happened. Oh fuck! They stunned me. I'm dead. Yeah, I'm dead. I'm just standing. They're behind us again. They spawned back again. I might get revenge. Let's see. Just because I can. Because they spawned me behind them. This game is broken. Oh, great. Thanks for shouting out that I need to reload. This big old empty house that... Oh, frick. Yeah, enemies halfway there, because half our teammates have been dying. One of these big explosions. All the big explosions, you know what I mean? You be spraying and praying, man. Nice. Oh, freak. There's my last stem. Okay. That guy just wasted a beautiful grenade. They must be behind us now. Yeah. You spawned over there, didn't you? Why has no one got any UAVs? You okay there, Lurk?
Ooh,
Oh great, they got a UAV.
ooh.
I heard ooh. Where is it?
I don't know. You tell me, man.
I'm the ooh hunter.
Oh my god.
Is that the only thing you had?
I had the oohs and the Sams. Yeah, that's about it.
Oh. Oh,
Well, I guess I hunt tie too, but I mean that's more of like a I'm a hunt you feel? So.
Oh, frick. I'm on
He's
fire.
feeling that hunt.
Yeah, exactly. Not really.
Alright, downstairs.
Not,
Oh, frick. Frickin' snap. Pockle pop. My personal UAV still up? Or does it die? It goes after you die, right? So if you die with that life and you used it, you're freaking dead, yeah. Because I don't see anybody anymore. Unless everyone's dead around here. Which I find impossible to believe. Oh, crap. Saved a guy. Oh, I got my revenge too. Maybe I didn't save him. Maybe he died. Got him. Is it ooh, baby? Or is it
I just hear,
get your oof oof? Don't tell me they're behind us now. Where's my personal UAV? Seriously. Oh, yep. Alright. Where are they at? Like, I can see them on the map, but it's like hard to tell if they're upstairs or downstairs. Ah, my personal UAV is gone. Oh, crap. Oh,
Shit.
from behind me. What's up, Bim?
Said, oh shit.
Oh, we're
watching
one
you.
kill away. Oh, you were? Okay, that's what I thought.
Why do you think I've been ooh-wooing during your stream? I'm watching. I'm trying to make up for all the ooh-woos that I owe.
Well, thanks, babe. Thank you for holding up your, word after like 30 minutes.
I think this is enough ooh-woos, right? only
I
promised-
believe me and Lyric would disagree with you.
Do you disagree, babe? Do you think we need more ooh-woos?
Alright, I'm going to switch this. I'm going to back out and switch this. 'Cause I don't want I thought I had it set for a certain...
I mean, Lyric didn't disagree, which means he thinks that was enough. Do you think that was enough, babe?
I don't think the Lyric pays attention enough to actually agree
Yeah.
to anything, so...
That's why it's fun
Unfortunately,
to just
I think it was
say
not
he
enough
agreed to
ooh-woos.
things.
But his stuff has been cut out from time to time, so...
Lyric!
Yeah.
There he is.
He's actually live.
Sort of.
Clearly not. You've sort of been missing like half the conversation.
No, I listened. I was listening.
Okay, which means you agree then.
Yeah,
I mean, I did disagree, so yeah.
Okay, which means no more ooh-woos. You think that was enough?
Well, you only needed 2. You did like 4, so.
Okay. We both just figured you'd want more ooh-woos.
Oh, guys, are you guys ready for this amazing round of COD Modern Warfare?
I'll be back.
Nope, he's not.
Okay.
I don't think he's coming back. I think he died. Guys, will you help me? I'm dead. So dead. So much deadness. Dead inside. Excuse me.
I think that was enough.
Like, waiting for all of my fans to come in and be like, yo, you're on tonight. What's going on, man? Oh no, guys. Are you guys ready for this? Are you guys? I don't think you are. We got a bunch of AFKers right now. You AFK right now? Cause you seem like you're AFK.
We are in command here.
Oh. Oh crap, he got me from the right side. Good job. Jeez. Cheese and crackers, guys. Cheese and crackers. Oh. Gonna die. It's fine. Alright. Helping taking Alpha. Oh crap. Oh no! I wasn't ready for it. He called that action well, he did. Oh! I hate these streets, man. Let me see what he saw. Oh, he saw me of all things and he just shot me. The other guy was right in front of his face. Oh. Snow is back, but he knows nothing. Enemy at the train station? Is it the train station you're worried about? Or is it enemies?
They have to. Retake those objectives. You're losing control. Enemies ahead of that building.
Oh, frick. Ah, I keep wasting all my stems. Trying to figure out where it's coming from. Nice. I just want the XP, dude. No offense, man. Is it Uwu? Oh, fuck. Yes, I can hear you now. What's up? Oh, good night, Sazona. See ya. Good night. Don't die in your sleep. I was like, just noticed. It took me a minute. I can't believe it. I'm sorry. Sorry, Says. I'll get you better next time. Oh, my nose. Is it an enemy? Or is it your worst nightmare? Good night, Says. Surprised you're still here. Oh, crap. Oh. Yo, where is he? Oh, there he is. Oh, crap. Nope. Alright, let me see if I can find him. Oh, crap. He's hitting us from somewhere, and it freaking hurts.
There's a herder.
There's a what? That's a herder?
Or
a carrier? Yeah,
a Vitol.
Vittel? A Vittel? Oof.
You know,
yeah, but
thing that shoots you?
Yeah. I feel like it's someone else who keeps shooting me, though. That's how I felt. They're trying to take Alpha right now. There's a couple guys there. If you just literally throw a couple grenades, you'd probably just kill them. Oh, frick. No, seriously? I should have just kept going. I hate that when you look down the sight, your movement speed drops. So if you try to dodge at any direction, you're screwed.
There's attachments to so that maybe that doesn't happen.
Beating myself up, guys. Gonna lose some brain cells.
It's not healthy to do that.
They've reached the halfway point. Get
Yeah, man.
these those objectives. Securing Bravo.
I didn't know you could go over here. What's that?
I don't have enough books in my game.
No.
Oh,
Why is that?
because I'm not filling up all my bookshelves yet.
No, seriously? I keep getting killed by this one guy. Alright, I'm having a hard time focusing right now.
Charlie secure.
Oh, it's not helping.
Hold all objectives.
I literally got 5 kills this whole entire time.
There we go.
I've died at least like 8 times now.
Oh, come up.
Ran the wrong way.
Come on.
I get lost in some of these buildings sometimes.
Come here. Up. Maple.
Yeah. Alright.
Enemies taking Alpha. You lost the Bravo. Back up at Bravo.
Oh, come on.
Lead is out. Allied strike incoming. Beware.
Ally or enemy? What was it, Lyric?
Ally.
I'm gonna stab this dog.
The enemy has called for emergency airdrop.
Oh, dude, you're lucky? Oh, across the way. Got him.
Maple, come here. Come in. My loves. Come on.
Enemy personal radar overhead.
Now that I've dropped literally everything again, just so I
Personal
can
radar
pick up my
overhead?
baby.
Crap.
Oh,
Fucking
stop
done
in
for
my
them.
face. Oh, you smell like dog.
What's up, babe?
Thank you.
Hey, how nice it feels to have the house
We have
cold
a
at the
fucking
moment.
child for a dog.
You got a child for a dog? Yes,
yeah,
we
look
do.
at him when you get a chance.
Okay. Is he in our lap? Is that what I'm seeing?
Oh yeah.
Oh, fuck. Aww. So cute.
You can take a photo of it.
Hope you guys are having a great night tonight. What?
Take a photo and
Take a photo? That's, you just hold them there for a second. Next time I die or something. It's not like he's going anywhere. He's a big mama's boy.
He really is a big mama's dog. Yeah. He's trying to like sniff all over this thing. Go back down. I don't like it when you stand on me. You're really heavy.
Got Charlie. Enemy at Bravo. Go. Enemy cluster strike. Take cover. Securing A.
Oh. Your breath smells like dog.
Oh, you freaking kidding
Trying to
me.
play my game.
I just captured Alpha too. Hope they freaking capture. Hi guys. Sorry, it was nice knowing you. Why are we all spawning back here? This freaking game, am I serious? Oh,
Oh. Hey, stop it. You can't
Stop
just
what?
climb me so you can sniff me. Mama doesn't appreciate it.
Road the Conqueror.
No. Yeah, he hasn't gotten a photo of you yet, so you can't.
Oh, Oh, crap.
Good job,
Nice. That was a close one. I should have technically died, but since I got the stems, they kind of certify that you get a little bit.
guys. Good girl.
Yeah, it's our fight. I don't know if we're gonna win it though. We want it. We don't got much. Nice. Nice.
Alright, take a photo of it before he gets impatient.
Okay.
Good boy.
Thank you guys for waiting. Maple! The good boy! Alright, that's a great shot.
I like it. Send it to me.
Okay. Hold on, guys. Man, it's such a crazy day. I don't know, I don't feel very talkative right now. I apologize, guys. I'm just like, here. Lyric got an AFK at the moment, so.
You need to potty.
I think his Discord just keeps kicking him out. Yeah, it says it's mute right now. Yeah.
He might be talking to his brother.
No.
He does that when he
Or
does
phone or something.
that. No, his brother comes over.
I don't care about his brother. What about me? I'm just kidding.
Ooh.
He is rude.
Did you send it to me?
Yes, I want all the pets.
Thank you.
Oh yes, Daddy.
Son, I think you need to calm down.
I can't when Daddy pets me.
Third.
All the dirtiness you mean. Yes. You know, I really don't care for ground war. I just don't know why. Maybe if I played it more, I would.
I'm not good at Battlefield S type games.
I'd love the hell out of it, but like even in Battlefield though, I would honestly play Team Deathmatch and capture flags more than I would play anything else. I guess what it is I feel like I died less in Team Deathmatch or like Domination than I do Ground War. I feel like I die a lot in Ground War unless you get like a lot of kills, and then I just feel like, you know, it's not as much. It's not as cool. I like how nobody went left. Except for this guy. Waiting for him to die.
But I figured everybody else was gonna go left, so I didn't go left. Weird how it works.
Oh crap. Well, fuck me. I'm running back.
Enemy at the church. Road Bravo, stand by.
There's a sniper up there.
Okay. Sniper where? Oh.
We're in the lead.
Oh, nope. Never mind. No, he still one-shot me. I stunned myself and... Not because I wasn't low already. I wasn't low at all. I didn't even get hit. Did they kill him?
Kill him.
The sniper that was over here.
Oh, I killed him, but he probably.
You-
Oh, the one over there? I don't know.
Yeah, on the left side.
Why are they in our spawn?
Because they want to get a bunch of spawn kills? Duh. No, freaking! They're both on the fucking left side of the Alpha right now.
You've lost the lead, soldier.
Ay, 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 ay.
They've got two objectives. Keep hitting them. Enemy in the barrel. We're needed today. Enemy holds all objectives. Securing C. One out. Stand by. Enemy
Oh, fuck. You serious? Looks like alright. Let's capture Alpha. Oh, he just keeps going over there, and they're back at the freaking. Oh gosh, I got Alpha again. I'm done, dude. I don't. I don't know, my brain's done tonight. Yeah. Oh yeah. Oh, just all the freaking loves. Oh, the freaking loves. Oh gosh, I'm gonna die. One of these days, I will just gonna die. I don't know. What is, like, it's not getting enough kills. Is that what's going on?
Friendly UAV overhead. Enemy holds 2 objectives. Take them back.
Ah. Alright. Well, F me. F everybody else. Yay. Oh. Oh, how the hell did he hit me? Oh, I didn't even see him. Even though he should have been in my line of sight. Great, these freaking knuckleheads are still over here. Freaking sniping people. Just running across the map back and forth, sniping people. Watch out, Lyric. They really are freaking glued in to this map. Side of the map.
I'm back. Who missed me?
No, I don't miss you at all.
I missed ya.
At least somebody likes me here.
It's not that I don't like you. It's the fact I'm in a crappy mood.
No. Go away. Alright, you know what? I need to start being more talkative. I think that's my problem.
Gotta be more talkative?
More talk. I'm not talking at all.
I know, neither are we. We feel bad about it.
And just, yeah, I know. I'm not talkative because I just don't feel talkative.
Tits. Oh, I did. That was my reaction. Tits.
I mean, I think that's a good reaction.
That's a
it's
terrible
a solid
reaction.
10 out of 3.
Still trying to. Oh, great.
Good or bad? I can't.
Oh, we got a. When did we get a UAV?
Wonderful.
I'm just gonna shoot myself. It's fine, right? And just shoot myself.
Aren't you supposed to play with Seahorse tonight, though?
Was I supposed to play with Seahorse tonight?
Yeah, I thought you were playing Fortnite with her.
No, I just said I might.
Oh,
Has she even been here?
I have no idea.
No, she hasn't stopped in at all. She's been watching someone else instead.
Oh, well, I guess there's no reason to play.
Right? Oh, you freaking kidding me? I'm mad at these guys, Jake Meeker and what was it, Mister or whatever.
Someone else, and I was like,
So please don't
I
say
don't
me.
know.
Please don't say
I'm
me.
freaking
Please
done.
don't say
I'm
me.
done. I'm so freaking done right now. Someone could put a freaking pitchfork in me. I'm freaking done. Can you actually go over here? Or is this actually a way?
"Can I roast you on a barbecue?"
Barbecue all night, if you know what I mean.
You can get about 3 bites out of me. Mm-hmm.
Yum yum.
There's no yum yum on that. Don't yum yum to that.
No yum yum.
I freaking fed all the yum yum too.
Yum yum.
Yum yum. All I want.
Freaking done right now. Eh. Where is he? Where are they? Monty Python, what's up? He's running down the field.
Motherfuckers.
He was.
I feel bad because I'm normally way more talkative, but holy shit, I'm not talkative.
I got stuck in the window somehow. Dude, A needs to be taken, man. Good job, dude.
I feel like the alcohol tonight just
definitely
chilled
killed.
me out.
It's up in the building behind you.
Oh. There's this guy too. And there's this guy. And there's that guy. Oh, to the left of me? they're spawning at our spawn now. God, that wasn't even that long of we weren't even taking that spawn that long. Like, I literally spawned there not even like 2 minutes ago. If that.
Isn't there like a tanning rack where I can make leather? Well, that makes me so fucking sad.
What's that, babe?
When I make my house, like, I don't have a tanning rack, so I can't use leather.
Ah.
That sucks. Maybe down in the cellar I'll be able to make one.
This is my cool new move I came up with. We're gonna put my headphones backwards. Gets me into the game more. Makes
Oh,
me
yeah, is that
pro.
how it works?
Yeah, I become the POG, pro of the game, the player of the game.
I mean, at least it works. Tanning rack!
And I died at the end. Yay! Alright, we'll go back to gunfight. Ah, jeez, please. Dropping things. Yo, guys, you guys just want to put a bullet in my brain? Who wants to take a bullet to my brain first? Shouldn't you? Guys, listen here. I got all the secrets you need in the world.
Thank you.
Don't bless her. She's a devil child. Oh, my nose itches so much.
Don't talk about it. Like, my nose itches so bad it's not even funny.
This is how we're gonna do it. We're gonna do it like this. This is how I'm gonna play.
Damn
You
it.
see it?
Alright, could somebody give me something to be excited about? Because
I don't know. Tonight is just dying in my soul right now.
I know, that's why I got off my stream.
I don't like even want to get off COD, but I just want to have a better time in COD right now. And this guy over here is not helping me.
Hi, Maple.
Lyric, who's not paying attention.
Oh,
I just refuse to talk. Yeah, I was talking to you. Yeah, it is your fault.
There's only like half in this chat.
I know. I'll just leave him alone.
Woo voice.
He
I
went
tried
over.
doing everything I could to keep him interested, but he's just not interested.
Only way we're gonna get better at this game if we grind it, dude. There's no other way around it, man. We just need to do it. Right?
Trying to convince yourself, or
It's a little bit of both. Stop judging me.
okay.
Oh, the patience. I will be a turtle. Where are they at, Lyric?
They're spawn.
Oh, nice.
They'll probably moved by now, but
10 seconds.
Oh, well, I don't know where they're at now. Oh, I was hoping I saw his shadow, but I wasn't fast enough to turn. They're like, how the hell did he get over there? Don't worry about it, Captain Obvious. Ah, fuck it. I have no patience. Dude, why are you dying, man? Oh, they're both on the right side? What the hell? Alright, we might actually just get off, because I don't know what to do. Let's go play some Monster Hunter or something. Because I'm not carrying this team. Lyric's not carrying this team. Yeah. I'm just dying left and right. My soul's hurt. I have to let all this pain out. Somehow. Where the hell is he? He's shooting at me or oh yeah, he is. He's on my side. He went up the stairs, dude.
10 seconds.
You're like, no. There he is. Why did you reload before you popped up, dork? Just take the flag, because he's going to. Yep, see, I told you. Good job, dude. My ears. I think I did. I think I called you a dork for not reloading faster.
Oh. Yeah, that seems like something I do.
I shot the tire on the car.
Is there a spawn?
He's in your spawn? Our spawn?
He was, yeah.
There he is. Oh, you freaking kidding me? I had him pegged. Didn't that was it not a stun? Was it what was I using? I don't even remember what it was. Stun grenade. I'm pretty sure it may have been a stun grenade.
You know what? You know what I think?
What?
Holy shit, okay.
You okay? Did you die just
No,
now?
I just...
Oh.
Hello?
Survived. Yeah, the guy to the left of you. He killed me. He's coming after you. He's coming across the bridge. And GG. Alright, I lied. We might go one more round just because we did a little bit better this time. But I'm definitely just gonna replace Sam. Sound good? Because I think you're bad luck right now. You're the only thing that's in and out right now. It's not my
I was...
luck at the moment.
The bridge.
He's under the bridge.
He's probably gonna come up. Yep.
There you go.
They both shot me, so I'm just like, okay. I guess.
Yeah. Like that car shot. Hey, it's funny watching it blow up. Yeah. Oh, one's down. I already hit him. Got him.
2 wins down. Under pressure.
You said 2 wins now? Or we're at 3 wins? Excuse me, sir. Fix yourself. That foot play, dude. Someone in COD must have a foot fetish. Nah, I think they would let feet live. Guys up in the building. Oh, he's still in the building. He shot me. He went across the bridge. He thinks you're over there. But you're not. Just shoot him, dude. Oh, fuck. Nope, you're fucked. Nope, run, dude. Oh, dude. Oh, dude. What the fuck was that, dude? You hopped in the canal. Oh, man, you're fucked. Sorry. I like being a commentator on your deaths. It's amazing.
I don't know. I guess he thought I was still down there, so he's like, I'm gonna jump down here, and I'm just like, all right.
I know, right?
Man.
Point. Tie it up or it's over.
Oh, fuck.
I hit the one a lot.
Which one a lot?
He's on
Oh, fuck. You're both dead.
that one that you were fighting.
The one time he decides to run is when I decide to go up the fucking stairs.
Make up.
Alright, you know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna get up. I'm gonna stretch. Everybody stretch with me. As I almost hit the fan. The ceiling fan. Because I forget how tall I am. How much my reach is.
I mean,
Oh,
He's not allowed to now. He's got a cat on him.
oh, sounds like a personal issue. Oh,
kind of. Hey, you want to wake up?
pick it up, guys. Just pick it up. Now put it down. Pick it up. Put it down. Pick it up. Put it down. Oh. Gotta put my butt cushion to the side here.
I can't believe I just had 100 pounds in an ingredient in this game.
100 pounds of what?
In ingredients.
Oh, damn. Actually, I can believe it. It's like playing Fallout. I get so encumbered and I'll just run around places.
I'm just like, when the fuck did I get that many ingredients?
I don't know. You might want to ask yourself, are you a hoarder?
I am a hoarder of ingredients.
They must have gone right, because they're not left right now. Nice kill there, bro. Where are they at? They must be at the container. The like blue container.
Nico, stop it.
Nope. Oh, he's to the left. What the fuck was that? Why is he back there? Sheesh.
He was camping back there.
Yeah. Well, we know how this game's gonna go.
Oh,
Or do we?
So I guess that's a plus.
I know, right?
One.
Did he just shoot at me? And did you shoot him? Run right and left. Yeah, I see him. He's up in the tree he was.
Another grenade.
Nice. Other guy's gotta be camping again.
No, the guy that was camping last game was one up in the tree.
Yep, I see him.
One by blue.
My big blue?
Blue container.
Yeah, this one I meant.
That guy in the
Treehouse?
treehouse is really treehouse is really weak.
Still alive. Still alive though. Got him. Oh, now they switched camping.
Yeah. Oh, they did too. Wow.
Yeah, I told you they switched camping. One camped and the other one just went up.
It's not very fun.
Yeah, but it's try hard is what it is. But you know, you're gonna get it, dude.
Right.
They did. Okay. Yeah, I see him.
One's in the goddamn bushes.
Back up.
Of
Back
love.
up. Of love? Oh,
Well,
the bushes they love.
bushes of love.
What? Oh, I thought you killed one of them. Damn it. See, I shot the guy there. That's
I wounded him, but
alright.
the bushy camps.
I'm freaking done. They're making us freaking run them for 4 more seconds.
Why do I gotta do all the running in this relationship?
I don't
Trust
know.
me, honey, I've been there.
Where's the second guy?
He's treehouse.
Oh, there he is. Got him. That smoke
seem to get the
so
back
helped out.
I smoked him, but
Yeah.
I couldn't see him, but he could see me, which makes no sense. But okay.
He probably just blindly guessed exactly where you were, unfortunately.
Possible. But
When's the treehouse?
yeah, I hit him once. Didn't play.
Okay. I don't know where the other guy's at. Nice. Where is he at?
Spawn blue container.
Okay.
He's to the right of the blue container. He's where you go up towards the treehouse.
Oh, I can't
is
see
it?
him. More to the right? Right there?
He was near the rock on the right hand side. He probably ran
Oh.
up towards our spawn. I don't know. Or he might be camping there. Beats me.
Alright. I'll take it. It's fine.
I like how he walked past you like, where am I
I know, right? He's right.
Treehouse.
Treehouse, okay.
Got him.
Treehouse to the left? Okay.
No, I got him. I got him.
Yeah, I got you. I just want to confirm where he was supposed to be at.
Yeah, Treehouse left.
Oh, he's on the right side here. There he is. Nate Peekaboo.
Wow. Okay.
Got him for you.
Fortunate.
You're a little bit. Tree only doesn't make cover. Tree does not make cover, guys. Right side.
Right. Got him.
Where's he at? You got him?
Yeah, I got
See him?
over the other one is.
It's left side. By the. There you go.
By the. There you go.
I just slid, see, and just poof. He didn't see me coming. It was a crazy match there. Hey, thanks, Lyric. I really do appreciate you playing with us. Playing with me.
No. Thank you
Why?
for playing with me. Duh.
Oh, dude. Where did he shoot me from? Oh, he shot me. They're both in the back, behind the rocks where they're, you know, we shot them before because they just like camping that spot. There you go. Nice, dude. Just throw a grenade, man. Or you throw both of them already. Fuck. And you don't have anything good. Just jump over the rock. Nope. Oh, nice shotgun. I forgot we had that for a second. Freaking amazing, dude.
I shot him in the. Oh.
Yeah, you shot him straight into the chest, dude. Just about. You're just trying to help him out, right? You're just being friendly and just like, here, let me help you out with a backflip, dude. Like, I'll give you pressure so you can flip backwards. Commando.
I uninstalled Discord and reinstalled it to try to fix that specific issue, and it didn't help.
What issue is that?
It like I don't know it. I don't even know how to explain it. Like your voice or whoever I'm talking to will constantly cut out. You'll be
It's still doing
me,
that?
but it won't show. No, it happens once in a while. But I don't know. I don't know what the deal is with it.
Cause part of me thinks it's just your freaking internet, but
It says I have full connection though. So
okay, hold on. There's also the fact that like it's supposed to drop you though. Here, hold on. Let's just turn it off. Because when others speak, it's supposed to drop you.
well, it
So, I
happens,
don't know.
it happens when I talk to. Well, let me see.
It's audio subsystem.
It stopped happening for quite a while, and then it started happening again today. I'm like, okay, that's cool. I'm not really sure what the deal is.
Who knows? Who knows? Look at my beautiful voice. It's transmitting. I'm looking for one more player. Will you be my player too?
I'll
Babe.
be your player one.
Whoa.
Just pop Ty down to his number 2 slot.
Oh, dude, so if you look at my finger, I freaking smashed it earlier. I'm so fucking pissed. I was just moving the
He's so
exercise
greedy with
chair.
his
Like, I
finger.
wasn't even exercising. It smashed my finger anyways.
Okay. You need to put Skyrim down.
Hold on, you're gonna have to show me again. I wasn't on your stream.
You can't really see it. It's really banded. It's just...
Here, I'll take a picture and send it to him.
Oh, thanks.
He saw it. He saw it.
Oh, also, babe, you didn't send me the picture of Maple.
I thought I did.
I don't know who you sent it to, but it wasn't me.
Apparently I didn't send it at all, according to Facebook. Question mark?
It looked like you were trying to flick me off.
I know, right? It's like, so...
Dying.
When are you not dying, dude? Coley, poly,
1% of my life, I'm not dying. The other 99%. I'm dying.
I don't know. I'm 100% dying all the time.
There we go. Thanks, babe.
Guys, sorry, I
We're all
had to
just
stretch.
like chilling and yawning all at the same time. We're
I
all
know.
sleepy.
Usually we have people come on and they keep us company.
I know.
And we just love it to
Another
death.
dog.
Where?
I just sent it to Lyric.
Oh.
Dog. I found a dog. He's so cute.
Oh, you actually found somebody. 30 inches of doom. Alright, dude. I keep my eye out for you, man. 1911
Mate.
clan. It's
Oh,
pretty cool.
No,
30 inches of doom. How much is 30 inches? It's not like... That's almost a whole yard. It's like 2 inches shy.
it's only like 7.
What? 7 feet?
No, just 7.
7. Just 7 inches?
Just 7.
I don't think it's even 7, bro. Have you measured yourself in a while? Like, you might want to take a look at yourself.
You know.
You don't look like you have 7 inches, right?
Last time I measured myself, I was half. No, less than that. No, maybe it was half an inch. Maybe.
I hear those lies one more time and no more ooh woo
I
voice.
can't see.
I don't know where he went to. I see him.
Hello. Hello. I ran around in circles.
Yeah, it's fine. That crosshair on his head, though. That might have been a whole inch. Yeah, you should measure yourself.
Let's go and measure it right now during the middle of the game.
Oh. Gotta reload. Got him. What, you guys see him?
I'm already
He was using his pistol. He must have unloaded all his rounds on you, dude. Did he hit you
Really.
earlier?
He hit.
He
hit me.
just jumped down. Oh, fuck, he got me. Watch out, dude. He's over there. At least he was. Oh, he's back here. Behind you. Up top. And you got him. Thank you.
We did it.
You got 2 kills that round. Oh, this sucks. Yeah, it did, but then I was laughing at the rounds being shot like far as fuck. Oh, I messed up. I messed up. He's still back here on the stairs, dude. He's chicken. You just gotta watch the guy on the left, cause you know I died and left you. Bro, you okay?
No.
It's because you're playing against PC players. That's why.
That's my excuse.
I don't want to prove my worth. I don't want to do a shout out with you.
I hit one on left.
Okay. I didn't hit the guy on the right, so he's still there somewhere. Oh, he's left. He's on the right side. Oh.
Oh my god, he got me. He's in our spawn.
Oh.
He's going up top.
Oh.
What are you doing?
Watch. He was reloading, but I swapped my weapon. No, it's too slow.
Maybe.
Eat him? Yeah. That's probably one.
I don't know. It's hard to say in those type of situations. What to do, what's best.
I'm dead because he fucking sniped me. And I try to contend with him. Ugh. Guys, pep me up here. Come on, give me some love. Nice, good job. Thank you. Lyric, you can carry this one. Oh, that was creepy. He says, I smell blood. Tonight. That's literally what he said. I smell blood.
I didn't hear it, I guess.
Yeah, it's pretty crazy, right?
One on back right.
Oh, fuck. Oh, fuck. He's in our spawn, right? Yep, he's on our spawn where I was standing. He's back in the corner. He doesn't know where you're at.
10 seconds.
There you go. Just run to the middle, man. Alright.
I did it.
Yeah, you can carry me. Let's win the victory, dude. I hate it.
You're not going.
I'm 2 at 5, dude, yeah.
Show them what Jackals can do.
You good, man? You got a shotgun as a secondary, I just realized.
Yeah. Nice. What happened? I gotta see this. Okay, well, I guess that works out. He shouldn't have been reloading. Are you...
I rushed him. He got me down to like a few hit points, and then I ran up in his face, shot him, and he went to reload. I guess.
No, he went to swap. I saw him. He was trying to pull down.
That wasn't. Yeah, he did something that wasn't necessary.
No, he should have waited. He messed himself up. He pretty much did what I did when I was at the spawn, and I was trying to shoot him, and I swapped, and he reloaded faster than I did. So lesson learned: you cannot swap faster than you can reload.
Wrong.
No, well, it depends on the weapon. Cause I swapped, and I freaking. Oh yeah, I know it depends on the gun. but-
If you're swapping to a assault rifle or sniper, then yeah. If you swap to a pistol, on the other hand,
Yeah.
I think it's the same
I
piece.
guess. It kind of, is it really? No.
Oh,
Oh, RX Angel is.
campers.
Yeah.
I
I
don't
don't know if Nate T sucks is the same one, is it?
Yeah, it is.
No. They probably want revenge. Just be fucking spawn fuck them.
They're gonna
Is that the right way to say it?
Wow.
Huh? Yeah, they are. Oh, dude, seriously, dude? Let's just stick together.
It's gonna jump off the map, okay?
Yeah, it's fine, dude. They can take this first 2 rounds. It's fine.
Yeah.
Go for the tower. We're gonna go right, and then. Okay.
Know someone.
Are you serious?
I'm serious, I'm done. I'm not gonna play. No, I'm listening.
They're both on this side. They're camping up in the mountain. Nice. Good job, dude.
I just thrown at them both.
Nice. Good thoughts. Oof. I tried to knife him as I jumped. My game just freaking glitched. You think they're gonna go that side again?
It probably didn't glitch. The fact that you probably jumped into his hitbox.
No, I was talking about that the screen when I was playing the kill, the final kill or whatever.
Oh yeah. It did for me too. Make sure you
okay.
check those bushes and shit. They in the same spot?
I'm gonna have to assume it, dude.
Got one?
Where are they? The same spot?
Yeah, same spot somewhere. I think the other one's back there.
Yeah, I see him. 80 sucks is right back there. Got him. Headshot.
Good.
Dude, they will find a better way to freaking play, dude. Than camping? Be great. I get that they probably make some pretty good wins out of this, but
No, I can't imagine they win very much. That's probably why they're camping, because they don't know how to. They don't win any other way. But I just don't see them winning. They may be, but they're probably back in that broken down. Oh shit! Shot. He's
where are they? Oh, is this?
maybe.
Yeah.
10 seconds.
I thought I just saw one of them move. Oh, fuck. Got one of them?
We win.
You got it? You cut him?
Stay down. Keep
Oh no, you caught the overtime fuck. Yeah, I don't know where the fuck he was. Yeah, but see, he was down there. He's probably back at the cabin. Like we didn't check.
I didn't check because I didn't think you'd be dumb enough to camp back there for no reason.
Dude. Yeah, one of them's back there. Oh, nice. Thank you for the save. Yeah, he's still back there.
We're just gonna keep camping overtime.
He's on the right side with the cabin, dude. Freaking get him. He's stunned. Or he was, anyways. Yeah, he's still back here. Oh, dude. Yeah, just capture the flag, dude.
Yeah, that's what I was waiting for.
the objective.
Okay. Oh, shit. Oh, just barely.
Show me five. Show them what we do.
Keep camping. We get another ooh out of this.
I know, right? These guys are amazing. You don't see them over there. I'm gonna have to assume. Oh, you freaking kidding me? They're still over there.
Oh, I just got. Oh,
What happened?
wait. Hmm.
You okay there?
You know, I don't know what. I know, I'm not okay. I'm very confused. Okay, so it popped up saying get 10 kills without dying
Oh.
back by the truck.
Yep, I see him. But I'm about to die. Oh, nice, you got him.
Down. One more.
Yeah, it popped up saying get 10 kills without dying, but I only have 6 kills. So I'm just kinda. Unless it counted last game for some reason.
I don't know, maybe. Maybe 6. I don't fucking know, dude. See, I'm killable because I just read this fucking. He's to the right.
I hit marked him.
Oh,
Yeah, that's the guy I hit marked.
okay. Well, I'm fucking dead. Where's the other guy at?
Back car, back right, behind the
Truck?
rock, behind the rock, in front of the, no, not truck, right side of the truck, the car, right there. Good job.
I'm just gonna spam. Oh,
Ooh.
she's like asleep in the chair right now.
Ah. Espresso, espresso. I wanted to ooh.
I put her asleep. My sexy, soothing voice, you know.
If I stream, will she wake up?
Please don't.
I kind of want to. No, I won't.
Thorn the Longhorn. Did you get booted? Yeah, man, you got booted. You're not in the lobby with me, man.
Oh. What the hell?
Here, I invited you to the game.
I joined. I think.
Oh, all the controllers.
I'm so confused. Am I in your game or not?
You are now.
It says
I just-
1 out of 2 or 1 out of 20 for. You know what? I don't even know.
Why are you looking at that side? You can't look at that side. That's people online. Or in your party.
No, that's. Yeah, you're not. Oh, you're not in my. That makes.
No, you're not in my party. You're in my game though.
Probably why I got. That's probably why I got booted because I wasn't in.
No, you definitely were, dude.
Morning.
How's your guys' games going?
It's good. You for us? Yeah. I just stood here. I wasn't gonna mess with him. He was trying to duel me, even though I had hit marker him already twice. That late grenade though. Thanks, bro.
I know. I knew he was over there because you were shooting at him. So I was like, I'm not throwing a grenade at him. Oh.
I need this.
One ran
bitch.
mid.
Did they?
Either mid or left. Oh wait, hold on. One's up top. One's
Yep, one's up
One's right.
top.
One's up top. One's right.
Oh shit.
No, I didn't get him.
Oh, my accuracy. Yes, please.
Oh, you got him? We got one of them? You got both of them. Nice. Let me see this final kill. Oh. What?
Yeah, the first one somehow missed.
The lag, I guess? That's all I can think of.
I don't know.
You're saying 133. Oh, okay, what the fuck? Getting blown up somehow?
Up top.
Okay.
Right.
Yep. He had me pegged for a second. He hit markered me. Nice, dude. I'm happy I was the decoy.
I know, right? I knew they were there because I was shooting at them, but
This gun isn't fair. Because you can just hit B. Oh, fuck. Then the cargo. My cargo. Yeah, bro.
Forget that round. On to the next.
No more ooh.
You're doing so good, dude. What?
I said no more ooh.
Let's get this done.
my ooh, no. How will I live?
She won't.
I don't need that half ooh. Oh shit.
Fuck.
Good job, babe.
Good job.
Ah, that was too hard. That was. What's that?
Shot him in the ass.
Yeah, just a little bit. That was some stuff, guys. That was some stuff. I don't know where they went, dude. You see them?
Mine's on the right, so.
I killed the one on the left. Cause he decided to run. Oh, he got him. I was
This queen person's not very good.
No.
I
But
feel bad, but
it feels bad. I always think of feels bad, man, whenever you say feels bad. It's probably what you
I do.
mention anyways, right?
yeah, I'm always saying it feels bad, man. It's because I feels bad, man.
Oh damn.
Where's the other guy at? Oh, break. Oh, nope, nope. That was not the person I should be shooting at. I shot at you, Lyric. It was reflex.
You shot me? How dare you?
You didn't even notice. You didn't even flinch.
I didn't. Good thing, because some people will get really antsy and they will like look at people who shoot them. If I would have looked over like, oh, why is somebody shooting me and got killed, I would have been upset.
Oh yeah, you would have. You definitely would have been upset. I just think of real life though, when like like if I actually shot you, you would be dead. It wouldn't, you know, like.
This is King Fergie
Yeah.
and John are in your chat.
What's up?
They're just not chit-chatting.
Oh, John's in the chat.
It says John and Fergie.
Oh, yeah. No, Fergie's been sitting around chilling since like the beginning. He does the lurky lurk. He comes in and he stares at you, like stares at you. What's up? Oh.
I need a bath.
Yeah. Some yogurt. And a place to go. Duty. Scuba Steve! 85, bro. What's up again? What's going on, man? I'm pretty sure I've seen Scuba Steve before once we played him.
Gunfight.
Oh, man.
Eliminate all enemies or capture the overtime flag to win.
Oh, hi. Hey.
Hello. My name is Steve. What is yours?
Figure, lol.
Figure lols?
Let's give them hell.
Yeah, for the lols. I got shot. I
Oh.
nearly died. He's in the window.
Oh,
One
yep.
one window.
Okay.
Burn yourself for me.
Oh, you freaking kidding me? You stop asking me to burn myself for you. That's just messed up, dude. Shotgun went fine.
Your body just slid into that
I thought we had
fucking little
grenades.
area.
What's, babe?
Your body went sliding into that little shower area. It was so fun looking.
He's in window
Yeah.
again. Oh my goodness. Top left.
Is he? Oh, I see now.
He's just camping the window.
Yeah. Oh, you freaking kidding me? He hopped down and got me mid-hop. Down. Watch this. Boom. Oh, he actually touched ground. That's amazing. Well, we're fucked, dude. We're losing this round. We're not making it anymore. There's no ooze. He's in the window again!
We're gonna get a victory.
You're right. We'll take the victory. Dude, you missed that first shot.
I know. I just came around shooting at where I think he was, and it,
Yeah.
it obviously didn't pan out very well.
Yeah, it's fine. I get it, man. Not everything pans out at the time.
He's in our spawn. Oh, and he's right.
Oh,
Oh
fuck!
shit!
I wasn't ready for that. That was Scuba Steve. Scuba Steve's rushing. So expect Scuba Steve to rush, and then what's his face to just fucking camp. Like he's been doing.
Yep. Pretty much. Got my face. Good sir.
Up, right side. Scuba Steve. Oh, what the f was that? How the fuck did I just die?
He shot you in the
I didn't see him though.
What?
Like he was like right underneath my line of sight somehow. Or like, no, we're about around the same speed. I don't. I'm assuming he must have been like right here underneath my gun.
Yeah.
Scuba Steve's rushing us. Oh, you went left and I went fucking left. Eep. Okay, I'm in Taro's Bill's back at our spawn. Yeah, there you go. No, left side. Oh,
Well,
sorry.
no.
We're losing this because this stupid shit. That's not even us doing stupid shit. It's their stupid shit.
This is the guy who gets a shotgun full of face.
Yeah, because that was just stupid shit he's been doing. We would have won the first two matches had not sat up in the window like they did, and camped for like
He's up in
two of them. Yeah, I was gonna shoot him, but
Yeah. He's just camping up there.
you freaking kidding me? Seriously? Oh, I hit E first. I hit E first. My fucking finger was on E the whole entire time. Watch.
It feels bad,
Nope.
man.
Nope. My computer didn't even register it. It didn't even freaking care. It was just like,
It's simply because he killed me. He hit first. But probably only a fraction of a second.
no, I literally hit E before he even made it around the corner. In my eyes.
No, I believe you.
I don't believe me.
I don't believe in me either.
Don't go believing. I should do Twitch sings. I downloaded it. I haven't even touched it. I like open it once and haven't looked back at it. Is the dog behind me? No, where's the
No,
dog?
he's in the
He's in
hallway,
the
I
hallway again. We grabbed him earlier just to show Fox that he was there. Gotta run in place. Gotta run in place, guys. Gotta run in place. Gotta run in place.
I don't know why I'm fucking tired.
Why are you so fucking tired? I don't know. There's just so much going on tonight. It's hard to keep track of everything, and I just feel like literally it's not as funny as he claims to be. All right, he's not giving me all the dad jokes I asked for.
Wait, hold on. What? What's wrong with you?
We got a pistol for a second there. He is, as you claims to be. Right.
Type 2.
No. We all are.
I'm just gonna like Oh, apparently get shot.
Oh. Yeah, did you? He's right in front of you, dude. You saw him, right?
Oh, my accuracy, please.
The guy's got to be on the left side. Oh, never mind. You saw him, right? Yep, he's right there, dude. What were you thinking? What were you thinking?
I didn't know where he was. I didn't see him.
Yeah, you fucking hit him straight on with that grenade. He only moved back. In
Yeah,
time.
I realized I hit him with it, but I didn't know where he was.
Oh, how the fuck did he get that off? Let me see what he did. Oh, okay. Well, I guess we're just gonna call that a freaking loss. That was weird. I did the same exact thing he did. He just moved to the side. I don't know. What were you thinking? No, dude, I fuck.
Damn good round over and over. I don't like that. Stop it.
I spam things all the time. What's your point?
He's
Where is he? Is he?
Yeah, near container.
Oh. Gonna be dead in a second.
Shanghai is holding the next World Championships.
Shanghai?
Yep.
They made a decision pretty fast.
Oh yeah, they always have it done by the next one because they always have a trailer for it.
Oh, fuck. Oh, he jumped over my gun. Sounded like I just relieved myself, didn't it? I wish I got a pee. That would be pretty good right now. He's a good round. Bad round.
He's a bad round.
At first, yeah, the first time he said good. Oh, dude, they're to the left, both of them. Yeah, he said good round first one, and then bad one the second time. And
He says good round when he wins.
yeah, I've learned that now. This is the first time I saw him say it. Oh, yeah, and then pay attention to more shit. Oh, you freaking kidding me? I headshot him? I give up. Alright, come on, go back in. DWDW, good round. Because he was trying to, like, move, I guess. DWDW. Okay, interesting. He's getting his moves away. He's corresponding fact that he is gonna move left forward all day long. Oh fuck! You died? Damn it, dude. Stop dying.
I blame PC users.
Well, yeah, you should. Because I just did that. That was so difficult, dude. I'm really happy I flipped around this time. No. He did.
That's funny.
That's super fucking funny. How about that, dude?
But
Oh, fuck. He's the rock right now. Where is he at now? He's at behind the good. Oh, he's still behind there? Yeah, to the right. Dude, that fucking rocked your world just now. Dude, that should be death for him. You got your... No. No, just stay back, stay back. Sorry. Just trying to help you. You're like pushing forward. I'm like, no, dude, just go back. Guess he was gonna pull that bullshit.
if I can't hit pistol rounds from that distance apparently, even though they should have been hit. I mean,
Yeah, he should have been dead. Let's be honest.
oh, I skipped over
Dude.
both of them.
Yeah. Well, I decided to get gangbanged, so it's fine.
I like being ring.
Gang to the bang to the bang to the bang bang bang. Oh, I gotta stretch. Getting too old. I can feel my ligament and my knees like crucifying itself. Hey, guess what? I leveled up to 54. What did you level up to, Lyric? And chat, let's go, dude. Come on, man.
I'm 120 now. Oh boy.
Oh, guess what happened just now? Looks like you're not in here anymore. How do I invite you to the party? You left my Did you just join party again?
Yeah.
Okay, cool.
This.
No, she's awake. She's watching a video. I can feel all the muscle in my abs.
I'm fucking dying. I'm watching this video, and this guy's about to propose to his girlfriend, and he's known for trolling, and so he's getting ready to propose, and she just keeps crying. She's like, "This is the worst prank you've ever done in your whole life." She's like bawling her eyes out. Oh, it's so funny. She's been panicking hard.
You ready for this? No, I'm not either.
I didn't even see my person. Probably.
Yeah, that's fine.
Probably.
I'm just grenading myself.
Ooh.
What the fuck did I hear about Ubus?
Ooh.
Someone trying to activate Ubus?
Oh, fuck. They're behind me?
Yeah, apparently. I don't know. I didn't even see that guy at all. I seen the guy camping the thing, and then that was it.
Oh, that's why. You lost sight of your guy. You're not supposed to lose sight of your guy.
I never saw him to begin with. That's the problem.
I don't know where my guy is at the moment.
Above. I don't know.
Probably did.
Oh my god, that turn on was brutal.
Sorry, it was brutal for you, but at least you killed him. I don't know how you killed him.
Yeah, he came in and I did a 180 and I shit all over his face.
Nice.
It was amazing.
Oh, dude, he got me. I wasn't ready. I wasn't ready for him to be up there. They haven't done it once. He's back. Oh, he's running the cargo on my side. And the other guys too. They're rushing him from both sides. Dude, the other guy's gonna. Nope. They were doing smart. Oh.
Balling
Jump up on the
her
top.
eyes out.
Nope, you fucked up. Dude. Dude.
I didn't think that was gonna hit me.
What wasn't gonna hit you? The grenade?
Yeah, because I thought he was gonna rush up behind me, so I was gonna throw it against the wall and then get behind the wall. But
Yeah.
it managed to stun me, which.
Yep, I know. I fucking hate it. Don't get me fucking wrong. Nice.
Oh my god, you're bad. Just go back to Minecraft or something.
You talking to yourself? Because, I mean, you're pretty good.
Yeah, kinda. Jesus, I'm horrible.
You just realized that?
No, I climbed up in front of him while he was shooting at me.
I see.
Like, I don't know, man.
Oh, I died because of my own freaking. See, yeah, I died from my own.
She's only asked about 87 times if he's serious, and then she starts screaming in between each one.
How in the hell is my shot not hitting? I just.
Oh, he got me on the left side. They're pretty good at sniping you out. Well, what were your thoughts, dude? This time we're gonna rush them, cause since they've just been fucking camping so much.
Get behind the thing, shoot him, not die.
Yeah, that's not a possibility, dude.
It didn't work. I'll say that.
Dude, where did he die? Or how did you die?
See, funny thing happened. I went up top to rush him. There was a guy, so I shot him. He shot me back, so I jumped down, and this guy that killed you was down there, mounted and waiting, and he shot me.
All right, dude. Yeah, it's my fault because I should have faked him out. Thinking I was going.
Oh my goodness.
Oh, I messed up.
I'm up top.
Yep, got him. Thank you for.
Took us my kill.
Yeah, pretty much. I was gonna say, thank you for your kill.
Our spawn under the stairs. Footsteps are so loud. So I get.
Oh,
having
fuck.
to get out of here. What are you doing? What?
I was hitting E. I was hitting fucking E. All right. I didn't mean to fucking throw the stun. All right.
What is a smoke grenade? That's the funniest part.
Was it a smoke grenade? I don't fucking know, man. My life has been a lie.
That was hilarious. Watch out, he's gonna snipe you.
I know.
The other one went left.
One went up top.
You have a shotgun.
Yeah, I know.
Well, I somehow missed.
That's okay. I got him.
No idea how I missed, but I missed.
Oh! How did I just die? Did I just kill myself?
Fall damage.
You fucking kidding me? You piece of fucking shit! Oh, what the fuck?
Oh my god, that was amazing.
Fucking piece of shit! Of all times to be mad is this fucking time. This one fucking time I had to die from fall damage. Fuck!
Oh, that was funny.
No! So fucking messed up! Fuck!
Oh man.
Fucking
Yeah,
done.
contact
Jeez,
right there.
dude. What?
That was I said
A 10 out of 10?
That was a yeah. Maybe 11 out of 10. I don't know.
20 out of 10. It's just extra. Ah, fuck, I can't believe it, dude. Come on, man. That was some bullshit. Some bull fucking shite.
Oh look, they're both controller users.
Really? Ooh.
Yeah. For once.
Nah, this is the second time. There's another one we played across. Or a controller.
Usually it's either both mouse or one mouse, one controller. Which
Right. But
Yes.
there's randomly sometimes throws in two controller players. Why? I don't know.
Nah, it's me.
Nah, why does it keep saying people left my party?
Probably because, maybe.
Second weapon's pistol. I'm just gonna use the fucking pistol. You're gonna do what?
I'm just gonna,
Die?
apparently. Yeah. I'm pretty good at that.
That was the funniest shit I think I've ever seen, ever. The entire time she kept going, this is the worst prank ever. He's like, no, I even talked to your dad, and she's like, why would you tell my dad you're pranking me? Oh my god. That's
Yeah,
great.
I would have lived had he not been behind my ass.
No. That's my fault for not killing him. Cause, you know.
I mean, yeah, but... Oh, fuck, they're both left side of the tower. He's up in the bushes. Nice, good job. There's no one. I'm so fucking pissed. I think I'm gonna just start turning towards people, whoever is shooting me. If I know where they're at, I'm just gonna fucking... fuck them up from there. You see him? Oh, fuck, dude.
Man.
Oh, he must have saw me. Nope. Oh, seriously?
Murder him again.
I hit him. Yes, I did.
I hit that same guy, I think. Oof. Feels bad.
Fucking yeah, bro.
Yeah, it does.
Do we got a shotgun? No, we're gonna magnum. Oh, shit.
He's left side, our spawn.
Yeah. Ah!
This melee.
I know. I needed to reload. I don't know where I was at. I wasn't paying attention to my rounds. It's my fault.
No.
Dude, where are they?
Left side. Camping.
No.
He's camping the bushes. Right there.
I know, right? You didn't see me the first time. And then, didn't matter. I was looking for the other guy.
He really mounted the tree. I mount trees too.
Are you saying he's having a love affair with that tree?
Pretty much.
Where's the other guy at?
Left side again, camping the goddamn bushes. Ugh. So frustrating.
That works, right? You happy with that one?
Yeah. Yeah, I'm okay with that.
Couple extra rounds. Make sure he's really down.
Yeah, you gotta make sure. Sometimes things, you know, zombies are things, so. Both
Right.
right side, both right side.
Yep. Just trying to snipe him with a pistol. It's not working very well. Can you tell him to chill the fuck out?
Oh, the other one jumped in. Had him once, but.
Yeah, we're going back in. Duh. That's bullshit. No, come on. We fucking need it. We needed different weapons. I'm not even going up there, dude. It's no point, man. I don't. My life has just been a lie.
Left.
One's left? Okay.
One's left, one's mid.
One's up in the bush. Ah, one behind me. Towards the waterfall. He's behind the rock. I see him. He's got sight. Oh. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, he's freaking damaged. Nice. Oh. Oh. Sorry, guys, but freaking dying. GG.
It's only 4. I'm gonna go get food.
Okay. Let's take a break. We'll walk away.
Walk away, maybe throw myself down the river.
No.
Oh, what?
Not throwing yourself down a river.
No.
This sounds really.
He could try to throw himself down a river all he wants, but.
No. Are you still streaming, babe?
Yeah, I'm still streaming. But
How long are you gonna take a break for?
Oh, it's cold out here.
Eric, are you back?
Nope, he still has my muted.
Okay. Just gotta can't spam it. Damn it. Yes, just. He's like, yes, just back.
Hello.
Hello. What's the armory? Oh, go to barracks. I forgot to do my missions.
Currently me right now.
Oh, I don't have any. I thought I had. What? And Dragon Bones. Lydia, me. Nice. Oh no, I was doing Weapon Master, wasn't it? Hold on. What? I thought I was doing Weapon Master. Active mission. Okay. Infill. Capture 3 flags of domination. Oh, you freaking kidding me. This has nothing to do with Weapon Master. Trader. Infiltrator. No, cancel. It's Infiltrator. Infiltrator. Shock and awe. Nope. Well equipped. 25 frag kills. Bridge jobs. Nope. Some of these don't make sense. Okay. Best of the best, I guess. It looks better. Complete 10 gunfight matches? Oh. What?
Tom Holland's Spider-Man Homecoming visits children at the Children's Hospital Los Angeles. Dude, they're so lucky. They get to beat Spider-Man one day and then Stan Lee the next.
Oof. That is so deeply messed up. Just went on lyric. He also has to accept the invite. The invite. You know, the invite. Bam. Bam 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 bam. Not gonna wait until my life can be over. See, I need to get 30 assists, get 2 kills with dead silences activated. Mission the best of the best. Okay, first one's 10 double kills, 2 rapid kills. Okay. I'm just gonna go in, Lyric. I'm just gonna go in, and you're just gonna have to deal with it.
Just gonna have to play a game without him now.
Nah, it's fine. He's got time. Dude, the Dead by Daylight window is still open. It's waiting for Dead by Daylight to shut down. Jeez Louise, dude. Oh, I want to mess with my options. I'm gonna... Yes, he's joined. Cause I should be able to play with 3220. Right? How high can you go? Like, what's when is it too much resolution? Don't forget
Never
it.
too much resolution.
Oh my gosh! All the frame rate drop just in
my
the
God.
menu.
That's so
Just in the menu
terrible. Holy
alone.
shit.
Yeesh. Oh, my eyes. They're not gonna recover from that. That was really harsh.
That was so bad, babe.
I don't even know how it could be that harsh. Where's the resolution again? Oh, there it
What
is.
things to say during sex? Ooh. E.
Oh my
Ooh,
gosh.
Ting tang. Walla walla bing bang.
I guess that's not as bad. Not what I thought. I thought I was gonna go ooh.
Oh, ooh, ee, ooh, ting tang. Walla walla bing bang.
It seems a little bit better. I'm probably gonna lose some frame rate though, so. Hope not. But I'm almost sitting at 35 frame rates and it's already losing stuff. Let's be honest. I'm gonna turn up my fans a bit. Unfortunately, my computer sucks. I think that's the only thing I don't like.
Okay, boomer is a slur and very offensive. Right? We got a 10-4 dinosaur.
Which one's worse now? 10-4 dinosaur? Or
Alright, we got a 10-4 dinosaur on our hands.
well, 10-4 means copy, but.
Is buying another girl food cheating? Bitch, you might as well fucking propose to her.
Overflight. I don't know what to mean overflight. Overtime flag. Oh, you freaking kidding me? I got a couple hits on him, dude.
I was really confused for a second because you've been talking to Lyric this whole night. So for a second I thought you said I got a couple hits on him, babe, and then I thought you were talking to Lyric, and I was like, whoa. When did you start calling him babe?
I've been calling him babe since 1992. Oh, fuck. Come on, Lyric. Oh, Leary boy. Oh, man, that was harsh. He hit me in the ankle. The knee. Dude, why are you dying already? Why would you turn up a resolution, man? You're just gonna see yourself die in high res. I'm happy I kept moving and somehow I didn't die. I feel like I have to drop my resolution down a bit. Seems like I'm still dropping a little bit of frames. My computer's not refreshing fast enough. My monitor's not. Oh fuck. Where's he at, Lyric? Oh, I see him in the middle. Oh, what the heck? Where the hell was he? Yeah, I saw him in the middle, and he still hit the little tidbit of me. That's harsh. Oh, he's on the right side? Back of the bridge. The other guy is by the blue... Yeah, he's over there, on the right side of it. So if you throw a grenade, never mind, you used all of yours. You're terrible. He's to the left, dude. Don't stop. I'm gonna fucking kill you right now. Give me a headache doing that. Thank you. Oh, there he is. I just saw him. What decision you're gonna make? Like, oh, good job. Like, the right side or that cargo side of the map is really nice, but when it comes down to just the two of you, it's almost better just to be on the right side.
Fishy check. You're live. You're live.
Alright, I made my comeback. I'm good. How did I get hurt? Oop. Oh, you serious? Straight shot me in the face. That hurts. See him in better resolution means dying in better resolution. Yes, guys. Taste my burps. It's a rainbow. Oh. Oh, you got him? Did you get him? Where did the other guy go then? I fucking hate you, Lyric. You fucking took my kill, bro. You're disappointed? Why are you disappointed? Come on, dude. Oh, fuck. Oh, I pistol whipped him, but he pistol whipped me slightly faster. The other guy's in the box, in the cargo box. He was. Oh, GG. It was nice knowing you. Bye, Lyric. I'm replacing you with this guy, who doesn't hop. You love me too? I don't love you. I'm replacing you, remember? Remember what I said? Oh, fuck! He's on the right side. I wasn't fucking expecting that. Fuck. Guys, I need help. Mental help. You rushed me so hard, dude. You rushed me so hard that I couldn't even react. I was throwing a C4 out. I mean, I honestly feel like the C4 is pretty useless sometimes. I feel like at this point, like, I would have to just, like, shoot myself. Oh! Yes! It's just amazing. Popping my fingers. You're a bunny? Yeah, I know. Bunny Fufu got shut up in the butt, but what are you gonna say about that? Oh, here, let me put my glasses on. That might help. I think I'll just go turn the brightness down on my, on this. Yeah, we'll say this. Whatever this is, you know? But don't judge me. Don't you dare judge me. Oh, that's so much better. 480 is at least decent. I say I deserved it up the butt. I mean, if you want to up the butt, dude, you just have to own it, you know? Here's Stack. When you play against guys that are like mouse, computer. Oh, my frame rate's just dropped. My frame rate's just dropped. Oh, why? Yeah, I know. Just turn around so I can do the butt. Turn around so I can do the butt. Okay, there you go. Oh, you freaking kidding me? I shot him twice. Sam, I need help. Sam can help you. She's gone.
What do you need help with?
How are you? Get back in the bathroom.
Okay.
Yeah, my frame rate's dropped fucking significantly for some reason. One at the top there. How did I get an assist for that? Where the hell was that guy at? Oh. He's back at spawn still. Shake it off. I can't shake it off. We lost it twice. That means I died twice. Sam can't help you. You're on your own. My frame rate dropped again. Oh. I blame my frame rates. My flame rates. Alright, hold on. Alright. Huh. Interesting. Where is he? Oh. Ah! Codename Death. Okay, yeah, I know. I'm dead now. So you do. I can't do this, man. Someone place me on hold. Oh, nice. Just barely tagged him. Dude, carry me, man. Carry me like the train you really are, Eric. Well, I feel like I'm a pretty good streamer, right? You know, I've gone through a little bit of stream. Oh, yeah. There you go, guy. There you go, guy. There you go, guy. Oh, 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 oh. Nice. Oh, there you guys. Oh. Oh. Watch this. He slid. Boof. I guess he had a reload? Question mark? No clue, dude. My frame rate's dropping again a little bit, but who cares? Yeah, I wanted like a decent resolution, I figured, but I guess I can't have it too high. It's gotta be a little bit lower. Oh, fuck. I'm already dead? Oh no, that was the final kill. Okay. You died. That's what happened. Oh, look, it's your favorite weapon, Odin. Oh. All that frame rate.
How may I be of service to my senpais today?
Senpai? You are a great streamer. Thanks. I'm going through streamer heartache right now. You have to convince me more. Alright. I like unloaded a whole clip on him before he finally died. He's on the stairs? No, there he is. You just now noticed that? No? He's back in the back. He's on the left side? Right, yeah, the right side. No, don't. He's at his spawn. That's right. You're right. You know what you're doing, dude. I have faith in you. 4-4. Tag me in this kill, bro. I damaged him a little bit. Hashtag me, bro. Well, I got the Kingslayer shot, but he sniped you so good. He made you look like toast. It's match point. Can you do it, Lyric? Can you bring the win in? I pre-gamed that corner. I wasn't taking any chances. Yeah, my latency is higher than theirs. You think they would be doing better, you know? Oh, he got me from behind. Defeat. Thank you, senpai. I psyched so hard I made it him into toast. And I mean, at the end we were toast. You hear that? All that popping.
All the popping.
All the popping.
All the popping.
All the popkins. The dog's by my foot. It's really cute. Hi, Maples.
I'm a maid now?
You're a what? Yeah, Sam is a maid. No, she unfortunately does
become a
not
maid?
clean as well as one wishes. Dropping my resolution little by little until I can find that perfect spot where I'm not losing frame rates. I thought we lost. Oh, dude. What? What? Is the game glitching? They got 85 as captain? Is 85 captain? And 64 is lieutenant? That's what it looks like. So I'm close to a lieutenant? That'd be crazy, man. Shrugs, I have no idea. What do you mean you have no idea? No idea about the captain thing? You have no idea why you're not talking to me? You don't love me anymore? No, I'm kidding. Don't answer that. It's all fake. It's all a ploy. Well, I guess that works. I wasn't really expecting that to win. You killed the other guy while I killed the first guy.
My kill, I'm sad.
You would have died otherwise, dude.
One left, one right.
Okay.
Both going building,
What?
I think.
Yep. Yep. Guys up in the... Oh, fuck.
Senpai number 2 in the chat rooms.
Oh, fuck. He's over at my building. The back quadrant. Oh. Knifed you? Yeah. No, shot you. I thought you killed your guy already. No, you did not.
We traded shots.
Oh.
I didn't get a kill. Sadly.
What's wrong with you, man? Just kidding.
A lot of things. A lot of things are wrong.
How was your dinner?
I didn't get to eat it all because somebody wanted to talk to me really bad.
It wasn't me. I don't know what you're talking about.
You better finish your dinner, young man.
If I put it in a pill and shove it on my rectum, I think it'll fit.
I mean, you still get
If
the
you can
nutrients.
put it in a
I'm saying.
pill, then you're really fucked up.
That's not. I mean, I guess I meant to say it'll be just as nutritious. But you know what? Just ignore me. It's okay.
No. I don't want
Sam,
it.
I needed help earlier. Where were you?
I was in the bathroom and I asked you, what do you need my help
I don't know
with?
where he's at.
I needed help.
You didn't answer with what?
He must be down in the canal.
I think the recording kind of took us
He's
down.
above us.
Because now that the recording's out of my system, I'm much more awake and I'm much more chill.
I am on back.
I stunned him.
Yeah, I killed him.
I ricocheted that off the house and stunned him in the face.
Good job. I wish I could have seen how you did it. Shotgun, and we got a shotgun. Nice.
Dave, do you want the rest of my popsicle?
No, not right now. Good job. I was gonna shoot him in the head, but then you killed him.
Feels bad. Look at that range.
So,
And that's pretty decent, yeah.
I think I lasted like, what, 20 minutes without Skyrim?
Sam's hopping back on. You gotta stream with them.
I'm not gonna stream, stop. It hurts my brain too much. It's late at night at
Stream
least.
for me?
Oh.
No.
Oh,
Okay.
did we both kill each other just now? Or did you kill him? You killed him. Huh.
Wow, I heard him. I didn't know where.
Ooh, eat that popsicle, babe. Ooh. You're getting me. You're getting me. Keep something on it. I'm wiggling in my chair now.
I'm done with you right now.
Wiggling hard. Oh, I'll be right back.
Where's he at?
Stop. He's
It's
in
like throw. Oh, is he? Alright. Oh, I see it. Oh, fuck. Are we seriously? Oh!
Oh, we're gonna need one. Wait. Let's go say hello to stream. Say hello. Say hello.
No one wants to say hello to stream.
Yum, yum, yum,
Is that
yum.
you shooting
Yeah, they're
and dying?
the ones on the side. Sort of like Felix.
Yum, 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 yum. Ooh. Yes. Hum, yum, 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 yum. Hum, yum, 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 yum. Yum, 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 yum.
Oh, fuck.
Oh, the kisses to the papa.
My frame rates drop a little bit, so it's gonna be fun. Oh, are you serious? I saw him first. I just didn't pull. Come on. I'm making a comeback.
Be riding on dragons. Yeah, well, hold on.
What do I want to do as my quest?
You just flanked us? Alright, one's down. I don't know where the other guy's at. Oh, behind me. Yep, he's... They're fucking kill him.
The ebony claw. Fuck.
Accuracy, please. Jeez, oh.
Got so close, dude. No accuracy.
I know, tell me about it.
Match point, that's what I'm gonna tell you about. It's time to get serious. Guy on the left.
What?
Hit one.
Nice.
Ow.
And one's right. That sucks. Hit one. Nice, got 100 for it.
Well. Came up behind me too.
Oh shit.
He must have saw you.
Oh.
What?
The guns.
Well,
No, they're bad. But I'm gonna be a sneaky little fucking devil right now.
I hit one.
Okay.
One's half out.
One's left side or
Um,
both? Nice.
my side, where I died. Is that
Right side?
right side spawn?
Our spawn?
Our spawn, yeah.
Okay.
Yep.
Ah, fuck. Lost that round.
Good try. Lost the game there.
I missed the first shot. That's what fucked up me.
Fucked up me? That's what fucked up me.
Woo! Alright. Screaming Sam doesn't care.
What? I'm busy trying to kill people and stuff and things. And I was in the middle of doing stuff with my... Oh. You gotta be fucking kidding me right now. I was in the middle of trying to do my house stuff, and this dragon showed up, and I don't have any weapons on me because I was in the middle of doing shit.
Oh, that's fine. I get that.
Idiot's being an idiot.
But my popsicle literally burst like outside my mouth.
Oh, that's not fun.
It was freaking cold. That's why I screamed like a girl.
Literally got that.
Or like screamed like I did. I gotta fix my graphics again because I'm just dropping. And maybe I never fixed it in the first place. Oh. Oh fuck, I died. He's in the middle. I didn't even see him. He left of you, dude. Keep having to mess with my freaking graphics. I hate it. It's freaking annoying. Alright, you just... Okay, you just blew someone up. Yeah.
There, Lydia. Fucking attack the dragon now. Finally, please. Stop being an idiot.
Where's he at?
He's in our spawn.
You know
Okay.
what? I'm not fucking idiot.
Good job.
Thank you.
That stun fucking helps out so much. He's like, oh, I knew he's there. I know he's there, but I can't get him.
I just can't find the dude I burned to death earlier.
That guy you pwned to death earlier. Alright, guys in the middle. Got one. Oh, he's on the left side of the spawn. Yep, he's still on the left side. He pushed himself in the corner. He's dead. Good job. That grenade throw was thick. Oh, he fell in the fire too.
Yeah, that's what we killed him. Poor guy.
I know, right?
He died.
One in the middle. Oh, they saw me. Oh, dead in the back. They're both on the left side. They just ran towards the right.
This motherfucker ate it.
Killed one of them. Good job.
So fucking done with this bitch.
Yeah,
Piece of shit.
you might. No, forget. He's gotta be in the middle there. Oh, see him. He's slightly quicker than you. So they know that I like to rush out of the 4 games we played now. So let's take it slow now.
He needs such bad lag for some reason. For long.
Oh, it's lag. I gotta feel
That'd
frame
be my
drops.
fault.
Yeah, I'm getting.
Oh,
He's in his
fuck.
Oh, that's awesome.
Ah. Should have pre-gamed it. Pre-game. What, Bedla?
I said it's my fault, clearly.
Yeah, your Skyrim is. Oh, they see me? I'm down. Oh.
Alright.
Oh, so they started rushing. I just can't. That freaking rush.
That grenade was so far away.
Yeah, it doesn't matter though. Makes you propel in the air. Fun. Like, so. One in the middle? Oh, good job, dude. Fuck.
He should have killed me. I think he pulled out his pistol.
Yeah, he did. Nope, he had a shotgun. You just got it off faster than he did. And more accurately. I don't feel bad. I think I'm gonna win this match. One in the middle?
Yeah, I missed.
Oh, I got stunned.
I can't one-shot at that range. How can everybody else one-shot at that range?
I don't know. You just shoot him in the foot, apparently.
No.
What? He's in the window? Ah. Doesn't matter to
The
him.
one's in the spawn, right side.
Got him.
Good job.
He did see me in the window. Shot him in the leg, I think. It's hard to tell with this damn gun.
I heard you don't like legs. That's true.
Yes, that's true. I'm all about the ass. Well, I got fucking sniped as soon as I turned the corner. That's fucking bullshit. Some straight fucking bullshit. They're just running around in the back of there. Is that your grenade? Or theirs? Oh, dude, why did you go around the corner?
Who, me?
Yeah, you.
I didn't know he was there.
I thought he threw the grenade right in front of your face.
I threw the grenade.
No. My brain was like, totally thought it was his.
I wish it was, because then I would have known he was there.
Right? Hi, Maples. Hi, Maples. Hi, Maples.
Alright, let's go to the last one though.
Okay,
Almost
no problem.
make it controller.
Wow, you really wanted to be your last one for a while.
Huh?
So you gave me controllers. Yeah, can you hear me? It's crapping out a little bit.
Yeah.
No, why is it crapping out? Okay. Oh, I was saying that that you're really trying to make your last one for a while if you're dropping your controller.
No. I mean, it's your big
Down.
Oh, damn! I guess I can't play anymore.
Oh, sorry, dude. Plunge the doggo. Doggo. Come on, play. Play. For some reason, I thought I said enemies. You have to all catch or all capture the flag to win. Oh, I was aiming so high just now.
They wanna.
One's behind me. Oh fuck, dude, he's low, man. He's trying to punch me. That's why. Good job. Oh well. And you shot him? Sheesh.
No, didn't shoot him.
No? Oh, okay. It looked like you did.
He wants to 1v1 fist. I don't want.
Yeah, he does.
You know what? Fuck it. Why not? You want 1v1 fist? Let's do it.
He's probably changed now.
Fuck out my face.
Oh, bro, you're supposed to kill him.
I didn't know he was right there. My bad. That's all.
Oh.
You can do it.
Oh, you fucking kidding me? I shot first, man. Boom. See? Missed. Completely missed.
You're so lucky I don't have my keyboard plugged into my Xbox.
Why?
Oh. This guy said
Said he didn't mean to F that first? Oh, to the right.
he said he wanted the 1v1 with Fist, right?
Yeah.
So So I 1v1'd him with fists and I beat the shit out of him, and then he types in chat fists all exclamation points like I was using my pistol or something.
Asterisk, asterisk. You said exclamation mark,
Down,
sorry.
down, left, right. Maybe a
Right?
just left.
They're both left side. Yeah, one's up by the container. One's on the... Yeah, one's in the container. Oh, they're both on the side. You're about to die, dude.
No!
Good try. Good try. Oh, they're both Trump. Why would I put Trump as that? That's kind of gay. 1v1? What? Fist 1v1? He wants to do it again? Is that what I'm seeing? Oh, I just saw that guy down there. Oh, killed one of them. Where's he at? Oh, you got him? Sweet.
Hi, what you doing?
Nice job. Nice job. All right. He's hit him. He went to the left side. Yeah. Oh, there he is. Oh fuck, dude. His buddies probably tell him, "Oh, they fucking gangbanged me." That's why I died.
Bingle bangle.
Oh, he's left side. Hey, hello. One's right side. They're about to bang me into oblivion. Oh, left side right there. Fuck. Good job. Fuck. I don't know the other guys. I'm assuming he's on the other side.
Why?
Fuck.
God, that's so my fault for not reloading.
Yeah, I thought I knew where he was, and I was wrong. Let's get him back. Let's get back to him. All thrown off from that fucking first one. I saw one back at spawn. Yeah, one's back at spawn. Oh, you fucking kidding me? How did he know I was fucking there? Oh, he fucking saw me. Okay, he's on my side. Yep. GG. I'm not even gonna say GG. Yeah, I'm salty. Salty motherfucker. How is this? I don't know. That match should have not been that tough. But were they both mouse players?
Never.
I don't remember. Well, yeah. Plans. Forget. Oh yeah, you said that was the last one for you, wasn't it?
Yeah, I'm gonna probably go ahead and
Head out.
I'll go to bed, or if I'll just chill and watch the stream. But
Okay, then. I think I'll do one more gunfight, and then I'll back out and do.
if you don't win it, you are gonna be very sad.
I'm sad every time I don't win one without you.
Are you talking about me?
No, I was talking the lyric.
Okay. Because I can't hear shit right now. My music's so loud.
Unknown to us, Sam is slowly putting herself into a coma.
Only slightly. Oh, that's the wrong one, motherfucker.
He didn't say he didn't mean to. What? Shadow Storm, are you ready, dude? I don't think this guy's ready, man. Oh, fuck. Come on, seriously? Why do my fingers not move the way I want? Oh, he got him. Good job. Fuck. It's so hard for their brother out here. Right? I blame it on the me smashing my finger earlier. My own share really took a number to me.
Yeah, that's I definitely agree, 100%.
Oh, what the fuck? Alright, well, whatever. What? I'm surprised he died. I've been just feeding. I mean, that's why you died, dude. Dude. Nah, man. Oh. Come on. My accuracy was better than that. Dude, I'm just fucking this guy's chance to win this match because I keep dying. Like, it's one thing to be dead with the machine gun, but we went to assault rifle, which is a lot better. From my new lurk right now. Dude.
Wow, I'm that easily replaced. I see how it is.
Definitely not, but you know, I can try. I did smash my finger too.
How? Well, not really smash, like pinched it in between a heavy wooden ladder.
Alright, that just sounds wrong.
Yeah. It is what it is.
You fucking kidding me? Like how two of us rushed and all that one doesn't.
Oh, I almost made it up.
Where's he at? Oh. Did we both shoot him? That's what it looked like. Oh, yeah, we did. Shadowstorm got the last kill. Pretty sure I shot first there. Really? I only got an assist for that? Oh, fuck!
Shit.
Shadowstorm. Shadowstorm. Shadowstorm.
Ah.
It's a like
Damn
an
it.
echo, you know? Oh, fuck. Oh, fuck. I got flippers on my back? That's weird. I'm totally useless this game. Boom! Straight frickin' up. Frickin'? Frickin'? Is that a word? Frickin'? Oh! Yeah, I should have just left. I don't know what I was doing. I don't know what I was thinking. To the left, everybody to the left. And you're getting shot from the right. Your ass is hole, and the hole is your ass, and the ground in the log, and hot blah, blah, blah. Right? They're both there. They're both ready for them. Oh, fuck. Oh, shit. That's not fair, dude. It's not fair in any of these games. I'm gonna cry, man. Freaking died 8 times now. How many times can we not die? That's what we're supposed to do. I think I'd be good at this game, but apparently I'm just mediocre. Oh fuck, dude. He pushed me. Unintentionally. Oh fuck. Oh. Alright. I don't know where he went. Okay. Got the assist for it, but doesn't mean crap. This guy has more damage than the both of them. Not both combined, but just both of them. Oh, what the f- I'm never gonna learn from my mistakes, am I? Dude, why are you using that gun? Just reload. You guys got any seizures yet? Let me know if you're getting seizures. I was a piece of shit, a garbage piece of shit. No, I think I'm just getting that point where I'm just not focused. Oh man, I've been only streaming for 5 hours. Somebody save me, senpai. Might switch. I might just go to Hunter X Hunter. Sound good? Hunter X Hunter. Oh, jeez. Alright, what are we doing, guys? What is the freaking game plan? Let's play some Monster Hunter. Should do Dead by Daylight. Just Monster Hunter. Anybody wanna gave their 2 senses? 2 senses. I had all these guys that were in my party and then they disappeared. They're not in my party anymore. Goat Ninja 170. Welcome to the party. Jimmy02. Is he just version 2? Viking Gods. Welcome. Your mama's type 907. A classified gamer. Spray and Pray 907. What have I done? Take Man 19. No. Take Man 19K Rat. Haven't played it in a long time now. Monster Hunter, I know, right? You haven't. A classified gamer is a freaking 147 4-star general. Respect the stars. Big Dick Darlin. I don't even know what to say to that. Atomic Knight. Bringing in the night with the Atomic Knight. Which one is it? Who fucking knows? Goat Ninja AX170. Welcome to the league. I think that actually says Jax. Nick. Fucking stuck. Nick came. So at Duba. What's a Duba? Miss Ella. Wild. Get higher. Yo. You want Rainbow Six Siege gift? I can gift out Rainbow Six gifts. I just love when your mouse shows up and you're like, why is it doing that? Why is it glitching out? Whoa, you freeze bridge, yo. I hate this fucking map. Oh, fuck. Alright, somehow still alive. Yeah, I came in here to camp a little bit because I don't want to fuck with this stuff. We got Bravo. I feel like the other team is getting their butts whooped right now. Why? Oh, why do I do this to myself? You think I have stun grenades? Oh, fuck. Let's see if I can piss anyone off. Did they come back? Oh. Capture Bravo. Oh, come on, guys. Thank you. I need the XP, guys. Come on. Oh, I had his number. Hey, King Fergie, what's up? What's going on, man? How's your night? Yeah, I was playing Dead by Daylight, dude, and freaking crashed. Like, to the point that, like, it shows a window, even though it wasn't registering on my... Ooh, I was hoping to hit something, you know what I mean?
Oh, please tell me I have enough potatoes.
Potatoes?
Wheat rolls, baby.
Well, I guess not gonna get that hit. Yes, Nick, what's up, bro? Oh man, I thought I just saw him. I guess not. Alright, well, let me get this ammo back. Oh, yes. Feel the power, guys. Feel the power. Where are they? Where are they? The whole 2 objectives? But I'm not scared. Come on, guys. You're not scared, right? I'm gonna do this. I can do this, guys. Guys, I can do this. Oh, fuck. Probably about to get blown up. What? Fucking serious? You guys watch that?
I swear to God right now, if Lydia's dead, thank Jesus, Lydia.
Okay, come on, come on. Alright, let's see if I can blow up the bridge. Oh, it actually has some... That is harsh, dude. Why do I... I'm actually switching my gun, I know this.
Are you fucking kidding me, Lydia? You can't even get one goddamn fucking hit in. Jesus.
Oh, what the heck?
You are useless.
There he is. Oh. I accidentally right click when I meant to... I know where he's at. I know what he's doing. Hold on, let's see. Choose my sniper. Let's go. Maybe I can get him. Sniper for sniper, you know what I mean? Oh! Like he was ready for me. Ah, that's messed up, bro. Hey, should anybody think I should continue to try to kill that guy from where I'm at? Or should I just, you know, give up and let the guy get the kill? Oh, no, I didn't mean to hop up there. Oh, man, I can't even anymore. I can't even right now. Oh, fuck, he already saw me. Is he really just waiting there? Ah! I'm giving us so many kills right now. Duba. Yeah, it's fucking. It's 13 kills right now. All because I'm being stubborn. Will someone just blow that guy up to smithereens? That'd be amazing. ASIP. Nick. Ah, yes, yes, that felt so good. Oh, well, I didn't expect someone to be in there. Did he run by me just now? Is that what just happened? What in the actual F is going on with this game? Okay, that's my teammate in there, is that? Yeah. You guys, I'm freaking confused. Okay. I hit somebody, I guess? Alright, someone's up there. Oh! What the? Oh, there's a little droid thing rolling around. Alright, well, fuck me. Fuck the thing. Oh, I hit him straight on, and he still got the kill. Ah, that was harsh, bro. Seriously, man. Where's that thing at? Oh, there it is. Oh. Dude, seriously? This thing is wrecking this battlefield right now. Is it dead yet? It's probably reloaded instead of just running around like an empty launcher. Oh. What? Who? How? And then what in the world? Just died. Oh, come on. Oh, no, they didn't die. They didn't die. What the hell? Yo, I'm fucking pissed right now. They should have died. It hit him straight point blank, man. Ah. Oh.
God damn it.
Oh, I have a stim pack. What am I? What am I doing? Dude, this is freaking crazy, man. Oh. Stim pack. Oh, are you kidding me? Where did he come from?
Yo, just
Tap
unlocked
me.
an expert chest.
What's up?
Only level 16 lockpicking.
My
Dope.
teammates was camping.
No idea where I'm going. I don't know if there's. Ooh, wait a second. There's a glitch there for a second where
Okay,
everything
well.
was clear.
I guess I'm just gonna go down. Oh, there he is. Oh. Oh. Oh, but Gundam style. Oof. Oof, oof, oof. Gundam style. Oh, fuck! That was an enemy. Yo, I'm dying, man. Why? I can't be crying. Alright, well. That guy's probably pissed. Oh! I did not see that. Okay. Interesting. Ow, that hurt me in so many ways. Ow. Did I kill him? You guys know if I killed him? Ow, I just scratched my side. That hurt so bad. Ooh, grinders. Grind is just not this gameplay. Did you change that title too?
I didn't change shit.
Not like way earlier.
No, I haven't changed anything except
Oh.
for what you're playing.
I don't know. It's like Grind is just not this gameplay. I must have mistyped it. Oh well. Ooh, Juggernaut. Kill streak. Nice. Unlocked. I'm level 55 now. I would get it. But you have to get the 15 kills first. Let's go to kill scare package, why not? Banana, V5 for Fana. Can't get enough bananas. Ooh, I got a charm. Babe, I got a charm. It's beer.
Ooh,
I got beer.
good job.
I got a charm. Yeah. Scout combat top. What? No, what the hell? Did I unlock another retinal for anything else? That'd be nice to know. It doesn't even show you what reticles you have. Why? Guys, explain this to me. I'm dead. So many ways. I'm still grinding this. I don't know why I'm still on this. Major Woody 42. Bunny Unkind. Hold on. Blizzard Maple. Let's see. I gotta get back in that voice. What is it? It's a good gun runner. We have a gun runner. Remember to please tip your driver as we are on a roller coaster ride. A ride on a roller coaster. Hello, we got Blizzard Maple, Psychotic Fury, the Yeti of Abyss. No, it's Tool of D. That's what it was. Yeah, Tool of D. Okay.
I hate it because like I'm really into Skyrim, but I kind of want to go lay down.
Yeah, no.
I don't know what to do.
Oh, you freaking kidding me? Why do I not just stay a little bit longer? I don't have any patience with my fucking life right now. Clearing A, okay. Defending point A, nice. 25 for defense. Oh, did someone shoot me from behind? They shoot through the freaking.
Lydia's a fucking
Container.
tank. She's just pushing boulders.
Who's pushing boulders?
Lydia.
Nice.
I was like, oh shit, there's boulders in the way. I don't know if Lydia will be able to make it through this. She just walks right through them. She's just pushing them. Alright, never mind. Lydia has no problem.
Let's go, guys. Come on. I got revenge. Oh man. And my freaking yep, guys. I'm in a pickle here. A hell of a pickle. I got some frame rates dropping right now. It's kind of messing me up. Whoa! Didn't see him fast enough. Why didn't my teammate shoot him just now? Oh, okay, never mind. I just shot my own teammate. Watch your fire. Alright, my teammate didn't shoot him, even though he saw him. Alright. Losing point B. Interesting. Oh, he's got it. I guess we should just defend.
Oops.
Alright, well. Oh! You guys see that? Alrighty, man. We'll start awesome playing. Alright, I'll see you, Lyric. I know, I'm just really into this already. So, good night, man. Take it easy. Thank you. I appreciate it. Please, think of me fondly the rest of your life, because I'm just gonna blow my brains out. I'm just kidding. I hate this room, but I'm just gonna run through it.
Oh. Not like actually this room, just in your game. No big deal, babe.
Yep. Babes, like on another level of levels, you know? Oh, yep. I see you shooting at me.
I'm just slightly distracted, okay?
And how many ways?
So many.
Alright, I guess I spawned elsewhere.
This game now?
What?
But I'm just getting more tired.
What train tracks? What train tracks are they talking about? Oh, no, that's not. It's not an enemy. Alright. Hey, come back. That was nice. Oh, fuck. I caught my own self on fire. Alright. Oh, that's okay. I see. Alright. Well, you may have lost C, but apparently I can't climb up side buildings to go help. Got a strike C, that'd be great. Hey, what's up, King Furry? What's going on? I know. Okay. Let's see. How you doing? How's your night been? You playing Dead by Daylight right now? I had it crash on me earlier. Alright, I'm fine with losing Alpha at the moment. Oh. Oh, so close. Ah. I was doing decently. Yeah, like 5 kills. I may have died like 6 times. Don't worry about that. All right, don't just look away, King Freddy. Come on, man. You gotta judge me like that. Oh, well, I guess we're gonna die. That's what we're gonna commit suicide. Where did? Oh, he went out that way. Okay. Oh, you got victory. You got victory. I don't. My left hand.
You know what? No, I'm gonna be
My
fucking
left
smart.
hand's
I'm gonna
dying,
go back
dude.
to my house.
I can't even feel it right now. It's freaking dying. It's dying. Oh. What?
What are you talking about?
My left arm hurts.
Oh. All I hear is it's dying.
I only died
It's
6.
dying. I was like, what the fuck is dying?
I know. I'm gonna switch to a Monster Hunter. I can't even doing this right now.
Yeah, I think I'm just gonna go in the bedroom and chill and lay down.
Yeah, it's about time. Yeah, hop off. King Fergie, if you want to play, let me know, man. I got stuff to work on with Dead by Deadlight. DBD.
Well, I also can't like jam out too loud in here because you're streaming, so.
Huh?
So then I'm also not allowed to like super jam out while I'm in here because you're streaming. So.
Oh, I can't even see this right now. This is literally displaying my screen. And technically, my computer should have crashed this window a while ago. Alright, I'm just gonna call it. I'm just gonna call it stream. Fergie! Bye, dude. Thank you for being here. Thanks for lurking. You're freaking amazing. Keep good, but... Fist bump. Like a Naruto. Just... Alright.
King Fergie stream?
Yeah, you do. You want to check out his stream sometime?
Here we go.
See Sterlingrad. Da 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 da. Goodbye. Da 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 da.